We can take our seats. We'll get started. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Day 4 of the September 2023 council meeting. And before we get started, I'll turn to Executive Director Burton to any announcements. So, Eric?
Oh, yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. We do have a very full docket for you today. Gave me a little bit of heartburn in our morning staff walkthrough. So we may go late, so get comfortable. If the sun is still shining when we're done, we'll try to put together a council photo. And if it's not, we'll try again tomorrow. Let's see, I can't think of anything else, Mr. Chairman. So I guess that concludes my remarks this morning.
Okay, thank you, Merrick. And with that, I'll turn to Jim Seeger to start us off on H5. Jim?
Yeah, good morning, Chairman. Good morning, council members. So this is on the National Marine Fisheries Service Geographic Strategic Plan and Regional Equity and Environmental Justice Implementation Plan. On these plans, NIMS has developed a national strategy and national EEJ plans and is in different places in the process of developing the corresponding regional documents. You'll hear about that in the NIMS reports that are upcoming. You'll also be hearing for the first time from the EEJC, which you appointed last spring to assist you in your roles in these regional efforts. And you have reports from the SSC, GMT, and the GAP. With respect to your action here, it's simply a council discussion and guidance on the draft West Coast Geographic Plan on which comment is being solicited. And then on the National Marine Fisheries Service EEJ strategy and the regional implementation plan, the latter of which is in a development process design stage. Mr. Chairman, that completes my overview. Unless there's any questions, I'd suggest turning to Mr. Ryan Wolf for the NIMS report.
Thank you, Jim. Questions for Jim on his overview? All right, I'm not seeing any. With that, I'll turn to Ryan Wolf for the NIMS report. Ryan.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Sandra, for helping me navigate through the presentation. So I'll be speaking to the draft West Coast Geographic Strategic Plan, which covers 2023 through 2026. Next slide. This is, of course, follows our national strategic plan that covered 2022 to 2025. It was released last year. That national plan, of course, goes over a number of goals and key strategies that I'll be walking through today, and then directs all of our regions to develop their own regional geographic strategic plan that aligns with the national plan. Next slide. I don't think I have to spend too long on this slide. I think you're all well aware of how NIMS is structured around our various regions. Of course, we are slightly unique out here as we are the only region that does have 2 science centers. So both are heavily engaged in this regional plan that I'll be walking through, as well as a couple other of our West Coast offices. Next slide. Okay, so the national plan, it has some overarching top priorities, obviously to continue to sustain world-class fisheries, productive ecosystems, resilient seafood communities, to ensure the survival and recovery of our endangered and protected species, and continue to provide science and leadership through our efforts, as well as our climate, ecosystems, and fisheries initiative. And then we'll also be focusing on implementing those priorities using things like the funding that's been provided through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, and then addressing other key administration priorities, which include the responsible development of offshore wind, combating IUU fishing, and prioritizing equity and environmental justice. And I think as Jim noted, there is a regional EEJ plan that is covered in here, but you will see more on that in the next slide. So next slide, next one. Yes, thank you. Okay, so now getting into the West Coast specific draft plan. As I noted, it's not just the regional office. You have the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, our National Office of Habitat Conservation, and has a restoration center that has some offices out on the West Coast. Of course, our Office of Law Enforcement, who you're familiar with, and our Seafood Inspection Program nationally does have some offices on the West Coast. All incorporated here. You have this draft plan in your briefing books. If you're wondering what those acronyms are in red, this is a working draft until approved. Eventually, once we get all the comments in by the Science Center directors, the regional administrator, and then the DAAO, which is the Deputy Assistant Administrator for Operations at headquarters. Next slide. So again, there's a lot in here. I'm going to summarize and pick out a few kind of key things to highlight to show you how the plan is structured. But in the interest of time, we'll be able to go over everything. So key challenges, as you're well aware, the West Coast is a very large geographic area. We not only manage multiple federal fisheries, we are involved in numerous international treaties that we're the lead for out here for cross-boundary species. We have approximately 50 Endangered Species Act listings, species listed under our jurisdiction, as well as other protected species, like under the Marine Mammal Protection Act. And we have a volatile climate and dynamic conditions on the West Coast and a growing need to better understand those. And finally, as we talked a lot about yesterday, we are seeking to better understand and reduce the impacts of offshore wind development on our marine resources. Opportunities. I think when it comes to the West Coast, one of the things NIMS and NOAA acknowledges is that our partnerships out here are some of our greatest opportunities. In particular, we're working with the tribal governments, the council, the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and our state colleagues. We really appreciate the relationships we have and want to continue and build on these to help us tackle these key challenges. When it comes to climate work and responding to climate change, we also want to acknowledge that the West Coast has done a lot of work already. And we want to build off that existing work, such as the Council's Fishery Ecosystem Plan initiatives, the California Current Integrated Ecosystems Assessment, and all the various climate related work that the Council does throughout all of its management actions. Next slide. Excuse me. So the national plan and the West Coast plan do have a lot of identical text. We are mimicking them and we are creating regional focus, but of course the goals align. So apologize for the numbers on the screen. I should say 1, 2, 3, but those are our 3 strategic goals: to adaptively manage fisheries for sustainability and economic competitiveness, to safeguard protected species and propel their recovery, and then to diversify our workforce and promote equity and environmental justice and improve our mission performance through organizational excellence. So those are both our national and our West Coast overarching goals. Next slide. Again, goal 1 does have some key strategies. These are also in the national plan and they are carried over into the West Coast plan. So I won't read them verbatim, but again, focuses when you're talking about sustainable fisheries, focuses on optimum yield, on the science to support our management decisions, looking at climate change and mitigating impacts, and our various data collection, and of course, countering IUU fishing and addressing international issues as it overlaps with our domestic goals. Next slide. So now breaking it down a little bit here. So to get into a little bit more West Coast focused, taking just a few examples to walk you through. There's obviously much more in the document itself. So taking a look here at goal 1, our key strategy 1, which I just went through on the last slide, looking at optimum yield, managing stocks, and building climate and economic resilience. Obviously focusing on all the management work that we do here at the council, but also not just to prevent overfishing, but highlighting that one of our goals is to increase harvesting and marketing opportunities. We want to collaborate closely with the council on promoting sustainable commercial and recreational fisheries. And of course, it's a key pillar for any kind of sustainable fisheries management to have and conduct and enhance our stock assessments, our models, our management strategy evaluations, or all the tools that we use in order to do so. Next slide. Picking another example, another key strategy under goal 1, mitigating and adapting to climate-driven changes in fisheries habitat. Again, want to capitalize on the funds that we've gotten from Congress, specifically to try and address things like fish passage, on restoring coastal ecosystems, enhancing the resilience of underserved communities, and other habitat issues. We want to do this in partnership with the council, especially as we're looking at climate resilience of federal fisheries. But not just on the commercial side, we also have a regional implementation plan for the overarching saltwater recreational fisheries policy, and we are working on executing and implementing that. Next slide. Okay, moving to goal 2 for protected species. Again, these are the key strategies that are not only in the national plan, but are also carried over into the West Coast plan, looking at actions we can do to recover them, how we can use science and modeling to help predict impacts to them from climate change, how we can expand or create advanced and innovative technologies, and of course, focusing on habitats for those protected species and what we can do to support and protect and restore those. And let's now go to the next slide and look a little bit more specific at how those overarching national strategies under this goal can be carried with a little bit more of a West Coast focus. So looking at key strategy 1, recovering endangered and threatened species, we highlight the efforts that have been discussed at this meeting by the council, advancing efforts to implement improved gear marking programs to better identify the sources of the bycatch. We want to acknowledge the expertise of the tribes in particular for all aspects really of the recovery process for a number of these species. And wanted to take a moment to highlight, for those that aren't aware, we do have salmon recovery science strategies that have been worked on in great detail by both of our centers. So the Northwest Fisheries Science Center salmon recovery science strategy is public. I'm happy to provide the link to those that are interested. If you haven't seen it, it is out for review. The Southwest Center one should be coming out in the coming months, which is just going final review internally. And again, this focuses on very specific science focused on maximizing the recovery of ESA listed salmon. Next slide. Finally, goal 3, which is focusing on workforce, on EEJ, on our mission performance, again, looking at worker wellness, on DEI and A efforts, but also acknowledging that especially after COVID, we have a new paradigm for the workplace. How can we continue to address that and move forward? Look at our infrastructure, our other resources, and then also our communication and outreach as an important component of this goal. So next slide. So again, picking a key strategy to take a closer look from a West Coast focus, looking at key strategy 7 under this goal, expanding internal and stakeholder communication. And these are just, I should have said this at the beginning, we're pulling out just a few bullets here. If you actually look even at this key strategy, there's a much longer list even than this, but focusing on ones we thought might be most relevant to the council. We want to continue to host recreational fisheries roundtables with West Coast direct fishermen. We found this to be really informative for us, especially as we've been implementing the National Saltwater Recreational Fisheries Policy. We're also interested to see if there are areas where we can improve that policy. We want to continue those discussions. We want to see if there's ways where we can continue to make the large amount of scientific data that we have more accessible to the public, and then involve stakeholders a little bit more in our decision-making processes, in particular in strategic planning efforts. We have had some very successful fishery-focused stakeholder sessions, for example, on albacore, on bluefin tuna. Those have been very informative and successful from our perspective, but we also want to broaden this into some of our larger strategic planning efforts, just, for example, the plan that we're talking about today, to get input and guidance from everyone as we look to create and implement those. Next slide. So where are we now? We have a draft in front of us. We are seeking feedback right now. All the regions have to finalize their geographic strategic plans next month. So we intentionally wanted to get council feedback at this point when it's ready, overlapping with this meeting. Next slide. So what would we like to hear? What kind of input are we seeking? I mean, you've seen some of the slides that I presented. You've seen the full plan that's in the book or in the briefing book. We are trying to highlight what we think are important issues, challenges, and risks that are being faced on the West Coast, in particular issues that the council works on. But we welcome your thoughts. Also, if there are things NOAA can be doing to help address these challenges, mitigate them, or anything else that you think from a strategic perspective we should be focusing on or looking into. And again, like I noted, this is really the time frame. We have a general response date by the end of this week. And of course, anything we hear today, both from the council, from its advisory bodies, we will take into account. But if anyone else who's listening to this, or if you have additional feedback that you want to give, you could see Brian Hooper. He is our staff lead on our strategic plan. His contact information is there. I want to thank him for all of his support in helping prepare this presentation, as well as Jeff Bash, our Policy and Planning Branch Chief, who has been heavily engaged at a regional level with our West Coast Geographic Strategic Plan. And I believe that is my last slide, so I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Questions for Ryan on his presentation? Mark Grolnick.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger, and thank you, Ryan, for the presentation. If you could, we go back to slide, would I have a slide 10 about the restoration of ecosystems? Right, there we go. Talked about the use of funds to restore ecosystems and enhance resilience of underserved communities. And of course, in the context of our council responsibilities, one of the most threatened stocks we deal with are the various salmon stocks in the Northwest and in California. And focusing on California, the critical issue is water. If you go to the next slide. And the goal here, of course, is to recover an endangered and threatened species. And we have a number of salmon stocks in California that fall under that category. They're kind of going backwards. So I guess my question is, to what extent does NIMS prioritize water policies as opposed to some of the other things in the slide presentation? as a tool to promote the recovery of protected species, not to mention stocks that are targeted.
Ryan?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Grelnick, for the question. Again, the Geographic Strategic Plan really focuses on what are NIMS authorities and jurisdictions. So it focuses heavily on those, how we engage the council through the Magnuson Act and all of our responsibilities under the Endangered Species Act, which I think is where you're focusing here. So you heard me talk a little bit about on the science side with the salmon science recovery strategies that do touch on the impact of water to habitat. You will also see in the implementation of those, let me get them right, bipartisan infrastructure law and IRA funds that are going towards habitat and restoring ecosystems. To some extent will address at least the habitat that can be, that would benefit from changes in water policies. But again, if you're talking about the implementation of dams, for example, or things that are under another agency's jurisdiction, those aren't, or at least relevant from our perspective to this geographic strategic plan. But we understand that those are also key important points to recovery. All of our Endangered Species Act listed species do have recovery plans. Each of those, especially for the salmonids, like you're discussing, do refer to water policy actions in those as recovery actions. But again, the focus of this strategic plan is kind of on what we have direct authority and jurisdiction over. But I appreciate the comment.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Mark. Anyone else? Questions for Ryan? Okay, not seeing any. With that, we'll go to Maggie Summer with her NIMS report 2. Welcome, Maggie.
Thank you very much, Chair Pettinger. Good morning, Council. I'm Maggie Summer, NOAA Fisheries, West Coast Region, Sustainable Fisheries. You usually hear from me about groundfish matters, but I am also currently serving as one of 2 coordinators for NOAA Fisheries equity and environmental justice efforts on the West Coast. And I'm here today with a brief update on the status of our work to develop an EEJ implementation plan for the West Coast and an invitation for you to be involved. NOAA Fisheries released its first ever National Equity and Environmental Justice Strategy in May 2023. Pardon me, I'm noting that the slides on the large screen seem to have a formatting problem and they're not, all the words aren't readable. We'll fix that for a revised version in the briefing book. We released our national EEJ strategy this May, and it's designed to guide us in serving all communities more equitably and effectively. And it reflects input we received as part of an extensive public outreach process and engagement process. Our goals under the strategy are shown on the slide. The strategy is currently available in English and Spanish, with an executive summary available in 12 languages. Next slide, please. To achieve the broad goals set forth in the strategy, each geographic region around the nation and National Program Office, for example, the Office of Protected Resources and the Office of Habitat Conservation, will create an EEJ implementation plan that is specific and responsive to the needs of underserved communities in each area. Using the National EEJ Strategy's 6 objectives or core areas, which are illustrated on this slide as a framework, the implementation plans will describe how existing or new activities, describe existing or new activities that advance EEJ principles and address barriers tailored to the specific communities, needs, and opportunities in each region. The regional implementation plans will also include metrics to help gauge our progress towards EEJ goals and identify resources needed to support our actions. The national strategy describes a lot of actions. I encourage you all to read through it if you haven't yet. The regional implementation plans aren't starting from scratch to create a new instrument. They're going to tune it for each region. Next slide, please. Advancing EEJ on the West Coast with respect to NOAA Fisheries mission is deeply important to us. We want to develop a thoughtful, meaningful, and impactful regional implementation plan through a careful and inclusive process. We recognize that it's not a one and done effort, as Scott Rumsey conveyed to the council in April. This is about incorporating new ways of doing our work, continually evaluating our progress, and identifying areas of opportunity and improvement. As such, the West Coast EEJ implementation plan will be an iterative process. In our area, NOAA Fisheries West Coast Region, Science Centers, Office of Law Enforcement, and Restoration Center will work together to identify EEJ needs, opportunities, and priorities specific to our area. We've begun this work by forming an internal West Coast EEJ working group with members from all line offices in our region. This core team is very early in the process of work on what I would again use Scott's words to describe as a plan to have a plan. We want development of the West Coast Regional Implementation Plan to be driven by meaningful engagement on the substance of the plan. And beginning to plan for that engagement is where we are now. This includes determining how, when, where, and to whom to begin reaching out, framing the right questions to begin asking, and identifying the necessary expertise and resources to conduct an initial and robust engagement with underserved communities. This planning is a critical stage in the process, and we want to get started, but we also want to get it right. So I don't have a timeline here. Our progress and process will reflect careful coordination, collaboration, and deliberation, and the limits of existing staffing and resources. We also look at this work as having short-term and long-term components. We know it will be a long-term effort, and what we learn as we go will continue to shape our understanding and actions. Next slide, please. Finally, I want to describe some of the short-term next steps that we plan to take this fall as we move forward toward a regional implementation plan. Those include continuing to build our awareness of EEJ efforts on the West Coast, beginning to identify underserved or under-resourced communities through established contacts, networks, and partners, and self-identification by the communities. Through the engagement, we want to hear from underserved communities on what priorities they have relative to our mission and services. And we'll continue looking for ways to advance our EEJ goals with resources we already have, as well as looking for new resources or partners that can help us advance this work. On that last point, we acknowledge constraints on our own capacity as we undertake the work. While there's much that we can do, we recognize that additional resources would be needed over time to meet the ambitious goals, timelines, and take on additional actions and monitor the outcome. As we've expressed, we want to coordinate closely with the council and other key partners throughout this iterative process, recognizing that the nature of that coordination will depend in part on the council's own priorities, capacity, and resources. We recognize that the timeline and opportunities for council engagement are a bit nebulous at this point, since we are so early in our efforts and we don't have a lot of concrete plans yet. To establish an ongoing link, I extended an invitation to the council's Equity and Environmental Justice Committee for one or more of its members and or council staff to join the virtual meetings of NOAA Fisheries Working Group to serve as a liaison, and you'll hear from that committee shortly. In closing, we welcome the council's input and engagement as we develop this important work on the West Coast Regional, as we begin this important work to develop the West Coast Regional Implementation Plan. And we invite the council to consider how all of its actions contribute to equity and environmental justice on the West Coast. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Questions for Maggie on NIPS report too? Joe Oman. Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Maggie, for the report. I was wondering if you might be able to expand a little bit on what is meant regarding the equitable delivery of services. So what those services are. That'd be page 2 of your PowerPoint.
Thank you very much, Chair Pettinger. Thank you, Mr. Oatman, for the question. We provide a range of services, including regulation, development, and interpretation. We also provide information on in our arena here that we're familiar with around the council, a lot of our federally managed West Coast fisheries and the information relative to those fisheries. But there are services provided by our Office of Law Enforcement, our Office of Habitat Restoration, a lot spread even broader than I think the arena we tend to think of normally. The national strategy identified some potential barriers to the opportunity for communities to benefit from those services, whether those are, for example, related to the ability to participate in a council meeting like this, or to access and receive services, to the capacity within the communities. Even if they are aware of and connected to the services, they may not have capacity to be able to take advantage of them. So we are starting from a point of an awareness that there are barriers. We know that there are probably many that we don't know yet. And so as we begin the work, that is one of the things we want to learn through our engagement with communities. But the bottom line is, as expressed in the national strategy, we want to make sure that all communities have an opportunity to benefit equitably from our operations as we work to achieve NOAA Fisheries mission.
Thanks, Joe. Butch Smith, followed by Lynn Mattis. Butch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and nice presentation, Maggie. I guess this statement might be, for both presentation, both Mr. Wolf's and Maggie's, but, in thinking on these strategies, the one thing that I didn't see is how do we keep fishermen in the room, and coastal communities and tribal communities in the room while we're doing this work, why we're doing habitat fixes and things. I know in the salmon world, we have the ability to, we don't use it, but we have the ability because of laws and different scientific theories and stuff. But, in the salmon world, we have the ability to turn up the dials while we're waiting to get from point A to point B. And I just, think it's important. That's something that we haven't done. We tried, but not a great job in the past, is why we're doing these fixes, why we're trying to help these communities long term. We're forgetting about them in the meantime. What do we do in the meantime? How do we keep boats on the water? How do we keep families, jobs, and our tribal communities? And I just, want to point this out, and it might be more applicable for Ryan's presentation. Sorry, I was slow on the thing, but I just want to get that out there, that I think that's one thing that we have forgot, is how do we not leave fishermen behind and communities behind while we're doing these things. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Butch. Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Summer, this is weird talking to you from here and you not hearing me there. I think this is the first time. Are there resources going to be made available for this project in terms of funding and staffing? I know with the fishery service, most people have expertise in fisheries, fish management, fish biology. There's some economists. This seems like it's going to require maybe some sociologists, some people who have more expertise in, I hate to use the term, but it's the only one I can come up with right now, the more soft sciences. Is there plans to bring on some of those extra resources and funding for those to help those of us who are data nerds and biologists as we work through this process?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mattis, for the question. It's an important question, and it is one that I will say has come up in almost every conversation about this. We, at this point, have not received additional resources to implement this, our EEJ strategy. It is a priority. We are dedicating current resources to it, and we will be seeking additional resources. I will also add that, in terms of expertise specifically, we absolutely recognize the need for social science expertise to inform us here and assist us in our process. We have some on the West Coast at the Northwest and Southwest Science Centers, but we would love to have more. We know that there is other social science expertise in other regions, and we are in communication with them and learning from them as they go through their own process to develop EEJ implementation plans. Several regions are a little bit farther ahead of us in terms of timeline, so we have an opportunity to learn from them how things have gone and potentially to leverage some of the social science expertise there. We will also be looking for opportunities to maybe form some partnerships outside of NOAA Fisheries with universities or other agencies, other sources of that expertise that we might be able to leverage through partnership.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, further questions for Bob Dooley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Morning, Maggie. Thanks for the great report. I just have, I'm focusing on begin identifying and engaging underserved communities. And I've always had a question in my mind what this term includes and what it doesn't include. And, communities could be taken in several ways. Underserved could be taken several ways. So I think as we develop, or as you develop this list, it's really important to be transparent to make sure. I know you mentioned self-identification, things like that, but so people understand who's, what the list is including as we go forward. I see it being several, it's in the eye of the beholder who the underserved communities are. So I really think we need to do some work there to make sure everyone who wants to be on that list is on it, and that people that have input or thoughts are included. So thanks.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, any questions? Anyone else? Questions for Maggie? Okay, thank you, Maggie. Okay, that will take us to the EEJ report and Corey writings. Corey?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be reading the Equity and Environmental Justice Committee report on the National Marine Fisheries Service Geographic Strategic Plan and Regional Equity and Environmental Justice Implementation Plan. The EEJC had an organizational meeting on July 11th and selected Mr. Joe Oatman and Ms. Corey Ridings as its co-chairs. It met again on September 8th, which is last Thursday, to discuss the charge given to it by the council to assist the council in addressing equity and environmental justice issues, and in particular to advise the council on working with NMFS on the forthcoming EEJ Regional Implementation Plan and the Geographic Strategic Plan. The EEJ received a presentation on the draft West Coast Geographic Strategic Plan from Mr. Jeff Bash and a progress report on the development of the EEJ Regional Implementation Plan from Ms. Maggie Summer. With respect to the Geographic Strategic Plan, the EEJC recommends that the council forward the attached analysis of differences in how the National Strategic Plan and the draft West Coast Geographic Strategic Plan address EEJ for consideration by NIMS as it finalizes its draft strategic plan. The EEJ Regional Implementation Plan is to address the following. NOAA Fisheries is responsible for managing the nation's ocean resources and habitats. We use the best available science to make fisheries sustainable and productive, provide safe seafood, conserve protected resources, and maintain healthy ecosystems. It is our goal to make these services available to everyone such that no community is underserved. This document outlines NOAA Fisheries strategy for incorporating equity and environmental justice into everything we do and in ways that are consistent with applicable laws and availability of appropriations. With respect to this plan, NIMS posed the question, does the council want to be involved in developing the EEJ Regional Implementation Plan? And if so, how? NIMS offered that representatives of the EEJC and council staff might have some joint virtual meetings with the NIMS group responsible for developing its regional implementation plan. Their participation would not substitute for any council opportunities, though, to review draft documents. The EEJ member role would be to provide information and perspectives about the council process and reflect on proposals, but not to provide formal advice or recommendations. Participation would not require formal appointment. Thus, the EEJ recommends that the council be involved in the process of developing the regional implementation plans and authorize EEJC members to meet with the NIMS West Coast EEJ team. The EEJC also recommends that the council evaluate its own operations and decision-making with respect to EEJ issues. This could start with an EEJ gap analysis that reviews council processes and products, noting where there might be improvements that would address EEJ considerations. The gap analysis would be followed by a prioritization of next step for the council as necessary. The gap analysis could end up being the first step in the development of a council EEJ plan if the council wishes to develop one after considering the results of the gap analysis. Outside expertise, including NIMS expertise if available, could be used as part of the review of the gap analysis or to assist in any follow-up steps. Academic partnerships could also be useful in this regard. A full gap analysis may require an extensive effort, but it must be subject to the limitations of existing priorities, budgets, and workload. If necessary due to these limitations, the gap analysis may need to be focused on a particular area. For example, evaluation of some recent policy analysis or perhaps council operations. The EEJC recommends that the council charge it with developing a proposal for a gap analysis that considers current limitations, but is scalable if additional resources are acquired. While the regional EEJ implementation plan is being developed and a gap analysis considered, the EEJC recommends the council provide guidance for the EEJC and council staff to undertake the following tasks. Definitions. A common set of EEJ-related definitions could be valuable in the council process. The NOAA Fisheries Equity and Environmental Justice Strategy includes definitions. At the same time, NIMS acknowledges that definitions are not static and that its organizational knowledge will continue to develop. The council could solicit comments to determine if there are ways that these definitions might be better honed. This information might also inform future NIMS revisions with the goal of a shared set of working definitions that can aid the council and NIMS in furthering EEJ efforts and improving dialogue on the West Coast. Council operating procedures. Review of the council operating procedures for consistency with the EEJ-related definitions and to identify portions of the COPs that might benefit from revision to better take into account EEJ considerations. Actual development of proposed COP revisions would come as a second step and prioritized based on the results of the initial review. Finally, an EEJ webpage. The council should add an EEJ-focused webpage to its website to provide information about EEJ and keep the public informed about council-related deliberations. This webpage could include the definitions or link to NIMS's definitions.
Thank you, Corey. Questions for Corey on the EEJC report? Okay, not see any. Next, we'll go to the tribal report and Joe. Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One moment while I pull it up. Thank you. So part of the tribal perspectives regarding this item, tribes want to make sure that the actions of the council and its advisory bodies that have far-reaching impacts on many groups whose representation on the council and/or its advisory bodies may not adequately reflect their multifaceted and nuanced perspectives and values. We understand and recognize, as does the council, that there are barriers to equitable participation of underrepresented groups in the council process. So for instance, because the council takes up issues that affect small groups and council meetings are not always within traveling distance, this process places the burden of communication and issue tracking on them. This has not worked well and leads to little interaction with the federal management process. So for example, the Santa Monica small boat fishery, it's a dory fleet that sells directly to the public from the beachfront. Folks like those that participate in the Southern California nearshore gillnet fishery, as well as tribes with only Aboriginal fishing rights. So we want the council to be mindful, that there are the 26 tribes with federally recognized fishing rights in the council area that are represented by one tribal seat. And this seat is not established with the standing of that of the state and federal co-managers in terms of administrative structure or funding support. Moreover, this tribal seat is expected to provide representation for many tribes with administrative reserved rights and practices that are affected by council action. From an EEJ perspective, the existing process is not fully addressing the needs of those 26 tribes. We think that there's also opportunity to expand the council and advisory bodies, capacity to incorporate traditional and local ecological knowledge. We also recognize that for certain instances, the council analyses and reports can do a poor job in certain cases of delineating differences among fishers or fisheries and lose contextual backdrop for topics that involve multiple groups. This can lead to policy decisions that are based on science, but potentially impact the involved groups or activities differently. There are other avenues for this to occur, but more commonly, it originates from grouping fisheries and geographic areas in analyses and failing to explicitly detail differences between groups or name any assumption made when grouping. This is of EEJ concern because tribal and non-tribal fisheries activities perform differently, but are often lumped by geography or course level fishery distinctions, resulting in policy based on science that's not fully aware of equity or environmental justice implications. For example, on that point, so for net drop-off mortality, for instance, in tribal in-river salmon fisheries, those may be frequently lower because they practice shorter soak times than non-tribal commercial fisheries during the same time step. However, they may be combined in a model and regulated as one, causing an inequitable sharing of fishery-related costs to the detriment of tribal fishers. We also are aware of instances where within the council process, there may be concerns about maternity or paternity leave that may cause some issues between those who are seeking maternity or paternity leave with the council process or staff. And that too does not promote equity among members in cases such as that. And then finally, we encourage the council to consider investing resources in independent review from experts in justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion to provide recommendations for improving organizational structure and equitable policies, programs, and practices. So with that, that concludes comments that I wanted to provide on behalf of the treaty tribes.
Thank you, Joe. Questions for Joe on the tribal report? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Joe. All right, next we'll go to SSC and Dr. Dan Holland. Dan?
Thank you, Chair Penninger. Dan Holland, Chair of the SSC. I'm reading Agenda Item H5B, Supplemental SSC Report 1, September 23, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on National Marine Fisheries Service, Geographic Strategic Plan, and Regional Equity and Environmental Justice Implementation Plan. The SSC discussed the National Marine Fisheries Service National Equity and Environmental Justice Strategy. The incorporation of traditional ecological knowledge into the decision-making process needs to be better defined, including directed outreach to tribal communities to build working relationships. This should be accompanied by training for those involved in the outreach decision-making, preferably led by tribal members. It is unclear whether incorporation should follow a national strategy or if a regional strategy tailored to the local tribal communities would be a better approach. Recruitment of individuals into the council process from underserved communities, such as tribes, should begin as early as possible and not be limited to university or college students. The EEJ strategy proposes measuring progress on several research and monitoring actions in terms of the number of studies or projects conducted. Although number of projects is the beginning of a metric to define success, evaluating effectiveness of these actions will ultimately require additional measures. Implementing the EEJ strategy will require high-quality social and economic analysis to better understand the demographics of existing council participants and regional stakeholders and evaluate the distributional impacts of policy and understand climate impacts on communities and monitor environmental justice concerns. Prioritization of social science and other research that helps to address equity issues can be accomplished through the research and data needs process. Much of the labor related to EJ is currently being taken on by individuals from historically underrepresented groups already engaged in the council process. In many cases, these same individuals lead and report EJ discussions in advisory bodies and serve on the EJ committee. The SSC reiterates the need to consult outside experts in EJ to develop and implement a holistic EJ strategy that includes meaningful participation of the whole community the council serves. That concludes the SSC report. I'd be happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Dr. Holland on the SSC report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Holland. Did the SSC talk about what data and research is needed to identify underserved communities?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings, through the chair. We did not really have an in-depth discussion about specific research needs at this time. We were focused, I think, mainly on that. Most of the discussion we had was focused on traditional ecological knowledge and more about the process needed to not acquire that knowledge, I guess, but to develop that knowledge, but not so much on other specific data needs.
Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Holland. Just as a follow-up to that, talking about traditional knowledge and traditional ecological knowledge, did you have any discussions about, you said you talked a little bit about that developing. Can you share with us a little bit more about that discussion, and also if there's a discussion about how some of that could start being incorporated or be incorporated better than we're doing now, and what the need is there? Thanks.
Well, I guess it wasn't an extensive discussion, but I think the focus there was that we don't want to go out to these communities and just say, give us your knowledge, give us your data, or give us your knowledge. There needs to be a process, and trust building, I guess, is a big part of that. So a more extended engagement, and understanding of how that information might get used. And it was brought up also that that a lot of the people, people that are working in this area, for example, at the science centers, don't necessarily have the expertise for that engagement or the capacity often, but there's a need for more training. For example, I've taken a little bit of training, but the training wasn't really well suited for this. It was really focused on consultations and not on something like this. So there's a need for more training, and the feeling was that would be better if that training was organized and given by people from the tribal communities. So that was kind of the major focus there. There was also some focus on kind of outreach, being in terms of getting people involved in the council process, not only in terms of Indigenous traditional knowledge, but that there was some mention of focusing on in the NIF strategy of focusing at the university level, and there's some discussion about needing to reach out to younger ages as well.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Further questions on the SSC report? Okay, not seeing any hands. Thank you, Dan. Next up will be the GMT report. James Phillips. Welcome, James.
Good morning, Council. For the record, my name is James Phillips from the Groundfish Management Team, and I'm here today to read to you GMT's report on Service Geographic Strategic Plan and National Equity and Environmental Justice implementation. Groundfish Management Team notes that the Geographic Strategic Plan Goal 3, key strategies 1 through 9, could serve as an opportunity for the National Marine Fisheries Service Agency to prioritize the development of increased internal capacity. Some of the consistent issues facing agency staff relative to the Pacific Fishery Management Council process are having the resources necessary to process incoming data, execute surveys, conduct stock assessments, and promulgate regulations in the limited timeframes available to those processes. This seems a particular timely focus with the potential for increased agency burden related to offshore wind and aquaculture development. For example, new surveys may be developed in light of changes to ongoing surveys due to offshore development. In addition, effective implementation of NIMS equity and environmental justice strategies requires input from social scientists and other experts, but capacity in this area is currently low. Efforts in the effectively implementing EEJ at the council level would also benefit from increased staffing, as outlined in the council meeting and process efficiency documents from September 2022. The GMT further notes that efforts under Goal 1, Key Strategy 3, mitigate and adapt to climate-driven changes in fisheries habitat, including the leveraging of Inflation Reduction Act and bipartisan infrastructure law funds to enhance resiliency of underserved communities, amongst other priorities. The Council's final 2018 research and data needs document identifies research and data needs that, if funded, would improve fisheries management. A non-exhaustive list of additional potential ideas proposed by the GMT in no particular order can be found below. Provide funding to significantly expand existing surveys, which provide information on nearshore rocky reef habitats, such as hook and line surveys, ROV and acoustic visual surveys. Fund research into novel gear types within communities facing restricted access to stable, valuable species. Fund research into gear modifications and other strategies to facilitate bycatch avoidance. Fund additional collection of biological structures such as otoliths and fin rays in recreational and commercial fisheries sampling programs, which would provide beneficial information to inform future stock assessments as identified in the Council's research and data needs document. Additional biological structures, especially from the recreational sector, would significantly improve stock assessments. Fund additional capacity to age biological structures on the United States West Coast through expanded staff, resources, and existing aging labs, or through the development of new aging methodologies. Develop infrastructure that may improve community access to fishing resources, such as creating new publicly accessible fishing piers, revitalizing existing fishing piers, existing marine structures that are derelict, such as former bridges, piers, and pylons, which could be converted to fishing piers to allow additional public access to fisheries resources. Improve or create new infrastructure, which increase logistical capabilities of fishing communities, such as ice machines, launch ramps, fuel docks, public hoists, and wastewater pump out stations, which increase fishing community capacity. Fund development of local markets for abundant species such as sablefish. Improve aging port infrastructure. Fund economic and social science research to identify and understand underserved communities and their goals. Given the low or declining groundfish market infrastructure across West Coast ports, the council could benefit from better understanding the driving factors and how fisheries managed by the council are impacted from market infrastructure constraints. And with that, I will take any comments.
Thank you, James. Questions for James on the GMT report? Not seeing any. Thank you. And next is the GAP report and Louis Zim. Welcome, Louis.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger, members of the council. My name is Louis Zim, and I'll be reading the supplemental GAP report on Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, on National Marine Fisheries Service Geographic Strategic Plan and Regional Equity and Environmental Justice Implementation Plan. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel would like to thank Mr. Jeff Bash and Ms. Maggie Sommer for their reports and ideas on these agenda items. The GAP had a robust discussion about the strategic plan and suggests the following be included. 1, nearshore surveys. Fund the expanded Northwest Fisheries Science Center hook and line survey and expand trawl surveys to cover shallower depths where current surveys are not accessing to more fully account for juvenile and adult abundance of stocks that are not being counted. The existing hook and line survey in the south should be expanded into Northern California and would target nearshore rockfish. The trawl surveys would target petrale and skates. 2, sablefish. Robust sablefish recruitment events began and continued for the West Coast in approximately 2014. The younger fish appeared to avoid the larger adults, perhaps due to cannibalistic predatory behavior. These young fish appeared to stay nearer to shore than larger adults at times, and other times mixed with schools of whiting. This resulted in industry exceeding set-asides in the at-sea fishery and hoarding of sablefish quota in the shoreside individual fishing quota fishery. Recently, though, things have changed. Successful sablefish recruitment materialized into a large amount of young adults that are now mixing with older adults and are now being captured in the survey. This resulted in an instantaneous expansion of roughly 300%. At first glance, this seems like a windfall and may well be in some respects, but when these expansions of biomass are not recognized, it can and does create major difficulties for bycatch and markets. When actual biomass exceeds survey projected stock assessment biomass estimates, the fishermen will encounter more bycatch than what would normally be predicted. This can lead to expensive avoidance maneuvers and shutdown of fisheries. Therefore, markets need time and promotional work and investment to sell the increase in volume. The GAP suggests finding creative ways to survey juvenile sablefish, whether recording the amounts in nature when they are taken as bycatch or utilizing emerging technologies to survey juvenile fish. 3, offshore wind and aquaculture. The GAP appreciates the National Marine Fisheries Service creation of an internal offshore wind team that focuses on offshore wind impacts to West Coast region resources. The chair of that team is also part of the Pacific Fishery Management Council's Marine Planning Committee, and we count on that NIP's knowledge and expertise when informing that committee. However, it is clear through historical activities and recent offshore wind area identification and leasing developments that NIMS is relegated to more of a support role to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. offshore wind process. But NIMS, as part of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, is the clear leader with respect to managing ocean resources that could be affected by offshore wind. The GAP suggests NIMS takes a greater role in working with BOEM for any renewable energy development in the ocean space. Additionally, potential offshore aquaculture should be included in any marine spatial planning projects for which NIMS is consulted. Again, NIMS understands the ocean space more thoroughly than any other agency, as well as the communities that depend on ocean resources. Regarding regional equity and environmental justice implementation, the GAP understands this is a developing process and appreciates the efforts and work completed to this point. Additionally, the GAP suggests, 1, consideration of communities prior to implementation of the Trawl IFQ program. As a result of the Trawl IFQ program, some coastal communities, including a tribal fishery in Nia Bay, lost more than 90% of their trawl effort. At that time, no one realized the extent of the potential trawl fleet losses to those communities and result in changes in operating costs for those vessels to switch to other fisheries. The historical consideration of these changes could inform the plan and potential future management action. 2, effect of regulations on seafood supply chain markets. As a result of increasing restrictive fishing regulations, more fisheries are becoming marginalized, and the seafood industry is losing long-standing supply chains that, for example, depend on consistent volume to produce markets with seafood. As the regional plan is developed, it will behoove NIMS to work with processors and other sister agencies, for example, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, to facilitate meetings or programs to consider underutilized fishery resources and how to access them sustainably. This would help meet the basic needs of underserved communities on several levels. For example, providing jobs, new access points to fisheries, and provide more sustainable U.S. source protein resources to programs like the school lunch program. 3, recognize the importance of commercial passenger fishing vessel and private sport fishing in underserved communities. The GAP notes the importance of CPFV and private sport entities to the public as a source of healthy protein to fulfill the basic need of feeding a family. In some cases, it is more efficient and less costly to directly access federal fisheries versus purchasing the same or comparable seafood in seafood markets or grocery stores. There are clear disparities of availability to some stocks in the fishery and the availability of those stocks in the market. Identifying ways to get those protein to underserved communities would be mutually beneficial. 4, fishery regulations. Recognize and consider the effect of accessing and understanding fishery regulations by people in underserved communities who are interested in providing protein to their families. That is, recreational fishing may be considered a subsistence fishery for some. Multiple layers of fishery regulations may hinder the efforts of community members to go fishing, or they may not have the resources to understand these regulations. That completes my statements, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Louis. Questions for Louis on the GAP report? Okay, not seeing any, Louis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Pettinger. Thank you, Council.
Okay, that finishes our reports and takes us to public comment. And I don't think there's anybody. Yep, no one has signed up. So that will take us to council discussion. So with that, I'll open the floor up. Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Somebody's got to break the ice. My comments will be on the West Coast Geographic Plan. I've been thinking hard about this as we went through it. These comments might be similar to what I made several years ago when the current plan was being developed. And hopefully I formulate this into some constructive direction, something that's useful, but it is expressing maybe a frustration on my part. When I look at this, and it's, been in the other plan, that on the top priorities, and I'm assuming they're not in any particular order here, but the first one listed is support a robust and resilient seafood sector in associated communities and increase seafood production. I don't want to just champion commercial fisheries. Tribal fisheries and recreational fisheries are extremely important. Protection of resources, they're all equal. But when I read this, when you talk about seafood production and the seafood sector, I think commercial. So then I look through the strategies and see where are the dollars in the human resources being applied that would help to achieve that goal or priority. And I just can't find it. Further down, under goal 1, adaptively manage fisheries for sustainable and economic competitiveness, that would help get at that. But there are things listed here: manage stocks for equilibrium yield, advanced climate science, mitigate and adapt to climate-driven changes, diversified data collection, all very important. But how does that support what's really needed in these communities? As I was thinking about it, I thought if we had evaluation criteria under ESA, there's viability criteria, and we figure out if something is endangered, threatened, or viable. In our fishing, we have metrics for determining overfished, approaching overfished. If we had a similar evaluation strategy for these communities, fishing communities we have on the coast, I think we'd be shocked. Some are extinct, some are certainly endangered. And the more I thought about it, a lot of the dollars, this is the first time I've seen the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act. There are a lot of funds available now. I don't know where they're all going. I should be careful, but I know a lot of them are going to habitat, hatcheries, and restoration of endangered species. When stocks are healthy, and the two that came to mind, Dover sole, sablefish, they get no dollars, they get no effort. It's up to the industry and their efforts. And so, one thing I heard in the hallways this week, some of the boats are on 12-day rotations to go out and fish and deliver fish. I'm not sure fishing every 12 days really supports the efforts at the individual level or the community. So what we need maybe is a process that evaluates something at the community level, what the geographic footprint of the community is. It's hard to define right now, but would help to figure out what do we need to do in the communities to help continue to sustain or to rebuild those areas. This is a poor example, but we've heard a lot about the lack of ice machines in various parts of the coast, Northern California, I think. Now, I know NOAA isn't going to go and take some of this money and buy an ice machine, but if you think of the value that would bring in reducing fuel costs and allowing different strategies, so how do we look at the communities to make sure we can build good, strong communities and help to boost the seafood production? And that's just what I see missing in the plan. Is it gets at a lot of other things that need attention, but it doesn't help to support or sustain the seafood sector. So again, I'm trying to think, so what would it need? maybe at this step, it's just thinking about how do we evaluate communities and look at supporting the communities. And the GAP even mentioned a couple things, the hook and line survey indirectly, from what we've heard, that might really be a big assist to the communities. I know I can't remember under which report they talked about that, but if you think about that one piece, how that could build up to increase the amount of fishing. They also talked about partnering with U.S. Department of Agriculture. That was mentioned under the EEJ section of the report, but you back it up. We've talked about this before, partner with Department of Agriculture to figure out how you move this seafood into other markets and really promote the domestic seafood product and get it into the school systems or wherever. So, it's a frustration. I think there's a way to get at it, though, to make sure the strategies and the items that are implemented really focus on that top priority, which is domestic seafood production and markets, while we still look at endangered species and all of these other things. So thank you for your time. Apologize for the length of that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Azamar. Anyone else? Oh, Joe Oman. Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And hopefully I'll be able to kind of piece this together in a way that the council can understand and appreciate. So coming from the tribal seat, when I think about equity and environmental justice, the single core piece of this is fish. Having enough fish to meet all of the needs of the tribes across the West Coast. Because if you don't have fish, you really can't have equity in allocation or a share, for instance, or opportunity to go to a river or go to someplace in the ocean to catch fish to meet your needs. And when I think about environmental justice piece of this, from the tribal perspective, it's like, justice for what? And for many cases, for tribes, we've ceded vast territory, across the Pacific Northwest in return to be able to have a fishing-based economy that we used to have. We used to have highly productive ecosystems and highly abundant, salmon steelhead runs, for instance. And so with all the development that has occurred over time, we've have fisheries today that are a fraction of what they used to be at the time we signed these treaties. And that's a big thing for the tribes is, this is a contract with the U.S. government, and so we give you this, we get this type of a deal. And what we've ended up with, is far different from what our treaty signers envisioned, in the mid 1800s, for example. And so one of the things that we commented on, I think October of last year, in the letter that the council sent to NOAA, was trying to ensure that there are meaningful indicators of impact. And so the example that we provided in that letter was that this means, as tribes are considered fishing dependent communities, that one of the measurable metrics that we suggested could be determining, whether important fish stocks are supporting tribal fisheries and levels of harvest that meet the cultural and social-economic needs of the respective tribes. And so again, the council encouraged NOAA to consider that perspective. And so when I look at the documents today, that we've been presented, so trying to sort of connect the dots here on the equity and environmental justice strategy to the West Coast Geographic Plan. And this, I think, kind of builds off a little bit of Pete's comment just a moment ago. So in the executive summary in the EEJ strategy document, it says that NOAA Fisheries is responsible for managing the nation's ocean resources and habitats, that they use the best science available to make fisheries sustainable and productive, provide safe seafood, conserve protected resources, and maintain healthy ecosystems. And that is their goal, to make these services available to everyone, such that no community is underserved. And so from the tribal's perspective, that's pretty important. We think we've been underserved because we don't have sustainable fisheries or fisheries that are productive. While we may have safe seafood, we don't have seafood, our food, in the quantities that we would need to provide for our diet, our culture, our subsistence needs, and our economy. And while we've been highly regulating tribal fisheries to conserve protected resources, many of the stocks that are listed haven't been delisted and are far from recovery or at levels that are necessary to support tribal fisheries. And in some cases, we don't have, healthy ecosystems. Again, speaking from the context of the Columbia Basin, we got a lot of habitat degradation. We have hydropower system. We have, the mining and timber use and all these other activities that have been really detrimental to our resources and are why they're in abundance that we've seen in recent decades. So recognizing that, and thinking about one of your for NOAA top geographic priorities is support federal tribal treaty and trust obligations and engage with tribes on co-management decisions, including those related to agency actions, hatchery production, habitat conservation and restoration, hydropower, and fisheries harvest. So we are encouraged that is one of the top priorities being considered here, and we hope that NOAA as well as the council can rise to that occasion. So going a little bit further, so in the strategic goal one, where it's the adaptively managed fisheries for sustainability and economic competitiveness, the 1.3, mitigate and adapt climate-driven changes in fisheries habitat. One of the things provided there is to support Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and Montana in their development of the integration and strategies group of regional sovereigns and stakeholders to implement the Columbia Basin Partnership Phase 2 report. And so speaking from the perspective of the Nez Perce tribe, we're engaged in that process. We do support the Columbia Basin Partnership Phase 2 report quantitative goals for Columbia and Snake River salmon and steelhead stocks, for instance. And while we think much needs to be done to try and not just delist and recover, but hit those, say, high-end goals, for example, even those high-end goals are in some cases, a fifth of or more of what we had historically. And so even that is a compromise within a compromise. And so we very much desire to see equity and environmental justice in the currency that's most important to the tribes, and that's fish. Without fish, we really don't have anything else to really consider. And that's sort of the predicament that we've been operating in for some time. And hopefully, this could be a step, in a direction of meeting, the needs of tribes. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Anyone else? Mark Grelnick.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger, and thank you, Joe, for those comments. I think you made some excellent points, particularly with regard to without fish, what do we have to provide to underserved communities, let alone anyone else? I want to say I appreciated both presentations. I guess all three presentations, Ryan's, Maggie's, and Corey's, on the subject of the council's involvement with in equity and environmental justice. There were a number of points raised and asks made by the committee to the extent that the council wants to be involved. I think those are all things we should aspire to be involved in. If we need to participate in this process. On day last, we'll talk about fiscal matters and whether we have the funding to do that. But I think there is some funding coming our way that would support that. I want to express my thanks to the statements from the Groundfish management team and the GAP. They raised a number of points about the lack of resources available for us to do a good job to manage our fish. Again, harkening back to comments of Mr. Oatman. In particular, there was reference in both reports to expanding the hook and line survey. As we are all aware, opportunities and access are being lost up and down the coast based on stock assessments that are not based on, to any significant extent, on fishery independent data. During the course of this agenda item, I received an email from the West Coast region about improvements in recreational data. And it reads great, except you know what it doesn't say anything about? Increasing fishery independent data. And that is something that has impacted all communities. And, maybe it started out with its impacts on recreational fisheries and non-trawl, but it's also impacting the trawl fishery now because of the lack of data, or the presumed lack of data on female canaries who may distribute themselves preferentially over habitat that can't be trawled. That's a theory, but of course, without the hook and line data, how do we know? I think the points that, in particular, the GAP made, that access to underserved communities is largely through the recreational fishery. They're also in the commercial fishery, but if you go down to any launch ramp on the Delta in California, Pillar Point Harbor, what you will see is multi-generational families boarding small boats with old outboard motors, going out to collect protein for the household. And of course, that's generally groundfish. And of course, their opportunities are now going to be reduced because of stock assessments and the need to constrain impacts on certain stocks, and for which there's great skepticism as to whether those stock assessments were accurate. I also want to touch briefly on coming back to the point I made earlier during Mr. Wolf's presentation about salmon. Most of us are probably not aware that Congress passed a statute called the Central Valley Project Improvement Act that set a goal for increasing the abundance of naturally spawned salmon in the Central Valley, setting forth co-equal goals of fisheries and agriculture. Did you know that the goal for winter Chinook was 110,000 fish? And we're lucky in the coming years to see even 1,000. In the meantime, we've seen a quadrupling of acreage of almonds. So the winter Chinook is an endangered species, is critically endangered. NIMS has the ability, using biological opinions, to improve the lot. I realize there must be some intra-agency discussions about to what extent NIMS can exercise its ability over sister agencies, but there shouldn't be any doubt but that the recovery of that endangered stock is in the hands of NIMS, and it should be a West Coast priority.
Thank you, Mark. Executive Director Burton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'll echo Mark's comments a minute ago. I appreciate all of the presentations, and the discussion around the table is really enlightening. Also, I've a few thoughts going through my mind. So as your director, I think a lot about our capacity and our budget, and we stressed a lot of that here this week. As we all know, we're in a significant budget deficit when it comes to staffing. We have agenda items that are on our docket that I haven't assigned to any staff because there's no one to do it. And so I hope that changes. I think it will change. But as I think about this item, it is connected to many, many things, and rightly so. It has the potential to be a massive undertaking if we don't think about it very carefully. There is an exercise we'll have to go through. I guess we don't have to, but I suspect we will go through that I think will help us focus. And so IRA funding, there are a few objectives tied to the Inflation Reduction Act funding opportunity that is being made available to us. One of those focuses on vulnerable communities. And as I've heard discussion here from several of you, I think you're connecting the vulnerable communities topic to EEJ, and I think that makes a lot of sense. And so I guess what I am hoping for, and this might be the appropriate time for some reaction on this thought, but what I'm hoping for is that one, we can really try to figure out where we want to go here with the EEJ topic, and use the IRA process that we'll go through to help us focus on that, and also to secure some resources that would help us. We don't have the resources now to do much, which is unfortunate, but that's just where we are. We could drop some things from our agenda to make space, but I don't think that's where we are. So I don't know if there's a reaction there or a question to you all about whether you think that's a good plan or you have any initial thoughts there. But I guess what I would propose is that we think about the IRA funding proposal as a way to focus our attention and our intention behind the EEJ topic, and use that as a vehicle to secure resources, assuming we want to continue pursuing anything along the lines of an EEJ initiative. So those are some thoughts I have for you all. There's a question in there somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Merrick. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Merrick. This is, I guess, a question and a comment for you. To respond to that, yes, it seems appropriate to explore at the appropriate time how the IRA funding or the BIL funding to help with a lot of the themes we've talked about here today, which have been pretty wide ranging. Also, I would just note, I'm pretty sure I had heard Ms. Summers say earlier that NIMS is already devoting some time and energy and resources, at least to the EEJ RIP portion of this. So as we think about this moving forward, there may be some that are already there. Just putting that out for discussion and comment.
Okay. Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think as we think about this topic, there's a lot of concern about how large this could get, how intertwined this could get. What does this mean? And I know we had folks that started the meeting with us. It was an extended meeting. I don't know that any of us expected to work on this as long as we did in our committee meeting and grapple with it. And as most of us know, there's a lot of things that go into making sausage. So if you started the process with us, you may have gotten the impression of the scope and scale being maybe larger than the committee winnowed down to. I am very appreciative of what the committee moved forward with, which was really looking at how do we define terms? We've heard a little bit of that around the floor this morning in terms of who and what and how are we talking. And I think that first step would be really beneficial and is fairly low cost in terms of putting things out for ourselves and working through our own process. The second piece really is that gap analysis. And again, we did not ask to go digging in an extensive manner. It was much more limited in scope. And I think it is important for us to figure out what it is we want to take on so that we're not taking on more than we can financially afford to, right? It's certainly possible to start small. And if we see results for our recreational fishermen and for other community members, and I'm highlighting them, I was particularly struck by the GAP report in terms of the need for recreational and the charter community as subsistence. I think that needs more recognition than it often receives. But I think our committee outlined and laid out a path for us that can achieve some of these goals and help us remain in alignment with the regional implementation plan in a way that is scalable for a variety of levels.
Thank you, Krista. We're going to take this opportunity to have a break. We've had it for an hour and 40 minutes here, and let's just do 10 minutes. And we'll come back and finish this up because I'm sure would probably like to go, including myself. So we'll see everybody back here at 9:50. Lynn?
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. An email is circulating to you all. If there's a possibility of having a little bit of an extended break this morning, it would help us get ready for G6, the next agenda item, and finalizing some motions. We know we're on a kind of a compressed timeline with some big items, but having a little extra time, I think, will help us be more efficient under G6. Thank you for the consideration.
Would you like to do that now? And what you're saying is you're not ready for G6, our next item. Let's do that now. Yeah, so how long? 20 minutes? 20 minutes. Well, actually,
Right.
okay, we're going to do 20 minutes. So we'll help everybody organize their thoughts for this item and for folks to get their stuff finished up for G6. So, Bill,
Well, Mr. Chair, I would go for a short break now. Let's finish this agenda item up and then let's take a longer break if needed so that folks can get ready for G6 rather than making the long break in the middle of this agenda item.
I'm pretty easy in this, so that sounds better to you, everyone. I see head nods. Okay, that's what we'll do. Okay, we're going to start in about a minute, so slowly make your way back to your seats. All right, as everybody's working their way back to their seats, I'd just like to put a thanks to Heather Mann for providing donuts and the sugar intake that's going to keep us going today, and Kevin Dunn for the delivery. So, all right. In the middle of H5, middle of council discussion. And with that, I'll reopen the floor to for everyone. So looking for a hand, looking for a motion. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just have a few short comments, and then I have a motion if needed. I just wanted to quickly thank Mr. Bash and Ms. Summer and Mr. Wolf here today for their presentations. They were really helpful and informative and shaped the discussion of the EEJ committee and at least my understanding of how these issues are coming together. I also wanted to thank the GMT for their statement. I didn't get my hand up fast enough, but I appreciated and wanted to echo the point about infrastructure that's needed to improve community access to fishery resources. So I thought that was really salient. And I think that's echoing what others have already said around the table, but I really liked that. So with that, I'll stop talking. And when a motion is appropriate, I can put that out.
Well, we're 55 minutes over on this agenda item, so I think it's appropriate. Not seeing any hands.
Thanks, Sandra. I move that the council adopt the recommendations found in supplemental EEJC Report 1, Agenda Item H5B, and forward all advisory body reports under this agenda item H5B to NIMS for consideration in their development of the Geographic Strategic Plan.
Thank you, Corey. Is the language of the screen accurate?
It is.
For a second. Seconded by Krista Stinson. Thank you, Krista. Please speak to your motion as appropriate.
I hope that this motion can respond to EEJ as a national priority for NIMS and a plan for the West Coast to move forward with this. As we heard today, barriers exist in access to agency benefits. We need to learn more about that and create a plan to address them. This motion supports the comments of Mr. Oatman and the tribes. We need to better serve our tribal communities and our smaller communities across the coast that struggle to engage with the council process, as well as explore traditional knowledge and traditional ecological knowledge needs that fully recognize treaty rights and Indigenous participation. It responds to the NIMS need and request for assistance with the EEJ regional implementation plans. I think it's prudent, and we probably wouldn't want NIMS to move forward without us on this. So this motion provides the structure for that input of the EEJC and the full council. Hopefully this provides a starting point for the council to implement some low-hanging fruit around a shared vocabulary and scope a project to get started on this work around IDing EEJ needs. And finally, just a note on the funding, we can optimistically hope for some IRA and BIL funding that might be headed our way with this. We also know there's ongoing work that's happening in NIMS. And what's put forward in this motion is a relatively small lift, but of course is contingent on council funding and availability. So.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? Oh, Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thanks. Just maybe a question that motion maker could clarify. In the second bullet, you note forwarding the advisory body reports to NIMS for consideration of development of the GSP. Since the regional EEJ plan is it's incorporated in the geographic strategic plan. So I'm assuming since some of those advisory body reports do speak specifically to the EEJ strategy, that we would also take those into account once that is developed too, as we implement the geographic strategic plan. Is that your intent?
That is my intent. Sorry, that wasn't clear. Thanks, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay. Anybody else? Not seeing any hands. I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay, motion passed unanimously. Thank you, Corey. All right. Jim?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you had a very strong discussion leading to a motion that provides guidance for council staff to move things forward on this area.
Okay. And Ryan, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to make a comment before you closed out this agenda item. I just wanted to appreciate all of the comments we received today. I think there was some really good input that we received, not just from the advisory body reports, but from around this table. I've been taking copious notes, as have my colleagues here. There was also some comments about resources, some questions there, and some of the discussion made me think about some of our other policies and issues we are working on that are connected. They're in the strategic plan nationally, such as the National Seafood Strategy. We do put a lot of these priorities that you're seeing and we're discussing today into the strategic priorities for certain funding opportunities that NIMS does internally annually. I think you'll hear more about this. Merrick mentioned it as it's related to the IRA funds and the specifics, what is considered priorities there. So you will see this permeate through a number of things that NIMS is implementing and working on both at a national, regional level. And I just wanted to acknowledge that and let you know that we'll be taking all of your comments that made in context of this discussion today. And I think they're very relevant to permeate through some of those other opportunities and actions. So just wanted to note that and thank everyone for the discussion.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. All right. Well, we're going to close out H5 and move into G6. So we'll change your seats here, right? And I think we're going to go straight into it. We won't have a break. We'll take that break as needed later on in this item. Okay. Welcome, Todd and Marlene.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. I believe we're still switching some seats here, so I can begin my overview, or if you'd like.
Okay. See Caroline's taking the seat for CDF and W. So I think, yes, yeah, please.
Okay, good morning, Council. Yes, we have agenda item G6 in front of you. This is the initial harvest specifications and measure actions for 25 and 26 management. I'll just briefly summarize the situation summary in the essence of time. However, I'm able to answer any questions that you may have. So there are three primary tasks under this particular agenda item. The first one is the council is tasked with adopting final preferred overfishing limits, P-stars, as well as stock categories for those species, for all species, but especially for those species where you do not wish to depart from default harvest control rules. While the council could adopt all species with default harvest control rules, you can also consider alternative HCRs. For example, this would be similar to any of the newly assessed species. And if there's a desire by the council to depart from default harvest control rules, you should consider adopting a preliminary range of OFLs, ABCs, and P-stars. This will allow for detailed analysis at the October GMT meeting, and we can be able to present you that information in November. Second to that is the preliminary range of new management measures. So the council here has the opportunity to consider those new management measures for inclusion into the 2025-2026 process. New management measures are, of course, those that have not been analyzed and generally require a little bit more analysis than routine measures. The council should carefully consider the list of these new management measures because of the extra workload that it does encounter and the potential that it could negatively impact the implementation of a January 1, 2025 date. So with that, council, I would look at your action, which is to adopt 2025-26 OFL stock categories and P-stars where possible. For groundfish, where alternative HDRs are to be considered, adopt a preliminary range of P-star values, ABCs, and ACLs for a detailed analysis by the groundfish management team, and adopt a preliminary range of potential new management measures. I am happy to answer any of your questions. However, should you have questions on agenda items attachments 1 and 2, we'll have Marlene here, who's a specialist at those tables. Looking to your reference materials, you have 2 attachments, and you have reports from California, Oregon, Department of Fish and Wildlife, the GMT, the SSC, and the GAP. And with that, that concludes my overview. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Todd. Questions for Todd on his overview? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So with that, we'll go straight to the CDFW report. And Caroline?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'll be reading from Agenda Item G.8, Supplemental CDF&W Report 1. CDF&W provides the following potential changes to management measures for commercial and recreational fisheries for the 2025-26 that are based in part on public input received to date. The measures described below should be considered a preliminary range and may be refined, amended, or added to as a result of the public scoping process occurring between now and final action scheduled for June 2024. Additional discussions with other agencies and the public will inform which measures are a priority and will aid with evaluating associated workload. California quillback mortality. Draconian changes to California management measures will be needed to achieve the 2025-2026 harvest specifications for the newly defined California quillback stock, which is expected to be determined as overfished. Recreational and commercial non-trawl fishing activity north of Point Conception for the open access and limited entry sectors targeting nearshore and some shelf stocks like lingcod will need to be curtailed or closed using traditional management tools like closed seasons, closed depths, zero trip and bag limits, and gear restrictions. CDF&W wishes to point out the difficulty in reconciling the total estimated 2022 quillback mortality in California with the total estimated California stock biomass. Per the status of quillback rockfish in U.S. waters off the coast of California in 2021, using catch and length data on page 49, table 12, the total California biomass in 2022 was estimated at 63.18 metric tons. Meanwhile, now that the estimated discard and catch of groundfish species for 2022 report showing total mortality is available, quillback mortality in California from all available state and federal sources was estimated at 10.3 metric tons in the north, plus 7.72 metric tons in the south, equaling 18.11 metric tons. And just a note there that the 10.39 metric ton mortality was generated with GMT coordination to partition the data to address the area between 4010 and 42 only for California. That means 28.66% of the total quillback biomass was removed from the California stock as fishery mortality. For the 2025-26 biennial cycle, bycatch and mortality estimation, monitoring, and management will be exceptionally challenging in order to make effective and meaningful progress toward rebuilding. CDF&W issues state scientific collecting permits for research, scientific, and educational purposes, including some CSPs which authorize take or mortality of quillback rockfish. SCPs issued are valid for 3 years and vary in their reporting requirements and terms and conditions. CDF&W is presently assessing recent quillback take levels across all SCPs issued for 2022 and 2023. Mortality in these research activities will need to be accounted for in future California quillback scorecard, as this is part of the total mortality estimate. CDF&W is considering the potential of modifying and expanding the current experimental fishery permit issued by NIMS to CDF&W, allowing retention of cow cod by participating EFP vessels for biological data collection. EFP collections of quillback rockfish in directed fisheries where no retention is otherwise allowed might be a way to attain valuable data. However, it would be important to establish how these mortalities would accrue in the scorecard, as the current cow cod EFP mortality is included as part of the estimated recreational fishery mortality, which may or may not be appropriate for quillback. So for proposed modifications for California fisheries, one is a regulation clarification to remove incorrect language in federal regulations referencing California state law pertaining to a groundfish closure inside 10 fathoms around the Farallon Islands. No such state law currently exists. And specifically, that is a reference to 50 CFR 660, 330 D14. I won't read it. And the other is a reference in 50 CFR 660.70B. For catch controls for commercial, one would be to adjust commercial trip limits for consistency across fishing periods, either monthly or bi-monthly. And 2 would be to consider gear-specific authorizations or constraints for non-trawl fisheries by depth wind. As one example, groundfish troll gear might minimize bycatch better than other gears in select depths. For recreational, it would be to evaluate or adjust recreational season structures, size limits, gear restrictions and authorizations, bag and sub-bag limit changes, and or prohibitions in management areas depending on new stock assessment results and harvest specifications. As one example, CDF&W is examining the potential savings that may come from eliminating the 10-fish rockfish cabezon greenling aggregate bag limit and replacing it with a rockfish bag limit of 5 fish in the aggregate, except for boccaccio, yellowtail, chili pepper, and widow rockfish, which would be subject to the default California bag limit of not more than 10 per any one species and 20 finfish total. For new management measure proposals, there's a rockfish conservation area modification. The harvest specification and management measure process has traditionally been utilized to make minor waypoint modifications to RC boundary lines used for both recreational and commercial non-trawl fishery area management. Approximately 3 to 4 waypoint modifications between Point Arena and Bodega Bay have been identified by industry stakeholders that would result in better alignment of the 50-fathom RC line with bathymetry data. The current 50-fathom RC line diverges from the corresponding 300-foot bathymetry line by roughly 2 to 3 miles in this area. CDF&W would appreciate any additional suggestions that would better align the RC boundary lines with the depth contours, improve enforceability, or reduce angler confusion. CDF&W requests that any additional proposals to modify waypoints be provided to CDF&W by the advanced briefing book deadline for the November meeting. Lastly, descending device requirement. CDF&W proposes adding regulatory language that requires a descending device capable of returning rockfish to depth taken be aboard any California recreational fishing vessel that is fishing for or possessing groundfish. CDF&W welcomes input from the enforcement consultants on desired regulatory language or terminology. With that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Questions on the CDF&W report? Mark Gromek.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. The second paragraph under quillback rockfish mortality, you indicate that the data suggests almost a 30% of the total biomass was removed. Do you have an idea of what would have been expected, say, in co-occurring species in terms of total removals as a percentage of the total biomass?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Grelnick. No, I don't have a sense of that right off the cuff. If that is or isn't helpful, I'm not sure.
I guess, if I may, I guess I was a little surprised to see that the fisheries being that efficient at removing that particular species. And I'm wondering if you find that number credible or not. I assume not, based upon the opening sentence of that paragraph, but could you flesh out your perspective, the CDFW's perspective on that a little bit?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that you're asking about fleshing out the number. Were you referring to the biomass number, or were the catch? Or both?
The catch as a percentage of biomass.
Thank you, for the question. I think the perspective is that in reviewing the 2022 estimated discard and catch of species, or what we refer to as the GEM report, we did see a pretty significant jump in several of our sectors that was not what we were anticipating. And with some changes to the fishery operation, it was a surprise to see that large increase in connectivity to what the biomass is telling us. One might logically think that as we expect an overfished or low productive stock to be in trouble, we might be encountering less, which is the opposite of what we're seeing. I think that's the perspective we're taking at this time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mark Grelnick. Okay, further questions for Caroline? All right. Thank you, Caroline. Next up, ODFW report, and Lynn Mattis.
Thank you. This is agenda item G.8, supplemental ODFW report 1. In regards to black rockfish, the recently adopted assessment for black rockfish off of Oregon indicates the stock is healthy, estimated to be at 45% of unfished biomass. However, the scale of the biomass is quite a bit lower than what was estimated in previous assessments. The resulting OFL for black rockfish component of the blue-black Deacon rockfish complex in 2025 is projected to be 343 metric tons, which is 169 metric tons or 35% less than recent annual catch limit contributions of black rockfish to that complex. ODFW is requesting that a new projection for black rockfish off Oregon be run with updated estimates of current projected mortality for 23 and 24 of 466 metric tons, rather than full attainment of the ACL at 512. The reduced mortality in 23 and 24 may not provide much additional yield for 25 and beyond ACLs, but any little bit will provide some relief to the Oregon recreational and commercial nearshore fisheries. Black rockfish is the backbone of the Oregon recreational bottomfish or groundfish fishery, accounting for 65 to 80% of landings and number of fish annually. Black rockfish is also a key component of the Oregon state-managed commercial nearshore fishery. Reducing catches by, that says 40%, it should say 35%, is going to require coordination and communication between ODFW, recreational anglers, charter operators, commercial nearshore fishery participants, and associated businesses. We will be reaching out to those interested parties between the September and November council meetings to develop potential management measures to stay within the new lower ACL. Potential measures could include, but are not limited to, reduced bi-monthly chirp limits for the commercial nearshore fishery, sub-bank limits in the recreational fishery, time and or area closures in both fisheries, or other measures. On canary rockfish. Over the last several years, Oregon has been encouraging anglers to participate in the long leader gear or holloway gear fishery, which occurs outside the 40-fathom regulatory line and targets midwater rockfish stocks. This has been done partially to take advantage of the underutilized midwater rockfish species such as widow and yellowtail rockfish, as well as to try to reduce effort and impacts on the more nearshore stocks such as quillback rockfish. However, with the results of the recent canary assessment, that option may not be as viable, especially if the current sector allocation percentages remain in place. Anglers who participate in this fishery have indicated that the schools of rockfish they see on their fish finders and then target are mixed schools, making it difficult to try to avoid canary rockfish as they are mixed in with the yellowtail and widow rockfish. due to mixed stock schools, using a sub-bag limit for canary rockfish is likely not an effective tool to reduce canary rockfish impacts. Anglers would still end up catching canaries and would have to discard them by regulation. We do have surface and at depth discard mortality rates for canary rockfish. However, their survival, even when descended, is not that high compared to other species. Similar to black rockfish, as mentioned above, we will be reaching out to fishery participants between September and November to get input and ideas on how to limit canary rockfish mortality from both the regular bottomfish fishery and the long leader fishery. We've had a couple of proposed new management measures from anglers over the last 2 years and through our public meeting process in early August. The first one is talking about a bag limit for sablefish in the recreational fishery off of Oregon. Sablefish is part of the general marine bag limit in Oregon, currently 10 fish in federal regulation. The state has reduced the bag limit through our processes and is currently 5 fish as of September 2023. Therefore, having a 10 fish limit for sablefish may already be part of the actions analyzed for the Oregon recreational fishery in previous biennial processes. However, to accommodate potential impacts of anglers specifically target up to 10 sablefish, the council may wish to consider increasing the amount of sablefish north set aside for recreational fisheries. The current set aside is 6 metric tons. The 5-year average catch for all recreational fisheries has been 2.4 metric tons, with the high of 4 metric tons in 2022, based on a RecFin poll I did 2 days ago. With the large increase in the sablefish ACL beginning in 2025, even a doubling of the recreational set aside should not impact other sectors, even for this very high attainment species. Natural bait in the long leader gear fishery. The use of natural bait in the long leader gear fishery was prohibited during implementation of the fishery due to higher catches of canary rockfish during research leading up to development of the gear. Given the new assessment of canary and the associated much reduced canary rockfish ACL and likely sector-specific allocations, any measure that could increase the catch rate of canary does not seem prudent at this time. Therefore, ODFW does not recommend this be included in the 25-26 management measures, and it should remain on Appendix 2, Table B of the groundfish workload prioritization should a more favorable canary assessment happen in the future. There's a summary of the recommendations bolded. I can't get out of that habit from being on the GMT. And then based on input we received from public meetings after the September council meeting, our commercial nearshore meetings are this Thursday and Friday. ODFW will be providing additional recommendations in November at the November council meeting for consideration as part of the 25-26 process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Questions on the ODFW report? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Lynn. Next up will be the GMT report. Katie Pearson. Welcome, Katie.
Thank you, Chair Penninger, council members. Good morning. My name is Katie Pearson for the record, and I'll be reading agenda item G6A, supplemental GMT report 1. Default harvest control rules. Default harvest control rules as implemented under Amendment 24 will be applied to the best scientific information available to generate the 2025-26 harvest specifications, including overfishing limits, acceptable biological catches, and annual catch limits. The Groundfish Management Team recommends that the council indicate at this meeting if it would like to depart from the default harvest control rules for any species. This timing is necessary to coordinate with stock assessors and prepare information for the November 2023 council meeting, when the council is scheduled to adopt preliminary preferred alternatives or preliminary preferred ACL alternatives for overwinter analysis by the GMT. This information will also be discussed during the GMT's October 2023 work session. Of the stocks that were assessed in 2023, the GMT recommends the council adopt the default HCRs for copper rockfish off of California, black rockfish off Washington, Oregon, and California, and petrale sole as described below and shown in Table 1. Copper Rockfish, California. For the copper rockfish stock in California waters, the default HCR is P* of 0.45, with the ACL set below the ABC due to the application of the 40-10 rule. And the ABCs for copper rockfish are 134.1 and 135.2 metric tons, and the ACLs are 131.9 and 133.1 metric tons for 2025-26, respectively. The potential harvest limits for copper rockfish in California may be constraining to the fishery, and full attainment is a reasonable expectation. The risk to overfishing this stock is defined as low. However, area-specific management will likely be required to address areas of localized depletion as identified in the stock assessment. Black rockfish, California. For the California black rockfish stock, the default harvest control rule is P* of 0.45, with the ACL set below the ABC due to the application of the 40-10 rule, i.e. both the 2015 and 2025 assessments estimated the stock below the biomass target of 40%. The default ABCs with a P* of 0.45 for black rockfish in California are 233.8 and 246.8 metric tons, with ACLs of 223.6 and 235.7 metric tons in 2025-26, respectively. Black rockfish, Oregon and Washington. For the state-specific black rockfish stocks in Washington and Oregon, the default HCR is P* of 0.45, with the ACL set equal to the ABC. In both Oregon and Washington, the impact to each stock by applying a P* of 0.45 compared to a P* of 0.4 is minimal based on the decision table. And the application of the default HCR of P* 0.45 will provide the greatest management flexibility. In Oregon, the black rockfish ABCs and ACLs under P* of 0.45 are already expected to be constraining to the fishery, and a lower P* could unnecessarily create additional constraints. There may be similar concerns in Washington if targeting of black rockfish returns to levels observed in 2019 and earlier due to constraints on other species, for example, canary rockfish. The black rockfish ABCs for Oregon stock for 2025-26 are 344 and 350 metric tons respectively. The 2025-26 ABCs in Washington are 244.6 and 244.2 metric tons respectively. Petrale sole. For Petrale sole, the GMT does not see a clear rationale to support the alternative HCR at this time. The stock assessment is data rich with relatively consistent estimates of stock status across assessments since 2013. And Petrale sole is a highly productive flatfish stock with high resilience to harvest. Therefore, the GMT recommends the default harvest control rule, ABC P* 0.45 for Petrale sole with ACL set equal to the ABCs of 2,354 metric tons and 2,355 metric tons in 2025-26 respectively. Table 1 are those stocks that I just discussed. Alternative harvest control rules. Under this agenda item, the council is scheduled to adopt the preliminary range of P* values, ABCs, and ACLs for stocks where alternative HCRs will be considered. This action will allow the GMT to initiate preliminary analysis at our October meeting. The GMT recommends alternative HCRs to be considered for the following stocks. Table 2, which I'll get to. The GMT was made aware late in the meeting that the constant catch default harvest control rule for Dover sole in 2025 and beyond is higher than the OFL. Agenda item G6, supplemental revised attachment 1, shows the ACL equals ABC based on a 30% SPR harvest rate, which is not the default harvest control rule. The GMT does not have a recommended range of alternative HCRs for council consideration at this time, as we did not have time to discuss it in depth. The GMT requests for council staff to investigate this. The GMT anticipates discussing alternative HCRs at the October GMT meeting. GMT proposed 2025-26 alternative HCRs for council consideration. Rec Sol, the default harvest control rule is P star of 0.4. The alternative is P star of 0.45. Short spine thorny head, default HCR, P star of 0.4. Alternative 1, P star of 0.45. Canary rockfish, default harvest control rule 0.45. Alternative 1, P star of 0.4. Sablefish, default P star of 0.45. Alternative 1, P star of 0.4. Alternative 2, P star of 0.4 with sub ACLs for north and south. Rexol, the default harvest control rule for Rexol is to apply a P star of 0.4 and set the ACL equal to the ABC. This has been the council's choice since the last time it was assessed in 2013. The 2013 assessment was data moderate and was informed by an index of abundance from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, West Coast Bottom Trawl Survey. The 2023 assessment, while still data moderate, was informed by both fishery and survey data, survey index of abundance, fishery and length, and survey length compositions, and survey conditional age at length data, and estimated growth within the model, providing a more informed understanding of the stock. During the STAR panel, a catch projection was conducted with a P star of 0.45, alternative 1, as a possible management option. Actual removals are likely to remain well below the ABC under the either P star value, making the risk of overfishing low. And a P star of 0.45 would provide the trawl fleet with the greatest flexibility in the event of future expansion. Short spine thorny head. The default harvest control rule for short spine thorny head is to apply a P star of 0.4 with the coastwide ABC split into two area-based ACLs north and south of 3427. The apportionment method for short spine thorny head is a routine management measure that will be reviewed and or updated in the 2025-26 harvest specifications package. A P star of 0.45 catch projection was requested at the STAR panel, alternative 1, as a possible management option. The projected ABCs using P star of 0.45 are comparable to the GMT projected catch projections for 23-24. Hence, short spine thorny head may become a constraining species to the trawl fleet under even the highest P star available to the council. Additionally, due to anticipated increases in sablefish ACLs over the next few years, the trawl fleet that targets Dover sole, thorny heads, and sablefish DTS may expand effort. So full attainment of short spine and thorny head is a reasonable expectation. Given these expected constraints, the GMT proposes the higher P star of 0.45 to analyze whether the council can minimize impacts to the trawl fishery while still preventing overfishing of the stock. Canary rockfish. The default HCR for canary rockfish is to apply P star of 0.45 with the ACL set equal to the ABC. During the canary rockfish STAR panel, the catch projection was conducted with P star of 0.4. Alternate 1 as a possible management option. The 2023 assessment of canary rockfish estimated a more depleted status compared to the 2015 assessment. As a stock with many different allocations and shares to various fisheries on the West Coast, including two P star HCR options, will allow for the council to consider the trade-offs between the risk to the canary rockfish stock and the impacts to other fisheries. Sablefish. The default harvest control rule for sablefish is to apply a P star of 0.45 with the ACL set equal to the ABC. The council could consider a P star of 0.4, alternative 1. Given the limited information available to inform the magnitude of 2020 and 2021 year classes that are largely driving the projected increase in spawning biomass, the council may want to consider a more risk-averse P star. There has also been discussions about setting an HCR that is more precautionary than P star of 0.4 due to the roughly threefold increase in projected sablefish ACLs even under a lower P star. In alternative 2, the council could consider applying a P star of 0.4, splitting the coastwide ABC into ACLs north and south of 36 degrees north latitude, removing the off the top set asides, and then setting sub ACLs by area. This option was brought up in discussion following concerns raised by the tribes about a constant catch scenario. As the tribal set aside for a sablefish is based on a fixed percentage of the sablefish ACL north of 36 degrees north latitude, adopting a sub ACL after off-the-top deductions and set-asides have been accounted for ensures tribal treaty rights to the resource are protected while offering the council flexibility to accommodate concerns surrounding the relative lack of information available for this limited assessment update. The GMT anticipates evaluating specific options for setting sub-ACLs at the October GMT meeting, discussing with the GAP and bringing specific options for the north and south areas to the November council meeting. The GMT notes that options for setting the sub-ACLs could require modifying the typical sablefish allocation structure as outlined in the FMP. Rebuilding plans and analysis. The Science Center is working on a rebuilding analysis for quillback rockfish off of California that will be reviewed by the Groundfish Subcommittee of the Scientific and Statistical Committee during the Groundfish mop-up meeting at the end of September and will be available to the council for discussion at the November meeting. Routine management measures. The GMT reviews all routine management measures every harvest specification cycle. Table 3 shows routine management measures that the team or members of the public have identified at this time as warranting specific exploration. Table 3 is a select routine management measures to be explored in the 25-26 harvest specifications action. And I'm not going to read it into the record. New management measures. Table 4 lists the potential new management measures that the GMT has received. At the GMT's October meeting, the team will scope the preliminary list of new management measures adopted by the council under this agenda item. The GMT notes that items 1 and 2 are currently on the GMT workload prioritization list and have a path forward in that process. And therefore the council may consider not recommending that they move forward in the 25-26 harvest specifications and management measures process. Item 6 is also on the workload prioritization list. However, the GMT recommends maintaining it in the 25-26 harvest specifications package because the team thinks there are conservation and management reasons that may warrant exploring. Table 4. So these are the new management measures identified by the GMT, and I will read a little bit into the record. These are not ranked items, but just for clarity's sake, item 1 is to prohibit directed fishing on short belly rockfish. And the description is found in both the Oceana request and the GMT workload prioritization list. Item 2, natural bait allowed with long leader gear in the recreational fishery. This is in addition to the GMT workload prioritization in March 2023. Item 3 is to create a recreational set aside for sablefish south of 36 north latitude. Currently, there's no recreational specific set aside. The addition of a rec set aside for sablefish south is not anticipated to impact other sablefish fisheries and is needed for catch accounting and forecasting. Item 4, require California recreational anglers to have a descending device aboard. This would be add language that requires a descending device capable of returning rockfish to depth. Item 5 is update discard mortality rates as appropriate for use in management. So this would be update for surface mortality rates anticipated based on new research. OA fisheries currently do not have discard mortality rates adopted for use in management. This effort will add DMRs for the depth bins that we have information. Item 6 is open access permit / registration. So once again, this is in the GMT workload prioritization list. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Katie, for the excellent report. Questions on the GMT report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate all the work and the organization the GMT put into this. It made it easy to follow and follows the action item checklist we've been using the last several cycles. My question is around some language on page 4 in table 3. On row 7 about recreational trip limit adjustments. In the far right box, there is some italicized language that says limited to federal waters only. I don't recall having that previously in spec cycles, and this may be more of a question for Mr. Wolf, but just trying to understand where what that is intended for. Some clarification would be appreciated. Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Mattis. Yes, so that was added by our region NIM staff. So I do think Mr. Wolf might be the proper person.
Right.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mattis, for the question. Yeah, I think this is just a reflection of ongoing discussions that were happening relating to potentially creating shallow water nearshore opportunities like at the 10 fathom line, for example. And I think the GMT was just trying to remind the council that those area-based measures are in state waters, or that are in state waters, should be addressed by the states through their respective processes. Thanks.
Lynn?
So just hopefully this is just a quick follow-up, and sorry to hijack the GMT report on this, but something like a bag limit, recreational bag limit would apply to both federal and state waters for a species covered in the federal FMP. Is that correct? And we can save this for discussion if that's more appropriate.
Here, so the chair thinks, no, it would be only federal waters that it applies to. And I'm happy to save this and go into more detail when we get to discussion.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, further questions for Katie? Caroline?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Katie, for the report. I appreciate the organization as well here. Just a couple questions relative to first for table 3. I just want to note that in every spec cycle, the action item checklist grows and gets bigger. And I expect after the October workload meeting for the GMT, it will. But I just had a couple that I wanted to clarify. In row 1 for the off the top deductions, all the way to the right under description, there is a bullet that says, consider specific set-asides for the Pacific halibut fishery. I noticed that I interpreted that maybe to mean yellow eye set-asides, which is the traditional set-aside for Pacific halibut. But I was wondering if there was other species considered there. If there's some more, you could elaborate on that particular bullet. Or if you need to call a friend.
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. McKnight. You've caught me a little bit flat-footed, I think. I think I might be overtired, but this might be a remnant of this shouldn't have been bolded, and I by accidentally bolded it on the action item checklist. Or I think this might be in relation to sablefish, actually. So can I can get back to you with that answer.
Thank you. Yes, no problem. So on similar line of thinking here, I'm looking at row 3 regarding rebuilding species allocations, and it refers to yellow eye rockfish coastwide, quillback rockfish south of 42, which is anticipated. I just would like to draw some connectivity to what we just mentioned in our CDF and W report about off the top deductions relative to quillback. And that might be something that needs to go on the list and revised as you move into your October work meeting. So not a question, but maybe just if there was any discussion about quillback relative to set-asides, I'd be happy to hear that as well, but wanted to draw some attention to it.
Through the chair, Ms. McKnight, we did not have any specific discussion on that, but I think this was kind of a catch-all for everything that we're going to have to discuss in relation to quillback rockfish south of 42.
Very good, thank you. And if I may,
please.
I can see if there's other questions, but I do have quite a few questions about table 4, the new management measures on the last page. I'm going to start with number 5. This is updating the discard mortality rates as appropriate for use and management. You noted on some of these other items that they were currently residing on the council's workload list and have a separate process to do that. My recollection is that updating discard mortality rates were also a workload that sat separately on a separate track from this. But I think the intended use here is also to apply them to the OA fisheries, which certainly has some connectivity with dropping mortality rates for sensitive species and certainly connects to the specification process and catch monitoring. Could you maybe just elaborate whether or not there was a distinguishment in the GMT regarding updating them versus applying them, and really what the intent was here? And I'm really channeling a workload issue as to what this might entail. Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. McKnight. Yeah, we did actually discuss this at length, trying to figure out where this would be most appropriate. You are correct. That is not only, it is not as robust of an analysis document as what was presented to you in November, but it will require analysis. And so it's not as easy as just applying rates directly, from the near shore to the open access fishery. So there is some analysis involved, but there is also that update surface mortality rates as we are anticipating an ODFW research study that is dealing with this right now. So it is twofold, but we think it could happen in the same kind of package. And so that wouldn't have to be two-prong necessarily. It could just go in all together.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And I take a break, but I have a few more other questions if someone else would like to jump in.
Okay. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks for the report. Table 3 on page 3, number 4, within trawl set aside, review at sea whiting 25-26 set asides, and then sablefish and dark blotched rockfish. I'm wondering what about the other species that we have set asides for?
Absolutely. Oop. Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. We will absolutely be reviewing these. These are just the two that are have kind of risen to the top for us, but I think a wholesale review is probably we will be doing.
Thank
on
you.
the docket, as they say.
Thinking canary might be another one that might be rising
Yes.
to the top, or at least in the upper tier. Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you, Phil. Okay, anyone else? Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Katie. I'm sorry. Back to table 4, row 6, the open access permit and registration. The description reads very broad to me and maybe reads heavily of like workload intensive needs. Could maybe you speak a little bit more to the GMT discussion about the scope of what this item might look like?
Through the chair, Ms. McKnight, thank you for the question. Yeah, so this could also have, the description could be read in our GMT workload prioritization list as well. I think we just kind of added this. This is really that hope of capturing some information about the open access sector, which we currently don't have, which does make it quite hard for us to manage things. We believe that this is a mostly administrative thing. So I don't think this is a high GMT workload. Certain members on the GMT maybe, but I don't believe it is a high GMT workload. But we could review the workload prioritization list since we do have a ranking in there. I just don't know off the top of my head.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate you answering my questions today.
Okay. Further questions for the GMT? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Katie. All right, next we'll go to the SSC and Dr. John Mudrick. John. Are you there? You're unmuted, but we're not hearing you.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Good morning, council members.
Good morning.
I'll be reading to you from the Supplemental SSC Report 1, the Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Initial Harvest Specifications and Management Measures for 2025 and 2026. The SSC reviewed Agenda Item G6, Supplemental Revised Attachment 1 and Supplemental Revised Attachment 2, and received a report from this SSC Groundfish Subcommittee that is appended to this report. These attachments provide one, the OFL or overfishing limits for 2025 and 2026 under default harvest control rules. Two, the category designation for each stock and area. And three, the constant or time varying sigmas, increasing scientific uncertainty with the age of the assessment, used to calculate the annual acceptable biological catches or ABC buffers. The OFLs were obtained directly from 2023 stock assessments, stock assessment updates, and catch-only projections, and from previously published and adopted assessments and projections. The SSC focused the review on stocks that are highlighted in yellow and blue in Agenda Item G6 Supplemental Revised Attachment 1 and provides updated values in Table 1 for 2025 and Table 2 for 2026 of the statement. Several OFL and ABC values are not yet available for adoption for reasons specified in the Groundfish Subcommittee report and reiterated below. The SSC conditionally endorses the values in Agenda Item G6 Supplemental Revised Attachment 1 and those in Table 2 and Table 1 and Table 2 of this document with the following notes and revisions. The category designations for Oregon black rockfish and California copper rockfish should be Category 1, not Category 2. The OFL and ABC values for green spotted rockfish are based on an assessment adopted in 2011, but year-specific projections are not available for 2025 and 2026. The SSC recommends rolling over 2024 values for OFL and ABC in 2025 and 2026. The Rexol OFL and ABC for 2025 are based on a P-star of 0.40, which results in a 3,966 metric ton acceptable biological catch for 2025. The OFL and ABC values for 2026 based on this P-star value are not yet available, but will be produced for the November meeting. The yellowtail rockfish OFL and ABC for north of 40 degrees, 10 minutes north latitude are not yet available. The SSC concurs with the Groundfish Subcommittee recommendation that a catch-only projection be requested of the Northwest Fisheries Science Center by the council at this meeting for review and adoption at the November 2023 meeting. The Quillback rockfish OFL and ABC will be based on the rebuilding analysis, which will be reviewed by the Groundfish Subcommittee at the mop-up review in late September 2023 meeting and the SSC in November. The 2019 catch-only projection for chili pepper rockfish incorrectly used the 2015 assessment rather than the 2017 catch-only projection that had corrected errors in historical catches. Similar to the SSC recommendation for yellowtail rockfish, the SSC recommends that the council requests that the Northwest Fisheries Science Center develop a catch-only projection for chili pepper rockfish for review and adoption at the November meeting. For vermilion rockfish, the council adopted new stock definitions under Amendment 31, with Washington and Oregon vermilion rockfish as the northern stock and California vermilion rockfish as the southern stock. OFLs and ABCs for the northern stock were developed based on the approach outlined in the Groundfish Subcommittee report. Those values are not yet available for the southern stock, but will be produced and reviewed at the November meeting. Copper rockfish in California was defined as one statewide stock under Amendment 31. The two sub-areas have the same category designation and buffer. Thus, OFLs and ABCs are based on combining the statewide values for the 2023 sub-area assessments. The projected 2025 OFL for sablefish based on the 2023 limited update is more than triple the amount of the adopted 2024 OFL. The council should be aware of the sensitivity to estimates of recent large recruitments when considering the appropriate P-star value for these ABC values. The SSC will review the additional values needed for the 2025 and 2026 harvest specifications and management measures cycle in November 2023. The SSC expresses appreciation to the Northwest Fisheries Science Center and Southwest Fisheries Science Center stock assessors for their co-authors for completing the assessments and the additional analyses needed to provide management advice for the specification process. And with that, I will take any questions the council might have.
Okay, questions for the SSC report? The Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Dr. Bedrick, did the SSC discuss Dover Sole at all? I know both the GMT and the GAP have noticed that the 2025 OFL is lower than the 50,000 constant catch. Was the SSC have any discussion about needing to do a catch update or anything on that species?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Mattis. No, the SSC did not have discussion of Dover sole that I can recall.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Further questions? Caroline, midnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, John, for the report. Just a question regarding the bullet on vermilion rockfish, noting that it says the California or Southern stock is not yet available. Is that due to a workload issue or a technical issue, or can you elaborate on why that won't be available till November?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Knight. I believe that's just a matter of playing catch up. It's a matter of the decisions having been made in June as to what Amendment 31 would entail, and then propagating those values through, I think, in the midst of all of the other duties and responsibilities for estimation of the appropriate ABCs and ACLs from the stock assessments. It's just a matter of additional work that needs to be completed.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Caroline. Further questions for the SSC? All right. I don't see any. So, John, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that'll take us to the GAP report. Gary Richter. Welcome, Gary.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'll be reading from agenda item G6A, supplemental GAP report 1. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report on initial harvest specifications and management measures for 2025 and 2026. For harvest specs for 2025 and 2026, the GAP recommends the council adopt the default harvest control rules as shown in agenda item G6 supplemental revised attachment 1, except for Dover sole, Rex sole, and short spine thorny head. While the GMT recommended P-star and HCRs for sablefish and canary rockfish, the GAP believes that no additional alternatives are needed as described below. And you can take a glance at our table 1 there, and we'll speak to it in the text here. Dover sole, GAP was informed that the default HCR for Dover sole was incorrectly specified in supplemental revised attachment 1. Describes the specifications using an HCR of P-star 0.45 and an ABC equals ACL when the default HCR is P-star 0.45 and a constant catch ACL of 50,000 tons. GAP understands that new estimates for Dover sole may be available for the October GMT work session and the November meeting to update the assumptions in the 2021 assessment, which assumed ABC removals in 2023 and 2024, even though the ACL was 50,000 metric tons. Regardless, given the likelihood of the revised values being near 50,000 metric tons, the GAP recommends the council adopt a new HCR of P-star 0.45 and the ACL equaling the ABC. For Rex sole, GAP agrees with the GMT's recommended inclusion of P-star 0.45 as it would provide the trawl fleet with the greatest flexibility in the event of future expansion. There appears to be little risk of overfishing the stock. For short spine thorny head, the GAP agrees with the GMT to include a P-star 0.45 for short spine thorny head. Short spine thorny head may become a constraining species to the trawl fleet, even under the highest P-star available to the council. Given these expected constraints, examining the potential of a higher P-star of 0.45 may help minimize the impacts to the trawl fishery. For canary rockfish, the GAP perceives the risk of overfishing on canary rockfish to be low and therefore does not recommend an alternative P-star. However, the GAP recognizes an analysis of other P-star values may be useful for comparison as the council weighs the trade-offs between the value of canary rockfish to each sector of the fishery and the risk of overfishing based on the most recent assessment. For sablefish, the GAP supports a P-star 0.45 ABC equal an ACL as outlined in the supplemental revised attachment 1. This stock is an important stock to all fleets, and the council approved a P-star 0.45 for this year and in 2024 prior to the most recent assessment that shows the stock is improving. The GAP notes the sablefish stock is in very good shape with good recruitment. The need for changing the P-star does not appear to be warranted. As the GAP and council have noted in the past, sablefish is an economically important stock for trawl, fixed gear, and open access fisheries. Additionally, it is becoming an important option for recreational fishermen to consider as restrictions to nearshore stocks become prevalent, and some concerns about the shelf stocks are emerging. For quillback rockfish, the GAP understands values from the rebuilding analysis will not be available until November, and we anticipate more discussion and providing comments at that time. As noted in the supplemental CDF report 1, CDFW wishes to point out the difficulty in reconciling the total estimated 2022 quillback mortality in California with the total estimated California stock biomass. Per the status of quillback rockfish in U.S. waters off the coast of California in 2021, using catch and length data found on page 49 in table 12 of that document, the total California biomass in 2022 was estimated at 63.18 metric tons. Meanwhile, now that the estimated discard and catch of groundfish species for 2022 showing total mortality is available, quillback mortality in California from all available state and federal sources was estimated at 10.39 in the metric tons in the north and 7.72 tons in the south, equaling a total of 18.11 metric tons. Noting that the 10.39 metric ton mortality was generated with GMT coordination to partition the data to address the area between 4010 north latitude and 42 north latitude. That means 28.66% of the total quillback biomass was removed from the California stock as fishery mortality. The GAP shares the skepticism that so few quillback rockfish landings represent such a large portion of the population. It is contrary to what fishermen consistently see on the water. It seems indicative that the stock size estimate is incorrect. Fishermen in California are incredulous and report an abundance of quillback throughout their range. No significant difference in catch rates or catch per unit effort has been apparent. Again, the GAP requests additional hook and line surveys and remotely operated vehicle surveys be implemented as soon as is possible to survey this stock where it lives. This will begin to provide the data needed to remove the aforementioned uncertainties. For management measures, the GAP reviewed the routine management measures found in Table 3 of Agenda Item G6 Supplemental Team Report 1 and agrees with the GMT that these items warrant specific exploration. The GAP will continue to work with the GMT on these and all other routine management measures for the 2025-2026 biennium. However, regarding Item 7 in the table, recreational trip limit adjustments, GAP notes the recommendations would apply only to the area north of 3427 north latitude, which is Point Conception. New management measures with regards to Table 4, Supplemental GMT Report 1, GAP recommends items 1 and 2, prohibition on directed fishing for short belly rockfish, and the use of natural bait in the recreational long leader fishery should not be considered in the 2025-2026 biennial cycle, as noted in the GMT table, but through the groundfish workload list. However, the GAP would like to signal now that we recommend dropping the short belly rockfish directed fishing prohibition proposal from the groundfish workload list for reasons previously presented by the GAP. under the Supplemental Gap Report 1 in September of 2021, and for the reasons described by the requesters themselves. Quote, the council has recognized the absence of targeted fishing for short belly, and the industry has repeatedly confirmed that it is not interested in directed fishing. And if the fishery ecosystem plan recognizes that, in the past, low catch limits were a mechanism to prevent directed fishing. GAP agrees with including the rest of the items in Table 4 of the GMT report moving forward in the harvest specifications and management measures for 2025 and 2026. In addition, the GAP suggests adding the following new management measures for analysis. One, adjusting the waypoints around the Rittenberg Bank, which is southwest of Bodega Bay, to more closely conform with the 50 fathom contour to avoid rockfish species of concern. Number 2, model zero retention of copper rockfish south of Point Conception, which is 3427 north latitude, and estimate the savings available to attribute to descending devices credits in the future, thus providing additional time to the nearshore portion of that fishery, which fisheries north of Point Conception are already restricted by quillback rockfish. For the area south of Point Conception, modify the regulations to explicitly allow recreational vessels to stop and fish with hoop nets and handheld dip nets and or anchor within nearshore waters during the offshore only season with shelf and slope species on board, so long as no other fishing gear is deployed. Number 4, for the area north of Point Conception, modify the regulations to explicitly allow for recreational vehicles to stop and fish with hoop nets, crab nets, and handheld dip nets, and or anchor in nearshore waters during the offshore only season with shelf and slope species on board as no other fishing gear is deployed. Number 5, examine a season alternative for the offshore only season to include March, in addition to the current season structure for south of Point Conception, excuse me. Number 6, lastly, for the recreational fishery north of Point Conception, model various season structure scenarios inshore of 20 fathoms and offshore of 50 fathoms. Mr. Chairman, that completes our GAP statement. Be glad to take questions.
Thank you, Gary. Questions on the GAP report? Not seeing any, but I have one.
That's twice this.
Actually, I have one.
That's unreal. Thanks.
No, Gary.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hoop nets and what's happening there?
With the dip nets and stuff, squid, for bait, making bait.
Okay.
You come in the anchorage at night, from a trip, and you want to make bait.
Okay.
Go back out the next day, and it's bigger fish.
I didn't think it was anything nefarious, but just curious.
Yeah.
All righty. Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, Caroline. Wow, this too.
Thought I was going to give it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Gary. You may have to phone a friend here, which is entirely okay. Under the management measure section on page 3, there's a statement about the GMT's report in table 3 that says, however, regarding number 7 in the table, recreational trip limit adjustments, the GAP notes the recommendations would apply only to the area north of 3427. It says recreational trip limit adjustment. I think it's referring to the bag limit of considering going from 10 to 5. I just wanted some clarification on that and to get a little bit more information regarding what the thought was behind that. Routine sub bag or bag limit changes in addition to season structure are all kind of an according effect back and forth and are looked at comprehensively. So just trying to get a little more information as to why there's a thought here to only apply it to the north and not the south.
Mr. Chairman, Caroline, did my phone a friend show up?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think potentially it was an oversight. We certainly recognize the importance of doing so with respect to north. There was no intended omission for consideration in the south.
Thank you. That clarifies it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Caroline. Anyone else? Okay, now you're good.
You sure?
I'm sure. All right. Well, that takes us to public comment. And 0. Wow. Okay. And that brings us to council action. So I'm not sure if people want to consider it over a while or someone wants a break, but we could, this might take a while potentially. So maybe we'll just open the floor here and then, oh, Ryan?
Yeah, thanks. I didn't mean to cut you off. If you are opening the floor, I just wanted to say a few things before the discussion started.
We'll go to people want to have a break and I indicated they want to take some time off. Okay, so please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Wanted to start by appreciating the work done by the council, the advisory bodies, the management team, industry, and the public to bring forward these items for possible inclusions in the 25-26 specifications. As we're starting the process here, I'll give some kind of overarching remarks as usual as we go through the specs process and then get a little bit more specific on some of the things that we'll be discussing here. But as always, we need to prioritize amongst items that are most important to be implemented on January 1st. That's why we have a dedicated Groundfish agenda item to discuss priorities. There are probably more things on all of the list here that we're discussing that can get done by January 1st. So, if we just note as we continue forward through the specification process, the council addressing prioritization of measures, in particular, when we're talking about all of the things that are kind of labeled here as new management measures, hearing some priorities will be helpful as we go through the process here. And as we go through the process, and if we start to see that analysis or development of any management measures are incomplete, NIMS will have to come back to the council with potential alternative pathways separate from specs to consider and implement those potentially other pathways, et cetera. So just kind of setting the stage as we embark on the specs process that we may have to come back as we put some of these forwards once we see some of the analysis and comment back to the council at a future date on those points. And it's possible even if we do get completion through the council process, if we do have a number of these new measures that are a little bit ancillary to some of the main specifications and actions, NIMS will use its discretion to determine when to complete rulemaking. For example, in my other example, we may have more than one package that is a rulemaking package that is needed in order to make sure that the first and the top priority in rulemaking will be the items that truly need to be in place by January 1, 2025. So those are just my general overarching remarks that you've heard from NIMS multiple times throughout the specs process. Getting into some of the specifics here, I did want to follow back up to the question from Ms. Mattis regarding the federal water clarification. For all management measures, the council and NIMS can develop measures like bag limits, which is the example it was referred to in the GMT report. The council can develop measures that are silent to depth area or to distance from shore through the council process. But as a reminder, when the council and NIMS take action, that measure is only applicable to federal waters. If and when the state takes separate action, then that creates the state water requirement. And at the end of the day, there can be consistent management measures like bag limits across state and federal waters, but just being clear on which of those processes creates what. And then finally, I wanted to note, since NIMS is the one that requested the GMT put it in, I just wanted to speak to this a little bit regarding item 6 in table 4 of the GMT report, which is the open access permit registration. In the supplemental GMT report, 1 is a possible new management measure. Specifically, what we are proposing for consideration is smaller in scope than the item the council heard us propose under the new management measure list, and wanted to just highlight this as this, I believe, also is a preview for some of the discussions we'll have this afternoon under G8. In season that there continues to be a push to allow an effort shift to the 12E midwater hook and line gear types and an early but still somewhat uncertain understanding that these gear types may have less quillback interactions So in order to verify that and to continue to allow effort in that emerging portion of the fishery, we'd like the ability to specifically consider targeted monitoring of that component of the directed open access fishery under our observer program. So as we mentioned when we discussed this previously on our original proposal to add an open access registration or permit, we would need more advanced notice of potential participation in order to target observer coverage. And we think this action would also benefit better in-season tracking of activity in this emerging opportunity. So what we had proposed to the GMT and is on the table for discussion is just the opportunity to scope this issue, in particular for 12E gears, and wanted to highlight that NIMS would commit to bringing back more information for the council to consider at the November meeting. And if the council decides there's a path forward on this for the upcoming biennium, NIMS would be happy to carry that workload in developing the analysis and support for a council consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. All right, anyone else? Ben Mattis.
This is going to feel like I'm picking on NIMS or Ryan, and I don't hope it doesn't come across that way. On this federal jurisdiction piece, I know we were going to be discussing this as part of the stock definitions phase 2. Previously, when we have been analyzing the specifications, going back to my 15 years on the GMT and going through our own state processes, the previous interpretation was if a species is in the federal FMP, it is covered under federal regulations, regardless of if it's in state or federal waters. This new interpretation that the federal regs only apply to federal waters has me concerned about how the GMT will be doing their analysis when ODFW staff is doing projected impacts for bag limit impacts to canary rockfish, yellow eye rockfish. Should they only be concerning impacts in federal waters, or as we have been doing all waters? Similarly, some of the open access fisheries occur inside of 3 miles. Should the GMT be including those impacts in their impact analysis, or only the activity that is occurring in federal waters? I'm not trying to be confrontational here. I'm just trying to understand where the line is, and what counts as part of the federal action and what doesn't, because this seems to be a new interpretation, which I thought we were going to be getting to in 6 months or so. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Ms. Mattis, to the chair. So I mean, further, as far as the analysis, we can consider impacts across waters, right? I don't think that's any different, but the Magnuson Act is pretty clear about jurisdiction, and while species in the FMP have ranges across federal and state waters, the actual regs in the FMP only apply to federal waters. So we're just clarifying here that if you want to consider certain measures, and I think the GAP has one, their last one, number 6, which looks at 20 fathoms, or measures that could potentially be in state waters, that in order to put that in regulation, you're going to need a state measure to implement that, because the federal regulations will only be for federal waters. So I hope that's helpful.
Then just a brief follow-up, and again, I'm not trying to be confrontational. It was specifically called out in the recreational section, but would this apply to the commercial fisheries as well?
Through the chair, thanks. Yes, it applies to both.
Thank you, Ed. Ryan? Caroline?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wolf, for the explanation regarding that number 6 item on table 4 in the GMT report. That certainly helps alleviate some of the concerns I had about workload in general. But it did prompt a few others. One is just a comment to appreciate the connectivity that has with our upcoming G8 in season and some anticipated changes that we might see in fleet operations and gear configurations. So my question is specifically, would that registration requirement be needed for a vessel that only operated in state waters and never transited through or conducted fishing activity in federal waters?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. McNair, for the question. No, it would not apply to them. Sorry, could I follow up just a little bit? And we plan, that's part of why I wanted to get in front of discussion, letting you know that NIMS understands by putting this forward, we would be responsible for bringing much more information to the council on issues just like that at the November meeting.
You're right. Carol?
Thank you. Just in response to that, thank you, Mr. Wolf. I think that the initial thought is that there's a very high probability of vessels using 12E gear could be entirely in state waters. So I think as long as there's some recognition for that, I think that that's fair. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Caroline. Anyone else? Lynn Mattis.
Well, hopefully this comes across as a little more positive to NIMS anyway. I know the list of proposed management measures at this point when we're looking at what's in the GMT report, what's in the GAP report, ODFW and CDFW reports. It may seem too much right now, and I think we're all aware of that and the considerations. I anticipate between now and September going home and talking with staff and with the public about which ones are the highest priority, which ones are the lower priority, which ones do we need now, which ones can wait. I know the GMT often brings in a sort of a mini scoping or some additional information for us to help us make those decisions in November. While the list may look daunting right now, I think we'll be working between now and November and at the November council meeting to further refine that so that we have a package that's manageable for our council staff, the GMT and the NIMS workload to help meet that January 1st deadline. So I just did want to acknowledge that, especially since I know in the ODFW report, I added a couple of new things to the list that I said I probably wasn't going to do.
Thanks, Lynn. Anyone else? Caroline?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have, I think, a question, a process question that I think might be most appropriate for council staff, but you can help guide me here. I'm looking at the GMT report on page 3 that specifically discuss the rebuilding analysis for quillback rockfish that's anticipated to be coming up at a meeting at the end of September, and then back in front of this council at the November meeting. I know that due to the timing of these meetings, the catch projections for that rebuilding analysis was required in early August. And so I'm trying to connect what we know now at this meeting, upcoming in G8, that maybe there's going to be some anticipated changes to Inseason, and that would affect what we provided as catch projections for 23 or 24. And so while it's not in front of us here, I don't want to miss an opportunity or make sure that there's just a discussion or acknowledgement that there's an opportunity to revise those catch projections either now if we need to, or if that's more appropriately done at the upcoming subcommittee meeting. And then subsequent to that, it would be in front of the council in November, because November seems too late.
Chantal is online if you'd rather have her answer that. So Chantal, are you there?
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. I am.
All right.
So my understanding is that, the Science Center has removal assumptions provided by the GMT in hand, has done the analysis, and that analysis is slated to go to the SSC for review for the Groundfish Subcommittee at the mop-up meeting at the end of this month. Any revisions to the catch assumptions for 2023 and 2024 could be done, but I do believe that would trigger another SSC review, since all of the pieces they will be reviewing are dependent upon those assumptions, the time to rebuild, the probabilities, all of those pieces that we need out of the rebuilding plan are completely dependent upon those removal assumptions. And so I think if there were requests to revise those removal assumptions, we would want to make sure that that is acceptable to the Groundfish Subcommittee and that they could do a new review of any new analysis, noting that depending upon the timeline of that, that could create challenges in this upcoming harvest specification process, depending on when that occurs.
Okay. Thank you, Chantal. Caroline? Any further questions on that?
Thank you, Chantal, for the answer. I think my comments are probably more for council discussion rather than additional clarification for Chantal. Thank you.
Thank you, Chantal. Okay. Anyone else? Or we could take a break here right now. It'll be timely. I'm not seeing any hands, so sound good? Okay. Let's do we're still running a little behind, so let's do a 10-minute break. Possible. And we'll come back at around 11:32, 3 or something like that. So, all right. If we could take our seats, we'll get started. Okay, for those online, we're let's go back into session here on G6, which is a good no public comment, but good council discussion, and open the floor back up for more if needed. So. Or a motion. Len Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. I just emailed, so hopefully it's on the Ethernet, a motion to get us started on this agenda item. I apologize to Sandra for not getting it to her quicker, but we were frantically finalizing a couple of minor things.
Okay, thank you, Len. We'll just pause here until that comes up. I think it's a pretty slow ether this morning, so. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we're waiting, I guess, I would like to follow up a little bit of discussion where we left off on that question to Dr. Wetzel about quillback rebuilding analysis. I guess just as a matter of comment here, it's difficult to kind of reconcile that we have had a stock definition process that didn't line up entirely perfectly with our normal stock assessment process. And it's put us in this position with quillback where I'm hearing that we've provided catch projections for 23-24 and then taken in-season action that would substantially change those catch projections and that we don't have a process in place necessarily to address that appropriately. I can't emphasize enough the impacts that quillback rockfish and the specifications are going to have on the state of California, especially north of Point Conception all the way to the Oregon border. I'm not sure if there's a solution here that we can solve today, but noting if it's a matter of assembling a few more SSC folks at that mop-up meeting or scheduling something else to address it would certainly be helpful. Given the situational circumstances that I think were beyond everyone's control, but I think it's a matter of kind of looking how we can align those processes better to address it rather than waiting 2 years to address assumed removals in the future. So that's spurs into discussion. I'd be welcome to entertain it further while we were waiting. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Knight. So I'm sort of unclear on the timing issue, but it's my understanding that it would take, if the council were to request additional runs, it would take 6 to 8 weeks to get done, which could potentially put us out of alignment with November, which would then if we didn't have those numbers in November, we wouldn't have them until essentially the next council met next, which would be in March. And that would put specs way off. Additionally, I think that in regards to the GMT, is that the GMT went with a known number, which was based on the gem product, and they were highly uncertain about what the reductions California is going to take and what the results in reduction in mortality would be. So they were leery about using uncertain numbers. So that's sort of some context there for that, which I'm sure you're aware of. So as far as process, our ACE reporter back here is looking into it. But that's what I guess can confuse people with. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. Caroline? Oh, Ryan.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Phillips, for that response. I guess my understanding of a mop-up is that if runs need to be redone, or you're addressing issues within assessments, that's why it goes to this mop-up. And so the rebuilding analysis for Quillback fits sort of that bill in terms of timing and also needed to be updated. So my expectation would have been that it would have gone through a full review, just like any other assessment that had gone to mop-up. And I'm not entirely sure that's what I'm hearing or what I expected from Dr. Wetzel's response. And it's really in recognition that due to that mismatch in timing, we now know that 24 number, while uncertain, is definitely expected to change from what we knew in August. And I think that's the recognition we're looking for. Thank you, though.
Thanks, Caroline. Okay. We went old school here, so. Floor still open, by the way. Discussion. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. I'm not sure if the third motion that I sent to Sandra is available, but I'd be happy to start with that motion if it buys some time.
I think we have so many minutes in the day, so.
Sure.
Please.
But I'm not positive that Sandra has it yet. And she's probably working on. Well, I can do that, but maybe in the meantime, I did want to speak to the management measures and the state reports and just acknowledge there was not a state report on new management measures for WDFW. We'll be looking to leave this meeting, again, work with our stakeholders, look at the information that we have here and where we are with harvest specifications, but we anticipate being able to accommodate seasons in 25, 26 based on what we know now about species like black rockfish, canary rockfish through routine measures. So that's
very good. Okay, one more minute. We'll have something up. It sounds like so. All right.
Thank you. Apologies for the delay. It seemed to be an issue with my VPN preventing the email to go through. So if we're ready.
We are.
Okay. This is ODFW motion 1. I move the council conditionally adopt the 25-26 overfishing limits, stock categories, and P-star values presented in agenda item G6, supplemental revised attachment 1, and supplemental revised attachment 2, tables 1 for 2025 and table 2 for 2026, and agenda item G6A supplemental SSC report, including the updates listed in the SSC report, while correcting the Dover sole default harvest control rule ACLs in table 1 and table 2 in attachment 1 to be a constant catch of 50,000 metric tons. Default harvest control rules for copper rockfish off California, black rockfish off Washington, Oregon, and California, and petrale sole as recommended in table 1 in agenda 1 or agenda item G6A supplemental GMT report reproduced below. This applies ABCs as a P-star of 0.45 for all 5 of those species. In addition, for the stocks indicated below, request projections associated with the alternative harvest control rules presented in table 2 and agenda item C6A supplemental GMT report 1, September 2023, reproduced below with the exception of alternative 2 for sablefish prior to the November council meeting to inform the adoption of a range of alternative harvest control rules at that time. For rec sole, the default is P-star 0.40. Alternative 1 is P-star 0.45. Short spine thorny head, P-star 0.40. And alternative 1, P-star 0.45. Canary rockfish, default P-star 0.45. Alternative 1, P-star 0.40. And sablefish, default P-star 0.45. Alternative 1, P-star 0.40. And request the Science Center staff provide catch-only projections for yellowtail rockfish north of 4010 and chili pepper rockfish as requested by the SSCA. A catch-only projection for Dover sole, if possible in time for the October GMT work session as requested by the GAP. And an update of the catch assumptions for black rockfish off Oregon using the updated mortality estimates for 2023 and 2024 as outlined in the ODFW report. The council will confirm or update these values after receiving results of the SSA's review of all values in November 2023.
Thank you, Lynn. Is the language on the screen accurate?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I believe there's an error right there. Did you intend that to be G6A?
Yes, that was a copy paste error. That should be G6A, agenda item G6A supplemental GMT report 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Okay. I guess now is the language accurate?
To the best of my reading, yes, it is.
All right. Looking for a second? Second by Bob Dooley. Thank you, Bob. Please speak to your motion as appropriate.
Thank you, Chair. We heard good information from the SSC, the GMT, and the GAP about what we should be adopting for the default harvest control rules, as well as any alternative harvest control rules. I think they've documented it pretty well, the reasoning why. The SSC report helps fill in some of the yellow highlighted rows from attachment 1. And then the additional requests for the science centers, hopefully they are simple enough with catch-only projections for the yellowtail and chili pepper, the Dover sole, and the black rockfish to try to get some slightly better updated information. We did, in this motion, I am removing alternative 2 for the alternative harvest control rules for sablefish that the GMT recommended. The idea there may still have merit. It just at this time, it's not fleshed out enough for to be comfortable with the full understanding of how it would relate to the tribal fisheries and subsequent fisheries. If somebody brings back some additional information in November, we may reconsider it then. Other than that, I think the reports we've heard addresses most everything there. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? Okay, not seeing any. That said, I'll call for the question. So, Ryan.
So I wasn't quick enough, just a quick clarification question, because I was trying to jot down what you said, but I think for the direction, clarifying that chili pepper and yellowtail are catch-only projections, and Dover sole, black rockfish for Oregon are new projections only. I just think I missed that specifics. I'm sorry.
Through the chair, Mr. Wolf, yes, the SSC report specifically said catch-only projections. For Dover sole, it may not be exactly a catch-only projection. I may have the terminology slightly incorrect there. The GAP was recommending that the run be updated because it has been assuming full ACL attainment for 23 and 24. And if the overall catch was much, much lower than that, it could impact the 25, 26 OFL to be above that 50,000 metric tons or right about that point. And then similarly with the black rockfish off of Oregon, it's just updating the last 2 years of catches to see what that will provide. So I apologize if there's a terminology issue.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Right. Heather?
Thank you. And also, I'm sorry I didn't get my hand up quite soon enough. And Ms. Mattis did speak to this, but I just wanted to also appreciate the GMT's thinking about the alternative under sablefish of the sub ACL. I think we have what we need with the P-STAR approach and can think about that as, as we go forward, and perhaps comes back with something different in November, but also just wanted to thank them for thinking creatively about that. I know the SSC has somewhat provided some caution about how we move forward with sablefish. So just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Okay, anyone else? I'm looking, see no hand. Oh, Ryan?
Yeah, I still think there's kind of maybe two different things here, because I think what I heard you describe on Dover sole was more of a catch-only projection, whereas I think the plan was not to update the removals for Dover sole, only to provide a new projection. So I just wanted to specify on Dover sole.
Ben?
Through the chair, Mr. Wolf, I was trying to capture what the GAP's recommendation was, which I believe was updating the take, maybe not doing a full catch-only projection, but updating the take to more accurately reflect current or recent catches, which are much below the 50,000 metric ton ACL. And then similarly with the Oregon update on the catch assumptions.
Todd?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Mattis, I do have one thing that I'd like to clarify with you, just so make sure I'm on the same page. Sandra, if you could scroll to the top there. So you have, yes, correcting the Dover sole default harvest control rule line there. It's my understanding and the intent of your motion is that the default is set as a constant catch, but the Dover sole projections would be used to inform the alternatives for analysis.
Through the chair, Mr. Phillips, yes, that's correct. Applying the default of 50,000 metric tons would be above the current or the OFL for 25-26. The GAP recommends looking at an ABC equals ACL P-STAR 0.45. The intent is to update the Dover sole catches to better inform that P-STAR calculation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mattis.
Okay. Thank you, Todd. All right. No one else? Okay, now I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Lynn, for that motion. Now I'll look to Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I'm prepared with another motion here from Sandra. Thank you. I move that the council adopt for public review the preliminary range of management measures outlined in Agenda Item G6A, Supplemental GMT Report 1, routine measures as shown in Table 3, remove items 1 and 2 from new measures as shown in Table 4, clarify item 5 on new measures as shown in Table 4 is to apply discard mortality rates for commercial open access fisheries as appropriate. Agenda Item G6A, Supplemental GAP Report 1, Agenda Item G6A, Supplemental CDF&W Report 1, Agenda Item G6A, Supplemental ODF&W Report 1.
Thank you, Caroline. Is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay, looking for a second. Seconded by Mark Grolick. Thank you, Mark. Please speak to your motion as needed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just take these in order here. I'm starting with the GMT report. Everything outlined in Table 3 is all routine measures and as noted by the GMT, preliminary and relatively incomplete, but we should see a more focused and complete table in November. Moving on to Table 4 and removing items 1 and 2. Item 1 is the prohibit directed fishing on short valley rockfish. This item is currently sitting on the council's workload and prioritization list, and it is not currently prioritized. So I don't find the scope of work and the workload associated with it to be entirely appropriate to be considered under the specifications process. Similarly, item number 2, which is the natural bait allowed with long leader gear in the recreational fishery, is also sitting on the workload prioritization list. But as noted by the ODF&W report, there are some associated concerns with additional canary that make it more appropriate to remove it at this time. Next bullet is to just talk a little bit about clarifying item 5, which reads currently in the GMT report as update discard mortality rates as appropriate. I think the intent here to clarify it is to apply the discard mortality rates rather than using the word update. That would more appropriately reflect the scope of work described by the GMT in the report and on the floor. Moving down to the GAP report. The items here were entirely mostly routine. Although they did have a few new management measures to propose that fit largely into the scope of achieving or staying within specifications relative to regulatory changes for groundfish and other associated species that can help allow for attainment and staying within other species. Moving down to the CDF&W report. I do want to take just a minute to come back to the specific items listed in here. The most important, I think, being that again, I'm going to come back to our quillback rockfish current status and reiterate again the profound impacts that we are expecting quillback specifications to have in 25-26 for California north of Point Conception. We're expecting that the rebuilding analysis that we're going to see in November will yield an OFL that is less than what we are currently operating under because it's going to be combined into one. So regarding the management measures that are put forward by the CDF&W report, they're going to be extremely limiting, nearing to zero fishing opportunities in the near shore. We're going to hear more about that as we approach G8 and on our in-season agenda item later today. Moving on to the ODF&W report, Similarly, the items put forward here are meant to attain specifications as appropriate. And I think I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. Okay, questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? Lynn Mattis?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate Ms. McKnight including the ODFW report. We agreed with the GMT, and removing item 2 off their table 4 is we're also recommending removing. That just leaves looking at a possible sable fish trip limit or bag limit increase. So I appreciate you including that, and that you didn't feel comfortable speaking to it. Otherwise, I support this, and I think it's trying to get where we need to go with removing a few items that are outside of the scope of the specs process, but yet still looking at items that will hopefully help us achieve our management goals. So thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Anyone else? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so that being the case, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Caroline. With that, is it? How are we doing, Doug?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you have heard all the presentations and discussions from the varying advisory bodies. You have had a good vigorous discussion, and you have adopted 2 motions, which I think covers the gambit of your actions here. You did adopt default harvest control rules specified in the motion for attachments 1 and 2, and you do have some alternative harvest control rules for us to look at, and definitely have identified a preliminary range of alternate or new management measures for us. So I would say you have achieved your actions here.
Well, thank you. And Caroline, do you have a?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in closing, a couple of comments that have come up now that we've completed some business. Mr. Wolf, I wanted to come back to the open access registration for the 12E gear and the question that I asked earlier relative to its requirement in state waters. In hearing some of the back and forth regarding how federal rules apply in federal waters versus state, I didn't want to make it clear that I'm not sure that California would have the resources to create additional state rule for that to apply in state waters to the 12E. So I did want to make that general comment aware before we proceed too much further. And then secondly, I just wanted to acknowledge that there's quite a list here relative to harvest specifications for various updates, noting the SSC report that there's still a lot of numbers missing here and there for various reasons, and noting that some of those are very important relative to the GMT being able to understand the impacts. Specifically, I mentioned or I asked the question of vermilion, and not having that number until November certainly hurts us to not have an early indication of where our specification for 25-26 might take us. So it's just more of a recognition of the workload and where we're at with the entire process. And then lastly, I just wanted to come back to make sure I'm not missing something. My final question for Mr. Phillips, again, sorry to come back to this quillback rebuilding analysis, but I just wanted to verify definitively that there's nothing additional that would need to be done today relative to addressing a revised catch assumption. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Okay. No one else? Well done. Oh, Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that Ms. McKnight had a question for me there. Sorry. I think it is within the council's purview to make those requests. If you wish to have a revised run to do so, you would need to, specify that for the center, and then obviously we would have to the center would have to respond if they can do that. So my understanding that Yellow Eye back before I started, there was a similar situation where they looked at a high and a low or 2 different numbers. So it seems like that could apply here. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I think in part, yes.
Okay.
I think my specific question is, does that require a motion right now to do so? And does the motion require a very specific or specified amount, or can it be vague and that the council is directing another crack at it? Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Deputy Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. McKnight. I think given where we are in the specifications process, having specific guidance at this time on the removal assumption you would like to have modeled would be ideal.
Caroline?
Thank you, Ms. Ames. I appreciate that answer. I guess the challenging bit is that we haven't concluded business under G8 to make a definitive, to provide a definitive number other than to provide general council guidance that a number could be anticipated to be changed. And could that information be provided subsequent to the conclusion of in-season action? Thank you.
Kelly?
Through the chair, Ms. McKnight, Chair Pettinger just recommended that maybe we go ahead and take the lunch break, have a quick discussion about this question, and then we could expeditiously wrap this up.
Thank you. Totally fair. Thank you.
Okay. Ryan?
Yeah, I think I'd like to make some comments before we take our break, because I think there's a lot here in this potential request. I mean, we're concerned about process delays, and any changes to the mortality estimates that feed into the rebuilding analysis would need to be developed by the GMT. The rebuilding analysis would need to be rerun by the center staff, re-reviewed by the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee and the SSC after the mop-up happening at the end of September. I don't know if there's any time really for the GMT or our center staff to conduct this work with the previously agreed to lead time necessary. So we're unsure whether the subcommittee and the SSC would have sufficient time to schedule new meetings and do another review ahead of or as part of the November council meeting if when the council will need to adopt the rebuilding analysis. So if the council fails to adopt the rebuilding analysis at the November meeting, the overwinter work of developing the rebuilding plan, including all the management measures necessary to constrain catch and the analysis of the needs of the fishing communities that accompanies the SBR analysis will be compromised. So from our understanding, it's unlikely significant new information will be available in the next few weeks that would meaningfully amend our precision of understanding of the projected quillback mortality for 23 or 24. So, and I know, as McKnight said, we have yet to take the discussion under in-season and how that might relate to action in federal waters. But even after that point, NIMS would need a few weeks to put forward those recommendations, and any changes would be unlikely to take effect until sometime in October or the start of November. And finally, if the realized mortality in 23 and 24 are below the current GMT estimates, a future catch-only projection as part of the 25 assessment cycle may be requested to account for them. So these are just all things I wanted folks to be able to think about as we break before we come back to discuss this potential request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay. With that, we're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back in an hour. And so it'll be 1:10. So let's try to be back here ready to do business at 1:10. We can take our seats here. We'll get going shortly. Okay, we're back on C6, finishing up here. No. Second. All right. Okay, and now we're back on C6 and just finishing up. There was some clarification that need to happen, I believe. Todd, is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back from lunch, Council. It's my understanding that there was some initial, there's continued discussion on this particular item that Caroline McKnight has brought up. I'm not sure exactly where we are in the queue of things, but
I think we're pretty close in the queue here to potentially having something. Caroline?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we're just waiting for a motion to make its way through the Ethernet momentarily.
So much suspense. Caroline.
Okay. Thank you, Sandra, for the motion. I move the council request a 2024 removal assumption for the California quillback rockfish rebuilding analysis of 6.32 metric tons.
Thank you, Caroline. Is the language on the screen accurate?
It is, yes.
Looking for a second. Seconded by Mark Relnick. Thank you, Mark. Please speak to your motion as needed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, just noting that in August, we needed to transmit to the GMT for consideration assumed removals for 23-24. And at that time, what was transmitted over to the Science Center was a figure of 10.62 metric tons, which is anticipated to be used in the rebuilding analysis. This value was based in part on the recently released 2022 GEM report, noting a much higher encounter of quillback in the open access non-nearshore sector. It is the position of this motion that that number or that value is now too high based on anticipated in-season actions the council will be considering under G8 later today. That will shift gear types in this sector specifically to minimize any encounters with quillback rockfish. These are anticipated to be carried into 2024, and CDF&W is engaged in those discussions with GAP representatives and other interested stakeholders. That, in addition to state action already taken to reduce quillback impacts in the recreational fishery, also contribute to this reduced number. Just want to acknowledge that this does come with a considerable amount of awareness for the workload issue that we've described here across all of our agenda items and specifically within Groundfish. But would note again that this is an extremely constraining stock for California. And this representation of the best catch projection is warranted and reasonable at this time. And again, would note that this is a product of extenuating circumstances due to our stock assessment and process not being aligned with our stock definition process that we found ourselves in this position. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Caroline. Questions for Caroline on the motion? Discussion on the motion before us. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the motion. I do still have some additional concerns. I think just by adding one run, the Science Center just recently released the rebuilding analysis that was going to be discussed in this month. That would, my understanding here is that would have to be entirely redone. And even though it's just one removal assumption, it would have to be run multiple times. So there is a workload issue here. I also believe that if we end up getting through the process and going above these revised removal assumptions, it may put us in a difficult place where it invalidates the rebuilding analysis and any targets or ACLs. So it's tough. I'm still just trying to understand some of the rationales for this, which is obviously very different than the 10.62 GMT estimate for 2024. I guess that's more of a comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. Anyone else? Caroline?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarification, Mr. Wolf. Could you elaborate on what you mean by invalidates the rebuilding analysis? The current OFLs are somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 to slightly over 1 metric ton. This number is still substantially higher than the OFL itself. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. I think I'm going to phone a friend on this one and ask if Chantal Wetzel can respond.
Please. Chantal, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you, Chair Pettinger, and thank you, Ms. McKnight. I think what we're saying is that if we assume 6.3 metric tons in a new rebuilding analysis for next year, and mortality exceeds that value, we now have rebuilding targets, rebuilding timelines, SPR, harvest rate, because by the time we know whether we're below this number, we'll be beyond the spec cycle. Those values that will come out of this rebuilding analysis will no longer be valid, in that the ACLs will be higher than any updated analysis would support. So I think that's what Ryan is speaking to, in the fact that it would validate any of the pieces we adopt out of a new rebuilding plan if we were to exceed the 6.3 metric tons next year. And I believe Jim Hasty from the Science Center is also online, and I would request that maybe we could go to him and see if he has anything to add on that or clarify.
Thank you, Chantal. Okay. Further discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those no? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Abstentions? Okay, motion passes with 1 abstention. National Fisheries Service. Thank you, Caroline. Okay, Todd.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So I do believe you have, with the new motion, you have completed your business here for this particular agenda item.
Okay. Okay, very good. Well, we're shortened up how far we're behind by a little bit. So with that, we'll close this agenda item out, and I will pass the baton to Vice Chair Hassemer for the next Groundfish item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll pause for a minute. We have a little exchange of seats here. And while you look around the table, I will note that online with us today in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service seat is Michael Clark. Good afternoon, Michael.
In.
All right, thank you, everyone. This takes us to G7, groundfish item on the final trawl cost project, phase 1 report. I will turn to Dr. Seeger to give us an overview of this agenda item. Dr. Seeger, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Good afternoon, council members. So under this agenda item, you have two separate related topics, the trawl cost study and plans for the catch share and intersector allocation reviews coming up. With respect to the cost project, NIMS has provided funds for 2 years or 2 phases, if you will, of the study. And right now we're in the process of wrapping up the first year of that. The council saw the first draft of the document that's provided to you here is final in attachment 1. That was last April. And the action here is to review that final report and to provide guidance for phase 2 of the project. And that guidance might be to simply do instructions or to do a deeper dive into the areas that look more promising for cost reduction. Again, looking for some guidance then on phase 2. The second action in your situation summary is to recommend the process for moving forward with the catch share and allocation reviews. If there's no questions about the overview, then the next thing we'll do is to I'll go over attachment 2, which has to do with the calendar for moving forward on the reviews. Then we'll turn to Mr. Brannon for a presentation on the final cost project report, and then we'll go to SSC and GAP reports. But I'll pause here for questions.
Are there any questions for Dr. Seeger on the overview? And there are no questions, Jim, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Sandra. And thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you, Sandra, for having that up so quick for me. So this is the attachment I just referenced. It is a proposal for how you might move forward on your review process, and it does incorporate some of the cost project results. So at this meeting, under 1A here, you have identified the issues for focus on phase 2 and adopt the review process. So what I just reviewed for you in your situation summary. And then as part of that, directing the staff to compile a brief catch share program information document, example, 5 pages. I don't know if we can, or excuse me, 10 pages. I don't know if we can keep it to 10 pages, but the point is to say it would be something that would be very short and appropriate for handing out at a hearing or something like that to provide an orientation to folks in attendance. The second thing here would be a summary of the cost project, including the phase 1 results and issues the council identifies for working on phase 2. And the third would be outlines for the catch share and intersector allocation review documents. These documents that would be prepared would then feed into the next step when that starts. And so the next step for the next part of this would be to schedule an initial council scoping session for June of 2024 council meeting, or at least 1 month after you complete work on your gear switching issue, whichever of those comes last. Then after we get through that, based on that initial scoping session that hopefully would be June of 2024 and the guidance that comes from that scoping session, we would use those review outlines to complete draft review documents, again, that meet minimum standards. So taking the approach we did with the LE fixed gear review, just to produce something really targeted that meets those minimum standards. then we would schedule scoping hearings for after the initial review document are completed. Based on its review of the hearing results and initial review documents, the council would either conclude the review or provide guidance for additional work on the review documents, whatever was appropriate there. This conclusion of the review process could end up being a two-meeting process. The first one in which you would have a set of draft research and data needs and some draft council recommendations based on everything that had come up to that point, to give the public a chance to look those over and then finalize the document at a subsequent meeting. So, Mr. Vice Chairman, that completes my review of attachment 2. If there aren't any questions, then I would turn to Mr. Brannon.
All right, first I will look around. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks for the overview, Jim. Just thinking about the schedule and timing of these things, do you have a vision for when the initial review documents would be completed and when the public hearings might be? Would that, are you suggesting that be before or after the June scoping meeting?
We're looking, so after. So the idea is to, as time allows, prepare these briefer documents that are covered in 1B, having those available hopefully for the June scoping meeting in June 2024. Then we get the guidance and then completing that draft review documents after that meet the minimum standards. I don't know how long that might take. I would expect that it would at least take through the fall of 2024. As those are finalized, you'd be able to then scope those hearings for late in 2024 or in 2025, and then after you get those hearing results, wrap it up in 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions for Jim? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Hello, Jim. Just a question on what you're looking for under, in terms of the report. Are you asking the council for formal adoption or anything like that? I wasn't clear from the situation summary, or just it mentions mostly comments, guidance on phase 2. But yeah, do we need to formally adopt that report or et cetera?
Yeah, I think I would consider the report final unless there is something the council would like to see change. You'll hear a SSC report on their assessment of that report. I think the key is going to be really what you want to see happening in phase 2. So no, I don't think you need to formally adopt the report. And again, I would defer to Merrick on that, whose head I cannot see if he's shaking or nodding.
Executive Director Burden.
Thanks, Jim. I'm sitting here looking at Corey and nodding while you're talking, so you're doing good.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Looking around, further questions? I don't see any. Thank you, Dr. Seeger. With that, we will turn to Daryl Brannon for a presentation on the final Trawl cost project phase 1 report. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members of the council. I have what I hope is a fairly brief PowerPoint presentation to go over with you all on the findings of the Catch Share program. Next slide, please. The structure of my presentation was a brief introduction. I'll kind of look back at the project timeline, the project goals and objectives, and focusing on changes to the document that have occurred since you saw it last time in April, and a brief look at the summary and conclusions of the document. Next slide, please. The project timeline, the project was introduced at the September 22 council meeting. You received a progress report. The GMT GAP and council received input at the April 2023 council meeting, and the SSC received a report and provided input after the April 2023 council meeting. We're at the final review phase, and this is in September 2023 at this council meeting, and the next steps are still to be defined. Next slide, please. There's been a substantial number of changes to the document since you reviewed it last time. Some of those changes are, we corrected statements in the document that talked about survival credits for released fish, and particularly sablefish and lingcod. And this was a comment that came from the GMT at the April review, noting that there is a survival credit for those two species in the catch share program. I provided additional information in the document on the stakeholders that responded and provided comment when I reached out to them, so you could see, which sectors of industry and which representatives from various states responded. As a request of the SSC, after they reviewed the document, several of these following bullets relate to their request, and clearly stating the project's goals and objectives. One of the requests that the SSC made was that I should include more comparisons to other U.S. LAP programs than just the trawl fisheries that I included in the initial go-around. I did that. And the focus of the program should be more on the cost influenced by program design. Another issue that the SSC recommended that I address in the document better is that the statements from interviews were the opinions of the stakeholders, not necessarily conclusions of the document. I did feel that it was important to include the stakeholders' opinions in the document so you could see what they were thinking, as opposed to excluding certain statements or issues that may not be directly relevant to the catch share program, or that I felt were not justifiable concerns. I felt it was important to provide information that the stakeholders provided. The SSC also requested that I include analysis of distributional effects of fees, specifically the buyback fee, because that was addressed by stakeholders as a concern. Cost recovery fees, certainly, and a quota share and quota pound transfer prices. As I said earlier, I also included 5 non-trawl LAP program fisheries that were added to the document to compare costs against the West Coast program. Next slide, please. In terms of updated data in the document, I was able to add data through 2021 from the Economic Data Collection Program and the cost and revenue data. Previously, it was only through 2020, and so there's a series of tables in the section 9 of the document that provide a lot of information. Many of those are similar tables to what you saw in April, and I talked about it in April. I would note that there was additional information on leasing that was included in this version of the document. In April, I noted that we may be able to provide additional information on cost studies that were being conducted by the British Columbia IFBQ program and the Northeast Sector program. I was unable to get additional information from those studies to include in this document. That's something that could be monitored, and if the information becomes available during phase 2 and it's relevant to what issues the council wants looked at, then perhaps that could be included there, but it was not included in this version of the document. Next slide, please. This is just the 3 primary objectives of the study. I'm not going to go over these in detail. We've talked about them several times in the past. Next slide, please. And just as a reminder, these are the programs that we had in the original version of the document, and I'll talk about the 5 non-trawl laps that were added in response to the SSC as we go through like costs of the various programs in the summary section. Next slide, please. As one of the major goals and objectives of this program was comparing costs of the West Coast program to other catch share programs. And to do that, I took a kind of a 2-pronged approach. First, there were tables developed for each of the catch share programs showing the agency management enforcement costs. And some of those were single year, some of those were over a time series of years. And in the document, tables 4-4 to 4-14 provide that information, a summary of recoverable costs, and that's kind of a summary of those previous tables that I just talked about, is in table 4-15, and it looks at each of the catch share programs and provides information on what costs were recoverable and breaks those down in a more comparable fashion than is provided in the very detailed tables. Table 4-17 provides information on monitoring costs for each of the fisheries that we consider. And I'll go over these in a little bit more detail in later slides. There was a table developed that focused on each of the West Coast Trawl Groundfish Program elements and whether or not I determined that they may provide an opportunity for cost savings. And this is a very long, detailed table. There's a summary that just looks at the elements that appear to be potential opportunities for cost savings, and that's listed in the body of the document in table 5.-1. Section 9.5 of the document provides a very long table that looks at all the program elements that we considered when making that determination. Next slide, please. And this is a summary slide looking at the costs for each of the catch share programs. And this information was mainly derived from the cost recovery reports that the regions put out for their catch share programs. And you can see that the West Coast IFQ program is the top row of the slide. And over the time period 2007 through 2017 through 2023 that we considered, the calculated cost recovery fee percentage was 2.5 to 4.2%. As you recall, the Magnuson Act limits the cost recovery fee to 3%, so anything above 3% would not be recovered. The next column shows the ex-vessel value of the fishery. And over the 2017 through 2023 time period, the fishery ranged between $40 and $60 million. And so the actual fee payment was, over that time period, ranged from 1.48 to 2.25 million dollars. Similar information is shown for each of the catch share programs on this page of the document. I would note that this is the slide that shows the fee percentages that approach 3% in some of the years for these fisheries. All of the fisheries included in this, this table are IFQ fisheries, and they tend to have a fairly large number of participants in the fishery. The only exception to that is the Alaska, Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Catch Share Program. And it was approaching 3% or over 3%, but you can see that the revenue, the ex-vessel value of that fishery was relatively low, about $8 million to $12 million. And that's simply because under that cooperative program, it was a very focused, limited fishery that was allocated for a small fishery that had typically taken place during July prior to the LAP program being implemented. Next slide, please. The fisheries listed in this slide, the fee percent calculated is typically 1% or sometimes it's over 1% or less for these fisheries. As you look through this list of fisheries, these tend to be fisheries that are operated under a cooperative structure. The value of the fisheries in general is fairly high, and the fee payment is relatively low compared to the previous table. And that's because, in part, because some of the management responsibilities are shifted from the agency to the fishing fleet and managing the cooperative structure. The exception would be the last fishery, and that's the Middle Atlantic Surf Clam and Ocean Quahog fishery. It has a fairly low cost recovery fee over the 21-22 time period that was looked at. The value of the fishery is fairly high, $42 to $47 million during that time period. Next slide, please. The other fisheries that were considered were the individual bluefin tuna quota program. And that fishery has not collected any cost recovery fees to date. And the management action implementing the cost recovery fee for that fishery indicated that they would not collect a cost recovery fee unless the fee collected was greater than the cost of collecting the fee. And similar to what I think this council has done with the fixed gear portion of your LAP programs. And that was a recent decision by the council to implement that type of a program. The South Atlantic Wreckfish ITQ program has been around for a long time, but they're just at this meeting in September of October 2023, finalizing their cost recovery program. So they have not recovered any costs to date in that fishery. The Northeast Sector program is not considered a LAP and is not subject to cost recovery. And that goes back to when the program was implemented and the requirements for them to implement a LAP program under the Magnuson Act limitations during that time period. The final fishery considered was the Canadian British Columbia IVQ program. And they don't have cost recovery, but they pay a license fee. And the license fee is based on a base amount and a poundage or tonnage fee for each ton of or pound of quota assigned to the license. And in 2009, the fee percentage worked out to be about 2.9% of ex-vessel value, which is pretty close to the cost recovery fees that we're limited to in the US. Next slide, please. Looking at monitoring costs, and again, table 4-17 shows the monitoring costs and type of monitoring costs required by the various programs. In the West Coast groundfish fishery, observer costs range from $550 to $600 per day, depending on the fishery. And I would note that all but one vessel in the inshore whiting fishery is currently using EM, to my knowledge. And the EM cost for the West Coast catcher vessel fleet is reported to be about $431 per day. Comparing to other similar fisheries, the Alaska full coverage observer costs, and this is for like the AFA inshore pollock fishery, the mothership and catcher processor pollock fishery, Amendment 80 vessels, which is the non-pollock fisheries in Alaska. The full coverage observer costs were $370 to about $430 per day. And again, it varied depending on the fishery that was included. There are some catch share programs that do not require 100% at-sea observers or EM monitoring. Those fisheries tend to be based on monitoring landings and not total catch. An example would be the Alaska halibut and sablefish IQ program. It's not required to have 100% observer coverage. Observer coverage in that fishery is determined by an annual deployment plan for observers that the council has implemented, and a fee-based structure where they pay 1.65% of the ex-vessel value of their halibut and sablefish landings, in addition to some other fisheries that are in partial coverage fisheries, to determine the coverage levels and who has to carry an observer on a specific trip. And I would note that the cost per day for observer in that fishery is about $400 or $1,400 per day. Is substantially higher than the other fisheries. And a lot of that has to do with moving observers around to small ports within Alaska and travel costs and just the logistical costs of getting observers around in remote areas and travel time. Next slide, please. And this is just a quick summary of the amount industries paid for observer costs on the West Coast. You can see the different components of the West Coast LAP program fisheries. Earlier on, some of the costs for the catcher vessels were covered by some federal funding. The lines for the catcher vessels tend to diverge later on, and part of that may be due to the implementation of the EM program as opposed to carrying human observers. Next slide, please. Again, one of the things that the SSC asked me to look at is the analysis of the transfer prices. And quota pound transfer prices are an indication of the value stakeholders anticipate deriving from the use of an additional pound of quota. and may be an indicator of economic health of the fishery. There's a table in the document, it's table 4-18, that shows quota pound transfer prices by species group for 2011 through 2022, that the entire time period that the program's been in place. And a general finding is that lease rates during the most recent years tend to be less than the long-term 2011 to 2022 average. If you look at that table, the lease prices early on in the program, primarily through 2014, tended to be the highest. And since that time, for most fisheries, species has tended to decline. There are exceptions, certainly a few rockfish species, petrale sole, but for the majority of the species, they have tended to decline since the early years of the program. And that could in part be due to the percentage of the fishery that's being harvested, whether the total allocation, what percent of that allocation is being harvested, how much quota is available in the market, in addition to how much additional revenue you think you'll be able to derive from leasing that quota. Next slide, please. Getting into what elements we thought there might be, elements might have potential for cost savings. And again, I think the program has been in place for 12 years, and I think the council has picked off some of the elements that it was described in the gap in GMT as perhaps the low-hanging fruit that we could get some cost savings from. Most of the issues listed in this slide probably represent limited and minor cost-saving changes to the industry or the agency. The first bullet is the 30-day limit to remedy greater than 10% overages of their quota allocation. And the 30-day limit could impact lease prices. They may have to pay, harvesters may have to pay a higher price if they have to remedy the overage in that short period of time, as opposed to having to the end of the year or prior to allocation of quota the next fishing year. The prohibition on beginning a fishing trip if any of their quota pound species is over in a negative balance. And again, this can increase cost to harvesters. The overage underage provision provides benefits to industry, but it can increase the cost to the agency in monitoring those overages and underages on an annual basis. And those costs can be passed on to industry through cost recovery fees. Quota share and IFQ control limit changes could reduce costs, and the council's already addressed some of these limits in past actions. But if those limits are currently more constraining than needed to prevent excessive shares, and they could provide a more efficient use of the resource by the fleet, then you could consider maybe modifying some of those. Next slide, please. Under the monitoring cost sections, we assume that there may be an opportunity for cost savings either through technology changes or regulatory changes, and the technology changes primarily come with potential for implementing EM in the program. Some of the specific provisions that we considered were reviewing the requirements for observer coverage on catcher vessels delivering to motherships. I think I mentioned in the April review that this is not a requirement in Alaska that you have observer coverage on catcher vessels delivering to motherships, because the cod end isn't brought on board the catcher vessel. The primary purpose of having observers on the catcher vessels is to look to see if there were bleeding of the cod ends, or if there were a dumping of the cod ends, the entire cod ends. I lost my PowerPoint.
They are working on getting that back up for you.
Give me a chance to take a drink of water.
Maybe there's an opportunity, if there's any questions people have to this point, we can use the time efficiently. Or it is all very clear. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Vice Chair. I'll fill a silence. A question, Daryl, you were just showing several slides with potential cost savings elements identified. And I was just curious if there was any particular order or meaning to the order in which you listed them.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Summer, I think probably on the first set of slides, I said there's probably a pretty minor opportunity for cost savings in that bulleted list of items. I think probably the majority of cost savings would probably fall under monitoring issues. And outside of the catcher vessels, observer coverage on catcher vessels delivering to mothership, I wasn't able to provide real bright line kind of suggestions. It's more things that the council could dig in and think about. And they really come down to policy decisions and trade-offs between the amount of coverage that's necessary to determine primarily at-sea discards and what you may be willing to forego. And I think one of the discussions that I had in the GAP and GMT was looking at the Northeast Sector program, and they didn't require 100% observer coverage, but they had a 15% buffer built into the allocation to account for uncertainty in at-sea discards. And when the agency was talking about implementing 100% observer coverage, part of the benefit that they told industry that they could receive was, look, you can catch 15% more of the quota if you have 100% observer coverage, and we can do away with that buffer. Industry responded that they weren't catching, 100% of their quota anyway. They were leaving probably more than 50% of the quota on the table, and giving them access to that buffer probably wouldn't increase revenue a whole lot. And so there's a lot of trade-offs involved. There's different ways that have done in different areas in the past, but I didn't have any really bright line solutions other than things to think about that would have to be determined through the policy arena.
Okay, thank you. Well, the presentation is back up, so you can continue.
And Mr. Vice Chairman, the last bullet on this slide deals with VMS, and it's not really part of the catch share program. It was implemented before the catch share program went into place. And the request here came from one of the industry stakeholders, and they requested that the council review whether all of the VMS notification requirements are necessary to monitor fishing behavior. And there's a whole series that are listed in the document of VMS reporting requirements that helped OLE and other enforcement agencies determine whether someone's in violation or fishing where they should be. And again, it's a trade-off. If they don't have to check in so often, and the issue was, sometimes it's hard for people to coordinate at sea with their home office and get these check-in reports done in a timely fashion. And so they just requested that the council think about that. And next slide, please. A couple of other issues. The first is cooperative reports. And again, this wasn't a big deal to industry. Having talked to them about filing cooperative reports, they're kind of used to filing those reports. But looking through the information required in the cooperative reports, I think most of that information is available from other sources. The one piece of information that wouldn't be available from other sources is the internal actions taken by the cooperatives against one of their members. And I mentioned in the paper that perhaps if it's that simple of a report, that it might be just a verbal report given to the council at a specific council meeting decided on by the council, as opposed to a written report. Of course, if you do that, then you don't have that document that's handy that you can refer back to, and you end up having to go back and listen to council meeting tapes and to find that information if you want it. It's not as readily available. I think the second bullet is probably may provide a greater opportunity for cost savings, and that's dealing with the MSA required program and allocation reviews. And especially as programs mature And a lot of the review is comparing to what the goals and objectives were of the original program and the original recipients, how they're affected of the program. There may be opportunities to take a long, hard look at specifically the program reviews and see if they could be scaled back, because the agencies and the council staff spend a lot of time developing those various program reviews. And if the information could be streamlined in some way to reduce that, and the industry spends a lot of time reviewing that and coming to meetings and talking about it. So if there is a way to perhaps streamline those reviews, that may be an opportunity for cost savings. Next slide, please. This is just a quick slide on future work, and Dr. Seeger has already gone over this, so I'm not going to spend any time talking about this, other than to just say that this is your first opportunity to provide guidance on phase 2 of the project. I'm sure there may be other opportunities in the future. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. Just thank you to council staff, especially Jim Seeger for reviewing documents, and Merrick and Patricia for support, and NOAA Fisheries staff, especially Maggie Summer for helping review documents, and Aaron Steiner for providing the updated 2021 data that's in the appendix, section 9. And I also like to thank stakeholders who took the time to talk to me and reach out and provide input for the analysis. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Daryl. Are there questions for Mr. Brannon on the presentation or the report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Doctor, I'm sorry.
Mr.
I believe it was slide 13, the one with the graphs of the car. Yeah, that one. Thank you. You may have said this, and I'm sorry, we're getting long in the week. The lines for MS and CP, those are per day cost or per observer cost? Because I believe that sector is 200% observer coverage. So that would actually be accounting for 2 observers and not 1. Just want to make sure in my mind I'm thinking correctly about this.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Mass, that's a good question. I did not specifically mention that. That's because they are carrying 2 observers, and that's the cost per day for the vessel. And this is from the fisheye, the economic data report data. And so, yeah, their lines are about twice as high because they got 2 observers as opposed to 1 observer.
Thank you. Further questions? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you for the report. A lot of work, and it'll be very valuable for us. I think I asked you a version of this question, but on your second to last slide where you're on what's next, I kind of wondered if we were a little too focused on just costs here with this report rather than, or maybe we don't need to be so focused again, but I think in general, in my mind, the question is, what could the council do to benefit the fishery the most? So just wondering on your experience, spending a lot of time talking to people in producing this report, just wondering if you had offerings of any thoughts you would offer on the most fruitful next steps of what a phase 2 of this type of work could focus on.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Niles. I think from my perspective, looking at, the monitoring costs are one thing. The other side that we didn't really look at and focus on in really this version of the analysis was, are there any things we could do for revenue generation increases as opposed to cost savings? We spent some time, looking at things like, well, how much of the allocation is being harvested, and for several of the fisheries, the percentages have declined over the time that this program has been in place. What are the factors driving that decline? Is it things outside of the council's ability to influence, or is it markets? Is it issues with foreign markets and our ability to market to those places, China or whatever, because of tariffs that were put in place? Is it COVID related? There's a lot of things that could go into that. I know there were a lot of people, or some of the people that I talked to in California were concerned about just the lack of infrastructure. There's been a decline in deliveries, and there's just not the infrastructure in certain ports anymore to be able to take those deliveries. I don't know how the council addresses those types of issues, but I think if you were to broaden it and to look, not just focus on cost, but more focus on, is there anything that can be done to improve the revenue side of the equation, that may be something to consider.
Thank you. Further questions? Bob Dooley.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Daryl, for coming forward, and great reports, and great to be able to talk to you and your call. That was good. I appreciated it. Question, in regards to cost recovery in the program, and did you do any analysis over time as the cost, it seems like the cost recovery costs or charges are going down, the percentages going down, and how that relates to non-LAP programs? Are we getting to a point, or did you do any analysis to see whether we're getting to a point in these LAP programs over a period of time where they kind of normalize and possibly they don't cost any more than a non-LAP program to operate, and in some cases maybe less? Just curious.
Vice Chair Hassemer, Mr. Dooley, I did not do that. Most of the information available on agency costs are from cost recovery reports, and they're only generated for LAP programs. And so I did not attempt in any way to try and look at agency costs for non-LAP programs. I think that would be more of a separate kind of undertaking than the focus of this program. And I really don't have a good answer for you whether, in my opinion, they're kind of normalizing, and the cost of a LAP is similar to the non-catcher programs. They're probably, just off the cuff, there are probably certain agency costs that are fairly similar in the two, but there are certain agency costs that are specific to managing a LAP program, and they would always be different. But I really couldn't tell you what the difference is between the two, where the costs are for both types of programs.
Look around for any further hands here, questions. And I am not seeing any. So again, thank you very much, Daryl. That moves us into our management and advisory body reports. First up is the Scientific Statistical Committee report. Dr. Holland is online for that. Dr. Holland, assuming you can hear us, please go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. This is Dan Holland, Chair of the SSC. I'd like to read Agenda Item G7B, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on the Final Trawl Cost Project Phase 1 Report and Next Steps for the Trawl Catch Share and Allocation Reviews. The SSC received a presentation from Daryl Brannon of Brannon and Associates on a comparative case study for the West Coast Groundfish Catch Share Program. The report evaluates how the program design elements affect program objectives and costs. The information in the report will be used to inform the upcoming Trawl Catch Share Program and intersectoral allocation reviews. The SSC appreciates the analyst's efforts in addressing the SSC Economic Subcommittee comments from the May 11th, 2023 meeting. The report is sufficient as a preliminary analysis for program costs and preparation for future work. The SSC notes that the Economic Data Collection ADC program was essential to this analysis and will be similarly important to future evaluations of potential cost savings and program modifications for the Trawl Catch Share program. The SSC has the following recommendations. The comments from the individual stakeholders are not appropriate for drawing conclusions. The sample size is too small, and the industry outreach was open-ended and not structured to elicit the information needed to inform the specifics of this analysis. Phase 2 of the study should aim to improve industry participation. The focus of phase 2 should not be limited only to those program elements that could reduce costs. Instead, it should consider any program elements that could be adjusted to improve the program's economic benefits. And that concludes the SSC report, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. Holland on the SSC report? There are no questions, so thank you again. Next, we have the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Jeff Lackey is here to deliver that. Good afternoon, Jeff.
Good afternoon. I will be reading from Agenda Item G7B, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Final Trawl Cost Project, Phase 1 Report, and next steps for the Trawl Catch Share and Allocation reviews. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel appreciates the analysis in the comparative cost study. The GAP acknowledges there is not an immediately obvious large cost savings item to be easily addressed. Also, any reduction in program features to achieve cost savings should consider potential trade-offs in program function or data generation. However, the GAP believes there are potential areas for further investigation and efficiency gains for Phase 2. For example, from stakeholder input, bullet point on page 14 of the study, quote, streamline activities with recoverable costs, such as social science research and EM video review, to only what is absolutely necessary to fulfill program mandates, end of quote. The GAP believes the economic data collection scope could be narrowed by collecting less detailed information and/or making EDC at longer intervals, such as every third year instead of annually. This could have some overlap with the Catch Shares review process. The GAP generally agrees with the straw proposal steps and timeline described in G7 Attachment 2, Catch Share and Intersector Allocation review process. The GAP notes that the Catch Share review process has the potential to be more complex than the process for review and follow-on actions of single species program reviews, like limited entry fixed gear tier fishery, because of multiple species and mixed results of the Catch Share program. The results of the scoping hearings may provide significant input for the council to consider in shaping the review process. And that concludes the report.
Are there any questions on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? Corey Niles?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Pretty clear, but just to double check on your statement about the schedule, you say you generally agree, excuse me, which is not the strongest endorsement, but it doesn't sound like you had any other ideas or serious concerns with it. So just go ahead with it is the message.
Yes, and generally agree because it's kind of a general schedule with some sort of some qualifications on how things play out. But that's why the end of the paragraph there, the end of the statement says that, the scoping hearings may change things. There's the potential for there to be, maybe some large issues that stakeholders would suggest to be reviewed or addressed, or it may not. It may, you just don't know.
Any further questions for the GAP on that report? And I don't see any hands. Thank you, Jeff. That completes our reports, takes us to public comment. There are no signups. So that will take us into council discussion and action. And bring it back up here. Listed as 2. I think there's sort of 3 there. The review the final report. Consider that. Think about guidance for phase 2 and then next steps for the trawl, catch, share, and allocation reviews. So I will look around for a hand to initiate discussion. Maggie Summer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. I would like to thank Mr. Brannon for the very in-depth report, which provides information that will be helpful as we move into the second review of the Trawl Catch Share program. We heard your interest starting quite some time ago about examining costs of the program in the upcoming review and provided this support to enable a more in-depth look at that. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight the value of the economic data collection information for this report. Daryl mentioned it, Mr. Brannon mentioned it, but there are a few points in the document also where the EDC data were used but not referenced. So I wanted to make sure everyone understands the value of this data. And NOAA Fisheries staff continuously work to decrease the cost of the EDC survey and decrease its burden on respondents. We're always looking for efficiencies, whether it's in the EDC program or anything else we undertake. I did note that there are some items documented in Mr. Brannon's report. For example, the VMS reporting requirements mentioned in his presentation today that might not be cost-saving measures, but we can take them into consideration in the upcoming Trawl program review, and we have noted those. And then I'd concur with Mr. Brannon's comments that decision on potential cost savings program changes really comes down to policy decisions and trade-offs. And I think the GAP noted that too, and that's obvious around this table. That's really what we hope to examine in phase 2. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Further discussion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And it's just a thank you to Mr. Brannon for the responsiveness to addressing the requests we had the last time and trying to incorporate those. I think he did a pretty bang-up job on doing that. So just wanted to express some appreciation there.
Right, thank you. See if there's anything else to say. I believe Dr. Seeger, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not necessary for the council to approve this report, but as it gets finalized and goes in the final print, I'm going to look around the room and make sure everybody is comfortable with any last minor edits, corrections that need to be made. I think every so often you see we have some typos and things in documents, so they can do those without substantive changes. Take these one at a time. Anything else on the final phase 1 report? And I'm not seeing anything. Any hands? So guidance for phase 2. I believe there was some in the SSC report. I'll look for any discussion on that. Corey Niles.
Well, first, thanks, Mr. Chair, and echoing what Maggie and Lynn said on the thanks and the importance of this economic data collection and the thoughtfulness here. But yeah, I guess as I understand it, this is really guidance. This is a guidance that's going to the executive director here, who has some discretion with the phase 2 funds to define the scope of what goes, how those are used. And I guess I don't have anything better to say than what Mr. Brannon said, what the SSC said. And I think, and I know our executive director was one of the folks helping us design this program. So a lot of confidence that it'll be used. But yeah, I think the general question should be, what can the council do? Information to help the council when it gets to the review with what it can do to help this fishery perform better, get back to the original, achieving the goals and objectives we had, maybe evaluating whether our goals and objectives are good. Again, I don't have anything specific here, but that was what I think would be most useful and helpful with these extra resources we have here.
Thank you. Further discussion on the phase two, any guidance there? And maybe before we get to the next steps for the catch share and allocation reviews, I'll ask Dr. Seeger what he heard in terms of guidance for the phase two approach.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Earlier in your discussion, Ms. Sommer mentioned that in phase two, we'd be focusing in on cost changes and recognizing that these are policy decisions and bringing forward the trade-offs. We also heard about paying attention to guidance in the SSC report. I do want to note that in the SSC report, the two bullets, one was aiming at improving industry participation. Depending on how we move forward in phase two, it may or may not be the contract may or may not be so focused on industry participation as kind of developing the analysis and delving into these particular areas that you've identified. The other thing I wanted to note in the last bullet in the SSC report is that it talks about not limiting it to only those program elements that could be reduced, that could reduce costs. And this might be a question for NIMS or something NIMS might want to respond to, but I believe these funds are specifically that we're kind of focusing in for this project on that aspect of the cost of improving the situation of industry. And certainly there are revenue sides. The revenue side needs to be examined too, and we've heard discussion of different ways that could be done. But I guess my question there is a limitation on our use of the funds. And before doing that, let me just wrap up by saying I think the council staff will take this general guidance from the council, whatever else you might have to say today, and we'll then take a look at the best way to use these funds towards the overall objective of developing analysis that could lead to policy choices for you down the road that would help reduce costs.
All right, thank you, Dr. Seeger. Maggie Sommer.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Jim, for the summary there. The overall intent of this project is to explore whether and how the program could be improved to better realize the goal of increasing net economic benefits. We determined that we would first examine costs and the potential for savings in phase one. We recognize that there's more that goes into greater net economic benefits than lower costs. Obviously, there's the revenue side of the equation, and there are a lot of nuances in there. So we, certainly are supportive of the SSC's recommendations there that Jim just highlighted, noting that we want this to be efficient and effective. And so building on the work that has been done in phase one makes sense. So we don't really want to start here and start new and broaden the scope and start new on a lot of things. I would suggest that we have some good information here in the report and the advisory body recommendations for Executive Director Burden to go forward and work with staff and think about the best way to structure a phase two.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks. So just to come at it again, it wasn't just pointing to the SSC report. I was pointing to the response that Mr. Brandon had to my question about where would you go next. And the part that resonated with me was where are the areas that this council can influence, like greater net benefits, which kind of requires some evaluation of what is going on in the fishery, what is affecting the performance of the fishery, and where are the parts of that that we can influence. So that was, I didn't hear you mention that exchange, Jim, but not blaming you for that. But to me, that's the kind of the key question, and we can use as much information as we can to help with the fuller review when we get there.
Thank you, Corey. So we've got some good guidance on the phase two piece of the project. Look around last call for any discussion or further guidance on that. And not seeing any. Let's talk about the trawl catch share and allocation reviews. And remember in attachment 2, a suggested schedule. See if there's any hands or comments on that. Corey Niles.
Not to cut off discussion, Mr. Vice Chair, but I do have a brief motion that might help us with that if you're interested.
Please go ahead. I didn't see any other hands.
Thank you. I move that the council adopt the proposed catch share and intersector allocation review process shown in agenda item G7 attachment 2.
Thank you. That looks accurate and complete, is it?
Yes.
Is there a second? Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Please speak to your motion as needed.
I think just briefly, yeah, the council staff put a lot of thought into this and has a lot of experience with it. And as I think the gaps reaction, as Jeff explained in response to my question, was a good one of this. It looks like a good schedule, but there's also room to there's flexibility in it to change as we see what comes out of it. So yeah, I don't think anything needs more to be said than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the maker of the motion? Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Niles. I think you just spoke to my question, but maybe it bears repeating. As I look at and interpret what we call the straw proposal for catch share and intersector allocation review process, I think of it as the general architecture of what we would follow rather than prescriptive steps. So one of the things that's on my mind is just we have staff turnover happening next year. Mr. Seeger is retiring, as I think everyone knows. We also have budget issues we still have to work through this year. So if I'm misinterpreting your motion to be other than like architecture that we'd follow as we go through this review process, please let me know, but that's how I'm interpreting the motion.
Corey?
Yes, I agree with your interpretation.
Thank you. Further questions for the maker of the motion? Not seeing any questions. Discussion on the motion? Seeing no hands for discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Corey. I will first, before asking Dr. Seeger to summarize, look around the table for any hands, further discussion, comment, motions. Jim, there are no hands going up, so I'm going to ask you how we've done.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Yes, I think you've completed business for the day here. It's apparent that the phase 1 document is ready for finalization. You had a discussion that provided guidance on phase 2, including referencing guidance can be drawn from the advisory body reports, and you just had a motion which adopted your schedule as a architecture for moving forward on the catch share and intersector allocation reviews.
Right. Thank you very much. That completes this agenda item. We are going to take a break before we start into G8. Does 15 minutes sound okay? Not seeing any opposition, so please be back here in 15 minutes.
Hello, it's Paul Moran here. Can folks hear me? I don't hear anything. It sounds like the mic is off in the room.
You are audible. The council's on recess.
Oh, super. Okay, thanks very much. Okay, I'll just stand by. Oh, hi, Maggie. Can you hear me? I got feedback from somebody in the room that said that was audible.
All right, let's move back to our seats. I know you're having fun, and we are going to continue having fun. Thank you. We are all back here on agenda item G8, the groundfish harvest specifications, technical corrections, and in-season adjustments. Final action. I will turn it over to Todd Phillips to give us an overview. Todd.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon again, Council. In the essence of time, I'm going to be again summarizing the situation summary, but know that I can answer any questions that you may have. So looking at this rather large agenda item, the first thing off would be the harvest specification technical corrections. So just in general, over the summer, staff and the Northwest Fisheries Science Center discovered some errors in the 23-24 harvest specifications, notably for canary, square spot, dark blotch, sablefish, yellow eye, and yellowtail rockfish. Those the rationale or the reasons behind the errors and the corrections to those errors are found in attachments 1 and 5, so I can speak to those. So at this particular juncture, the council will need to adopt the 2024 harvest specifications so that the fishery can be set for next year. Moving forward, we will have our general in-season adjustments, which the council is quite used to. There are a number of reports here from California, as well as the GMT, that speak to that particular issue of changing trip limits and also adopting some other new trip limits. And finally, as the council will recall, back in June, you requested that the at-sea cooperatives provide some information to you regarding bycatch of groundfish and bycatch of salmon. The co-ops of all, the shoreside co-op, the catcher processor co-op, and the mothership co-ops have all provided letters for the council to review, and that will provide you some information, hopefully, that you were requesting. Looking to your list of items here, obviously you have 5 attachments. Attachments 1 and 5 speak to the technical corrections, while attachments 2, 3, and 4 speak to the NC, they are from the at-sea cooperatives. And then you have a number of CDF and W reports, an ODF and W report. You have 5 GMT reports, and I must applaud the GMT and how much I admire them. They spent 11 hours each day working on those. You have the GAP and STT and SSC reports as well. And I believe you also have a public comment presentation from Ms. Krista McQuah. Looking to your action is to adopt technical corrections to the harvest specifications for selected species, review the at-sea cooperative reports to the council as appropriate, and adopt the 23-24 in-season adjustments as necessary. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I conclude my overview. And again, I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Todd. Before we begin, are there questions of Todd on the overview? And not seeing any, before we begin, I'd like to take this opportunity a little further guidance. We have a lot of reports. We have a lot of public comment that is going to come before us. I just want to alert everyone right now that the council had requested the whiting sectors to come and talk to us. They are part of that public comment sign up. Because we requested them, I will take the whiting sector reports first. They will not show up in that order when we see the list of signups, but we will take the mothership, the catcher processor, and then the shoreside sector reports in that sequence and have those. And then we will continue with the rest of the public comment. With that public comment also, because of the amount, so we do finish today, people will be leaving and we cannot carry over tomorrow. We're going to reduce the time for comment for individuals down to 3 minutes, for those representing an entity to 7 minutes. So just want to give everybody that heads up right now on that process. With that, our first report is a NIMS report. So I'm going to turn the microphone to Mr. Ryan Wolf to introduce that.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Our G8 Supplemental Revised NIMS Report 1 responds to a request by the council at the June meeting to look into whether we could provide information at this meeting on the ESU composition of Chinook salmon bycatch in the spring whiting fisheries. I'm going to turn it over here to Dr. Paul Moran with the Northwest Fisheries Science Center's Conservation Biology Division Genetics and Evolution Program, who I believe is online and will present a summary of that report and some new information from genetic samples since the report was published in the briefing book. But I did want to note before turning it over to Dr. Moran that information to assess these ESU-specific impacts is not normally available in season, but the Region and Science Center did want to respond to the heightened interest expressed by the council at our last meeting in June. And lastly, to note that the at-sea hake observer program, the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program, the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission's Catch Monitor Program, and Dr. Moran and his team in the Northwest Senators Genetics Lab went to extraordinary efforts to provide this incidence and information on the stock composition. I just wanted to note that from the beginning and recognize and thank them. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Moran, who I believe is online.
All right.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Wolf. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Thank you. And thanks again, Mr. Wolf, for those kind words. Yeah, I'll try to be extremely brief because I know there's a lot on the table today. So the goal of my talk today is really to follow up the written report that we submitted for the briefing book with samples, actual results from actual samples that were run. So there are two parts to this. The predicted values that were obtained before we actually ran the tissue samples, and then the composition results that we observed after that. So I just have two quick, I presume my title slide is up, and if we can go ahead and advance to the next slide. And that should show a picture of the West Coast, a scatter plot of the West Coast with showing this sort of a strong climb that we observed over a period of time. So these are Chinook salmon taken in bycatch, color-coded by their ESU of origin. The ESUs are ordered from north to south. And we see that the blue colors are taken in the north and the yellows and reds are taken in the south. And go ahead and go to the next slide. We sort of knew about these kinds of distributions from coded wire tags, but we were actually able to quantify these results and develop predictive models to infer what stock composition might be encountered at a given latitude, simply based on the latitudinal distribution of those samples. So these are simply regression formulas. I won't go into detail here. This is all spelled out in the written report. And I tried to give an extra generous sort of background section on the history of the application of these tools and so forth. But let's just go ahead and jump to the next slide. These last two slides are really the essence of the material I want to present today. And so we see we have predicted and observed values. So this should be the bar plot. And we see the dark bars are the predicted values that we inferred before actually running the samples. And then the observed, that's observed from genotypes. So we actually extracted DNAs for about a third of the samples. So 366 samples, I believe, were run out of 1,054. Now, I want to note these are just the at-sea sectors. So we did a broader prediction of both groundfish fisheries, or bottom trawl, and shoreside, but those samples were not available to do this kind of a validation or an evaluation, I should say. Not necessarily a validation, because as you can see, we had some successes and failures here. So by and large, the general pattern is fairly consistent, but you do see that we missed our estimate on a couple of ESUs, both both listed and non-listed ESUs. And just as an aside, there's a lot of focus in NOAA on listed stocks, but we also want to recognize the importance of other unlisted stocks, including principally the Klamath Trinity stock for one. We see our estimate was pretty close for that one, but Lower Columbia River, again, these are smaller values, but if you look at the relative divergence, it's pretty substantial. So that might be one to be a little bit concerned about. But let's see, California Coast went the other way. We over predicted the impacts on California coastal ESU, and those were somewhat lower. Let's just jump to the last slide. And this really shows the table of information. And so the bold lines are listed ESUs, so those are listed under the Endangered Species Act, and then the non-bold are sort of all the others. Essentially, these are 17 ESUs and then 2 sort of catch-all groups, Southern British Columbia and Central BC and Alaska. But you can basically go down for the ASHOP program there. These are the at-sea observer program. And we can see where we, again, the California coastal, we predicted 72 fish and 40 were estimated from the observed genotypes. And Klamath Trinity, you can see we're within, about 20 fish there, so 25 fish. So pretty good estimate there. Anyway, I won't take a lot of time. I'll leave that time for questions. I'll just say that this table corresponds essentially to the table that's in the report, except that we grade out the predicted values and we use the observed values for the totals, which are in the far right column, where we're adding the catch monitor program, the at-sea program, and then also this large bycatch event, which I'll be glad to answer questions about, but I guess I don't really want to take a lot of time for that unless people have specific questions. So anyway, I'll stop there and welcome questions.
Thank you, Paul. Are there questions for Dr. Moran on that report? Looking around. And I don't see any hands here. So again, thank you very much for providing that information for us, Dr. Moran. We
happy to do that. Thank you for the time, and I welcome any comments offline.
All right. Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just very briefly, I appreciate Dr. Moran's presentation, but since we're still under the NIMS report, maybe if I've received a number of questions, I think it came up in the advisory bodies as well as I've heard it in the margins. So I just wanted to really quickly state as the presentation you just saw and kind of compare or at least explain how that might be addressed, or at least how it might compare with what is in our biological opinion. So while high, the spring 2023 bycatch appears to be consistent with the expectations that are in our existing biop. That assumed that up to 14,500 total Chinook could be taken in the whiting fisheries. It assumed a certain stock composition of that bycatch based on modeling developed for that purpose by the Northwest Center. And based on information from the GMT and the Northwest Center, total bycatch and the ESU composition are within the BIOPS assumptions in ITS. So I just wanted to note that clarification because there have been some questions. We, of course, are monitoring it closely. We'll continue to do so throughout the remainder of the season, but nothing in the presentation you just saw is outside of what is in the BIOP analysis currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Butch Smith.
Yeah, I'd like to echo what Mr. Wolf said. In the past, some of this information would take 2, 3, 4 years, and this was an amazing turnaround to get this information. And I want to personally thank Ryan and the NOAA staff for what they did here. We've come a long way just from a few years ago when we couldn't get hardly any information out for, like I said, years at a time. So I just am appreciative of what they did and how fast they did it. And thank you.
Thank you, Butch. Anything further on the NIMS report? And not seeing any hands, we will go to the other management entity and advisory body reports. First up, we have 3 California Department of Fish and Wildlife reports. And Caroline, can you guide me as to who's presenting those? Marcy Yaremko. Oh, you are. Okay, sorry. I thought you were pointing behind you. I wanted to scare Marcy. Go ahead, Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, I will address first Agenda Item G.8, CDF&W Report 1. This was submitted to the advanced briefing book, so I don't think it's necessary to read it word for word, but I will just hit the highlight, which is that it details the first of a series of actions that CDF&W took on the state side in response to higher than expected catch of quillback rockfish. So on August 1st, we met with our consultants, with the GAP and other stakeholders, and zeroed out the retention for commercial, non-trawl commercial, and recreational bag limit. That was the first action, and that information is detailed there. Following that, we have supplemental CDF&W Report 2 that was in the advanced briefing book. This was another series of steps following that August retention change to move the recreational fishery to an offshore only deeper than 50 fathom fishery to again reduce encounters with quillback rockfish. Specifically, I would just draw attention in that report to the recommendations in that report, which was to be at this council meeting, asking for some federal action to concur with that state action to zero out the retention for quillback rockfish, and also adjust the recreational seasons to an offshore fishery, and then consider further commercial non-trawl in-season actions, which we will hear shortly. So I'll pause there and see if there's any questions relative to those first two reports.
Are there any questions on the first two CDFW reports? And I don't see any, so please continue.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, I'll be reading from Agenda Item G.8A, Supplemental Revised CDF&W Report 3, September 2023. And this is the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Report on 2023 in-season groundfish harvest in California. CDF&W provides the following informational report on harvest of select groundfish species of interest in 2023. A comprehensive reporting of all groundfish mortality in California is found at the end of this report in Appendix 1. All values were rounded using standard rounding rules in each table for presentation purposes. For that reason, some of the rounded values over rows and columns within tables may not be equal to the total value. So beginning with the recreational fishery and quillback rockfish, quillback rockfish remain in the minor nearshore complex north and south of 4010 with a shared commercial and recreational species specific ACT of 0.87 metric tons for the area between 42 and 4010 and 0.89 metric tons for the south of 42 area. As discussed in CDF&W Report 1 and supplemental CDF&W Report 2, mortality of quillback rockfish has exceeded harvest limits in the areas north and south of 4010, and multiple in-season actions were taken to limit encounters with quillback rockfish in the recreational fishery. Encounters with quillback rockfish have continued since submitting CDF&W in-season reports 1 and 2, and updated catch information is available. The best estimate of total mortality for quillback rockfish in the California recreational fishery through August 27th incorporates monthly catch estimates from January through June and weekly anticipated catch value data from July 1st through August 27th. The best estimate of total mortality is 1.75 metric tons for the area between 42 and 4010 and 1.8 metric tons for the area south of 4010. And just draw your attention to table 1 is that northern table that you can see both the estimate or formal surface cast estimates versus the ACVs. And it is anticipated that as catch estimates become available, they will replace those ACV values. And table 2 is the same information, but for the area to the south of 4010. For copper rockfish remains in the minor nearshore rockfish complex north and south of 4010 with a shared commercial and recreational species specific ACT of 6.9 metric tons for the area between 42 and 4010 and 84.6 metric tons for south of 4010. The best estimate of total mortality for copper rockfish in the California recreational fishery through August 27th incorporates monthly catch estimates from January through June and weekly ACVs from July 1 through August 27th. Best estimate of total mortality is 2.32 for the area between 42 and 4010 and 27.86 for the area south of 4010. These values are within area-specific ACT values for copper rockfish. So again, those tables are broken out to the north and south, similar to as they were for quillback. I will just draw your attention to table 4. This is the recreational best estimate of total mortality for south of 4010 by management area. And this in the southern management area is currently estimated at 8.68 metric tons. They're carefully monitoring that against current stock assessment information demonstrating a constrained or depleted stock biomass in that area. Moving on to yellow eye rockfish. Yellow eye rockfish is the only remaining rebuilding rockfish species off the coast of California. A California recreational harvest guideline is set at 15.3 metric tons with an ACT of 12 metric tons in 2023. CDF&W understands the council will consider a technical correction to the HG and ACT values for yellow eye and other species assessed in 2021 based on the information presented in G8 Supplemental Revised Attachment 1. Future CDF&W in-season reports will reflect any updated HG and ACT values as recommended by the council. CDF&W tracks recreational mortality of yellow eye on a weekly basis using the established ACV process. Through August 27th, 2023, it is projected that 5.4 metric tons of yellow eye rockfish mortality has occurred. Considering the shift to offshore-only fisheries north of Point Conception to limit impacts to quillback rockfish, CDF&W will continue to track yellow eye mortality closely and report to the council through CDF&W in-season reports. Okay, for non-trawl commercial fishery for quillback, commercial landings data are from PACFIN and reflect activity across all management areas from January through September 5th, 2023. Landing totals are 0.3 metric tons for the area between 42 and 4010 and 0.3 for the area south of 4010. Commercial quillback rockfish landings across California are tracking similar to 2022. However, as discussed in season report 1 and 2, mortality of quillback rockfish has exceeded harvest limits in areas north and south, and retention of quillback rockfish was prohibited in the commercial fishery. Since the prohibition, there have been no reported commercial landings of quillback rockfish. Reported landings are preliminary and subject to change as more data become available. So for commercial copper, landings are from PACFIN as well, reflect all activity across management areas from January through September 5th. Landing totals are 0.4 for the area between 42 and 4010 and 1.6 for the area south. The combined commercial and recreational values are within area-specific ACT values for copper rockfish, and landings across California continue to track similar to 2022, suggesting the sub-trip limits are effectively minimizing harvest in the commercial fishery. Reported catches are also subject to change in preliminary as more data becomes available. So total quillback to take to date compared to harvest limits. In the sections above, quillback rockfish take to date was provided for rec and commercial independently of one another. But quillback rockfish is currently managed under a non-trawl sector harvest limit for the areas both north and south of 4010 within California. So combining quillback rockfish take to date for the area north is 2.0 metric tons or 230% of the ACT ACL contribution. And that's reflected in Table 6, and 190% of the OFL contribution for that area. For the area south of 4010, the combined quillback rockfish take to date is 2.12 metric ton or 238% of the ACT ACL contribution and 200% of the OFL contribution for that area. Moving into Appendix 1, this provides an update of 2023 fishing seasons relative to ACLs and harvest guidelines, sector allocations, and ACTs for the 23-24 biennium. Catch it does include estimates of total mortality and not the ACVs. So that just draw your attention, that may be why you see a difference in the tables below in the appendix versus the tables above for the recreational sector, and landings from the commercial sector without discard mortality. Commercial landings are from the non-trawl fixed gear, limited entry, and open access sectors, except for blackgill rockfish, which include both trawl and non-trawl landings. And just to note there that our monthly recreational catch estimates are from RecFin through June 2023 and reflect activity across all recreational management areas, which is in Table 7. And then commercial landings are from PACFIN and are through January through September 5th in Table 8. And then comparing cumulative year-to-date totals in 2023 to 2022, commercial and recreational take are higher for yellow eye rockfish, approximately 1.8 metric tons. Canary rockfish, 12 metric tons higher. Shelf rockfish, south of 4010, North Lat, 155 metric tons higher. Vermilion rockfish south, 74.2 metric tons. Boccaccio rockfish, 79 higher. And chili pepper rockfish south of 4010, 60.7 metric tons higher. Slope rockfish south of 4010 is 26.1 metric tons higher, and lingcod south is only 1.3 metric ton higher. Sablefish north is 162 metric ton higher, and in the south for sablefish, it's 73.9. Take of nearshore species, black rockfish, nearshore rockfish complex, and kelp greenling. Widow rockfish, lingcod north of 4010 are lower this time than in 22. CDF&W will provide additional catch updates throughout 2023 as the seasons progress. Reported catches are preliminary and subject to change as more data becomes available. The 2023 combined recreational and commercial catches are compared to federally designated harvest specifications in Table 9. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. McKnight on the CDFW report? And there are no questions. Thank you, Caroline. Next, we will move to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife report. I have Lynn Mattis down for that. Lynn, it's all yours.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassmer. This is supplemental ODFW Report 1. ODFW monitors and manages the Oregon recreational bottomfish or groundfish fishery in season via data from our Oregon Recreational Boat Survey, or ORBS program. Effort, catch, and discard data are available monthly on a 1-month lag. However, preliminary data may be available approximately 10 days after the end of a statistical month. Additionally, raw interview data is available weekly to discern efforts in effort and catch rates. The 2023 recreational bottomfish fishery has been progressing pretty much as projected pre-season. There was some uncertainty in how reduced Chinook salmon opportunities might impact effort in the bottomfish fishery preseason. Through July, effort is tracking in line with the last 4 years with approximately 65,000 angler trips. Total bottomfish trips are on pace to exceed 100,000 again in 2023. To reduce pressure on more nearshore species such as quillback rockfish, ODFW worked with NIMS through the council to increase the daily bag limit in the long leader gear fishery or Holloway gear from 10 fish to 15 fish beginning March 1st. That limit applies to 10 species of midwater rockfish only, and lingcod are prohibited. Based on final ORBS data through June and preliminary July data, ODFW staff noticed canary rockfish impacts were tracking higher than projected preseason and when making the unseason change to the long leader gear fishery. Impacts in July were 34% higher than projected preseason, particularly from the long leader gear fishery. Staff looked at raw sampling data for the first week of August and saw that there was continued high effort in the bottomfish fishery and rockfish landings as of July in the first week of, and higher than projected landings of canary. If all of August continued with effort and canary rockfish landings as July, and the first week of August, the Oregon recreational harvest guideline for canary would likely be exceeded. The second and much of the third week in August, the Oregon offshore wind machine picked up, limiting most ocean effort, thus reducing canary catches. On August 17th of this year, staff conferred with our advisory group about the progress of the fishery, other recreational fishing opportunities, weather patterns, and how to potentially reduce the impacts to canary rockfish to stay within the harvest guideline. Staff proposed implementing a 5-fish sub-bag limit for canary within the 15-fish long leader daily bag limit, reducing the long leader gear fishery bag limit back down to 10, or closing the long leader gear fishery altogether. Input from advisors was split evenly between the first two options, and none were in favor of the third. Concerns with a sub-bag limit were complicated regulations, as well as potential bycatch release mortality if an angler happened to into a school that had a lot of canary rockfish in it. Reducing the overall bag limit for the long leader gear fishery would be a simpler regulation. However, there were some concerns that it might not reduce canary rockfish impacts enough, and additional actions may be necessary later in the season. Staff also consulted with the Oregon State Police Marine Fisheries team to gather their input on the possible changes, and which they thought would be the easiest for anglers to understand and simplest to enforce. Based on all of the above, ODFW put in a temporary rule through state process to reduce the long leader gear fishery bag limit to 10 fish beginning on Tuesday, September 5th, 2023. We are not asking for concurrent federal action at this time. This is just an informational report. With that, I'll try for questions if there's any.
Thank you, Lynn. Are there questions for Ms. Mattis on the ODFW report? No hands. Thank you again, Lynn. Next, we will go to the Scientific and Statistical Committee report. Dr. John Budrick is online. Dr. Budrick, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right, floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer, and good afternoon, council members. For the record, my name is Dr. John Budrick. I am the California Department of Fish and Wildlife representative of the Scientific and Statistical Committee and the chair of the Groundfish Subcommittee. I'll be reading to you from the Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Harvest Specification, Technical Corrections, and In-Season Adjustments. The Scientific and Statistical Committee, SSC, reviewed and discussed the Joint Council, staff, and Northwest Fisheries Science Center report on technical corrections to the 2023-2024 harvest specifications, Agenda Item G.8, Attachment 1. For canary and dark blotched rockfish, the 2019 projections were carried forward for the 2023 and 2024 harvest specifications rather than using the 2021 updated catch-only projections. For square spot rockfish, the 2021-2022 harvest specifications were repeated in 2023 and 2024 rather than being updated. And since square spot is managed within the shelf rockfish complex, those harvest specifications also contain the error. For sablefish, the 5-year rolling average biomass estimate by area from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center West Coast Bottom Trawl Survey from the 2021 and 2022 cycle was used to allocate ACL by area rather than an updated 5-year rolling average. For yellow eye rockfish, the adopted 2023 and 2024 harvest specifications were higher than they should have been based on the rebuilding plan. Thus, the 2024 OFLs, ABCs, and ACLs will be lower for the corrected values. The SSC endorses the corrected harvest specifications for the aforementioned rockfish. See Agenda Item G8, Supplemental Revised Attachment 1 and table below, and updated 5-year rolling average and its application for sablefish. The SSC reviewed and discussed Joint Council staff and Northwest Fisheries Science Center report on technical corrections to the 2023 and 2024 harvest specifications for yellowtail rockfish north of 40 degrees, 10 minutes north latitude, Agenda Item G8, Supplemental Attachment 5, which describes how inadvertent assumptions propagated errors into the projections used in specifications. The SSC endorses the corrected harvest specifications for yellowtail rockfish north of 40 degrees, 10 minutes north latitude, seen in Table 2 in Agenda Item G8 Supplemental Attachment 5 and table below for 2024, Improvements underway, such as the harvest specifications database for managing OFLs and ABCs and documentation of the sources of harvest specification values used for review and adoption, should reduce these types of errors in the future. The SSC encourages continued efforts to reduce errors in this complex process. And with that, I'll take any questions you may have. You can see the respective changes in the respective corrected harvest specifications in the table.
Are there any questions for Dr. Budrick on the SSC report? Executive Director Burden? No. Meyer, there are no questions. So thank you, John.
Thank you.
Our next report is from the salmon technical team. Dr. Mike O'Farrell is online. Dr. O'Farrell, I will turn the microphone over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be referring to Agenda Item G8A, Supplemental STT Report 1, STT Report on In-Season Adjustments, Final Action Regarding Salmon Bycatch in 2023 Pacific Whiting Trawl Fisheries. The STT discussed the status of Chinook bycatch in the at-sea and shoreside whiting sectors and reviewed the National Marine Fisheries Service report on their in-season assessment of evolutionary significant unit-specific impacts to Chinook salmon. Included in the report was the Northwest Fisheries Science Center's analysis that projected the ESU level impacts to Chinook salmon, and the Klamath Trinity ESU made up the greatest proportion of salmon bycatch. The STT also reviewed the Groundfish Management Team's report, which included analysis that revealed higher than average Chinook salmon bycatch in the spring whiting fishery, and simulations for the fall whiting fishery that predicted that the 11,000 fish bycatch threshold may be exceeded. The STT is concerned with the potential bycatch of Klamath River fall Chinook in the whiting fleet's fall fishing season. Under the Pacific Coast Groundfish Fishery Management Plan, Section 6.5.2, bycatch and incidental take of non-groundfish species in groundfish fisheries, the STT is permitted to bring attention to a non-groundfish bycatch species facing conservation problems. While the whiting sectors are still within their bounds of Chinook bycatch at this time, we remind the Pacific Fishery Management Council of the critically low forecasted abundance of Klamath River fall Chinook, and the stock has remained in an overfished condition since 2018. Additionally, Klamath River fall Chinook is facing further conservation concerns this year, resulting from Klamath River dam removal, including habitat disruption and decreases to hatchery production. And that concludes our statement.
Are there questions for Dr. O'Farrell on the STT report? There are no hands. Thank you very much, Mike. Next, we will have a series of groundfish management team reports. The first will be delivered by Katie Pearson. Good afternoon, Katie and Whitney.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hasmer, council members. I will be reading Supplemental GMT Report 2, summarizing, Groundfish Management Team Informational Report on Quillback Rockfish. This has been on your briefing book for, I think, 2 days now. So I will do my best to be quick. To prepare for the Quillback Rockfish south of 42 north latitude rebuilding analysis, which is due to the Pacific Fishery Management Council at their November 2023 meeting, the GMT reviewed the Groundfish Mortality Report, which includes the Groundfish Expanded Multi-Year Mortality, GEM, and noticed unanticipated high values of mortality associated with the open access hook and line gear from 4010 to 42 north latitude in 2022. To help inform future management decisions, including potential in-season action at this September council meeting to make federal and state regulations consistent, Agenda Item G8A, Supplemental CDFW Report 2, the GMT attempted to categorize the Quillback Rockfish catch, discards, and effort north and south of 4010 latitude across California and by depth bin, Table 1 and Table 2. However, there are significant limitations to the data, including low observer coverage and lack of new non-trawl logbooks, the need to maintain confidentiality in presented data, and that the majority of quillback rockfish encountered were discarded. Given quillback rockfish are most commonly associated with rocky bottom habitats, one key question about encountering them is at what depth the fishing is occurring. To date, none of the data sources available to the GMT contain gear depth of fixed gear fisheries. And here's a summary of informational take-home messages. Spatial effort in the OA fishery between 40 degrees north 10 north latitude to 42 did not notably shift between 2017 to 2022. Overall effort in the open access hook and line fishery between 4010 and 42 increased, with 2022 landings at the highest level in past 10 years. Figure 1. Quillback rockfish are most commonly encountered, landings and discard, between 21 and 50 fathoms in non-trawl commercial fisheries. However, there is also a notable catch between 10 and 20 fathoms. In the last 6 years, quillback rockfish has primarily been caught with long line and hook and line, i.e. pole gear. Quillback rockfish has also been caught minimally in pots. See Table 12. In the Northern and Mendocino GMA, quillback rockfish are primarily encountered in waters between 11 to 30 fathoms. In the San Francisco and Central GMA, quillback rockfish are primarily encountered deeper than 20 fathoms. In all areas, quillback rockfish are rarely encountered deeper than 50 fathoms. And that will conclude the summary of that report.
Thank you, Katie. Are there questions on the first GMT report, which was report 2 in your documents? Yeah. Oh, Lynn Mattis, please.
Thank you for the report. Do you all have any indication about why the bump up in effort in 2022? If not, that's understandable.
Yeah, so I will draw your attention to figure 2 in the report. We have been seeing a is this right? Yeah. We have been seeing a notable increase in that pole gear for a couple of years now, and observer coverage has now caught up to that as well. So there's just more people out there.
Follow up?
Yes, please.
The question was more along the lines of, was it due to decreased other opportunities in other fisheries? Like, was it a poor Dungeness crab fishery? Just thinking that might help us determine what trends might be depending on what other fisheries are for an open access fishery. Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, Ms. Mattis, thank you for the question again. So this is 2022 data. We do have obviously data that there was a limited Dungeness crab fishery, but a lot of our restrictions have happened this year. So this kind of preempts some of the restrictions that we might anticipate change in.
Further questions? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the report, Katie. I just want to say thank you for a very good report and for the GMT taking a very, very deep exploratory exercise here through the GEM report to provide a lot of clarity as to why that number may have increased and what we're seeing just relative to 2022 and what we might expect moving forward. So thank you for the time taken to do this.
Thank you. One, Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Particularly thank the GMT for just all the hard work you guys have been doing this week, burning the candle pretty late at night. I appreciate it. Got a question for you. The second paragraph, page 1, bottom part of it says, however, there are significant limitations to the data, including low observer coverage and the lack of new non-trawl logbooks. Just trying to get clarification. Aren't they required, the new trawl logbooks? And if they are, why is there a lack of them? Thank you.
Through Vice Chair Hassemer, thank you for the question, Mr. Dooley. That is, I think, so what we were trying to encapsulate is that the new non-trawl logbooks came into effect this year. They are both paper and electronic form. And the only, there is limited, we have limited accessibility to that data right now, just due to some data confidentiality, things that haven't gotten quite worked out with Pacific States and NIMS. And there are also not that many people who are using the e-logbook. And so when we did take a look at that e-logbook, there's some limitations in it. I anticipate in the future it will get better, but for right now, as a first kind of year, that data is limited.
Thank you.
Further questions? Not seeing any, so thank you, Katie, and I suspect you are passing the microphone to, no.
Yep.
All right.
Agenda item G8A, supplemental GNT report 3. So this is the technical corrections for the 2024 harvest specifications. So basically this report mirrors what you saw before that was in the advanced briefing book. We have just taken the most recent catch and added them into these tables. And that was, I think, I can't even see it, on the 10th of whatever, September. So 2 days ago, most recent data. So that is what you're seeing here. Somewhere in here. Yeah. I'm not going to read these. These are all tables. So that's it from this report.
All right. Thank you. Questions on GMT report 3, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Going to try to help bail you out a little bit here. What the main difference I'm seeing in this report and the SCC report is the GMT report breaks it out and shows it how it breaks down to the other sectors, the individual sectors, so that we know what the difference is for, say, the Oregon recreational fishery. So that is much appreciated. That way we can all see how individual sectors are affected by that. And again, thank you for the effort with this report.
Thank you. Further questions on GMT report 3? Okay, now I'm going to guess that the microphone will pass to Whitney Roberts for the next GMT report. Whitney.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For the record, my name is Whitney Roberts. I'll be reading Agenda Item G8A, Supplemental GMT Report 4. This is effectively a follow-up to our Supplemental Report 1 regarding Pacific whiting bycatch. Agenda Item G8A, Supplemental GMT Report 1 outlines the team's analysis of spring 2023 bycatch in the Pacific whiting sectors of Chinook salmon and certain stocks with at-sea set-asides. The Groundfish management team had further discussion at this meeting and provides concluding advice to the Pacific Fishery Management Council below. The GMT does not think council action is warranted at this time to respond to current Chinook salmon or non-whiting groundfish bycatch, or to mitigate bycatch for either salmon or other groundfish for the remainder of the year. The Pacific whiting sector's cooperatives are able to respond to and avoid bycatch at a finer scale and more efficiently than a council-implemented spatial closure through cooperative self-management, and there are only 5 vessels not currently in a cooperative. The GMT will evaluate at-sea set-asides for groundfish stocks and whether adjustments are necessary in the 2025-26 biennium to account for increasing bycatch mortality. Regarding at-sea set-asides, the GMT provides an updated at-sea set-aside scorecard in Table 1 at the end of this report as of September 11, 2023. The set-aside attainments of sablefish, short spine thornyhead, other flatfish, and lingcod have increased notably since the June council meeting. The sablefish attainment increased from 57% to 83%. The short spine thornyhead attainment increased from 20% to 49%. The other flatfish attainment increased from 1% to 27%, and the lingcod attainment increased from 0% to 14%. All others are comparable to June attainments. For stocks with at-sea set-asides, the GMT did not identify any stocks for which the ACL was at risk of being exceeded under either a low or average Pacific whiting attainment scenario in the at-sea sectors, even if all other sectors caught their recent maximum catch amounts. The GMT also concluded that none of the trawl allocations appear to be at risk of being exceeded. With regard to Chinook salmon, in Table 6 of our Supplemental Report 1, 77 to 84% of the 11,000 Chinook salmon bycatch threshold is projected to be caught under the scenario in which the at-sea sectors reach low attainments of their initial Pacific whiting allocations. In the average attainment scenario, 101 to 108% of the threshold is projected to be caught. In discussions with industry and based on Tables 1 and 2 of GMT Report 1, the low attainment scenario may be the most likely for 2023. The GMT would also like to clarify that the scenarios 1 and 2 described in Table 6 of our GMT Report 1 are based on average and maximum annual shoreside Chinook bycatch, not Pacific whiting bycatch as currently described in the report. If the whiting sectors reached the 11,000 Chinook salmon threshold, those non-tribal whiting vessels operating under a salmon mitigation plan would be permitted to continue to fish into the 3,500 fish reserve regardless of council action. However, if the council was concerned about Chinook salmon bycatch and the potential of the sector exceeding the threshold and needing access to the reserve, the council could take action at this meeting to recommend a bycatch reduction area or block area closure. The BRA or BAC could either be effective immediately or would be triggered when the 11,000 Chinook salmon bycatch threshold is exceeded or projected to be exceeded. Additionally, the council could specify that the BRA or BAC only be applicable to a sector or sectors within the Pacific whiting fishery and or only vessels that are not party to an improved SMP. All vessels in the fishery except 5 shoreside vessels are part of an approved SMP. The council would need to clarify that specificity if action is taken. The GMT does not see merit in implementing a BRA or BAC that is applicable to those vessels party to an SMP, or in other words, an entire sector or sectors, because vessels in an SMP are already held to salmon mitigation measures in their respective SMPs for the entire year. If the 11,000 Chinook salmon bycatch threshold is exceeded, those vessels party to an SMP could access the 3,500 fish reserve if it is not also needed by other sectors, but the 5 vessels not under an SMP would be required to cease fishing for the remainder of the year unless they joined an existing SMP or created and submitted a new SMP approved by the National Marine Fisheries Service. The council could implement a BRA or BAC that would allow those 5 shoreside vessels to continue fishing if the Chinook salmon threshold is exceeded by accessing the reserve. However, the GMT explored all possible sources of spatial data to inform selection of such areas and concluded that there is not sufficient data to confidently inform potential spatial closures that would apply to vessels in the shoreside Pacific whiting sector. Shoreside vessels are required to have either one observer or electronic monitoring, and the vast majority of the sector employs EM. We do not currently have access to 2023 EM data, I will note, or 2023 trawl logbook data. And our analysis in Supplemental GMT Report 1 indicates that Chinook bycatch patterns are notably different this year for all sectors compared to prior years. So we concluded that using prior years as a proxy was not reasonable. And again, you'll see Table 1 with the at-sea set-aside scorecard at the end. That concludes the statement.
Thank you, Whitney. Are there questions on the GMT Report 4? There are no questions on that. So I'm going to go ahead and venture a guess that the microphone will be passed back to Katie Pearson for GMT Report 5.
All right. You're right. For the record, my name is Katie Pearson, and I will be reading Supplemental GMT Report 5, mostly in its entirety, although I will try to find some cost savings where I can, or time savings where I can. This was late breaking, so I appreciate your patience as it came to you only probably 4 hours ago or something. All right, Groundfish Management Team Informational Report on Harvest Specifications, Technical Corrections, In-Season Adjustments, and Final Action. I'm going to start with sablefish north of 36 degrees north latitude. The GMT identified the possibility that sablefish trip limits north of 36 degrees could be increased at this meeting to provide additional opportunity for vessels in the LEFG and open access sectors. Landings in both northern sectors are tracking well below their respective sector-specific targets so far in 2023, and the LEFG sector in particular has had a slow start to the fishing season, largely driven by fishing opportunities off of Alaska. Below, the GMT provides alternative trip limit options for the remainder of 2023 alongside year-end landings projections to inform council action. Limited entry fixed gear north projected 2023 landings for the LEN sector are shown in table 1 below. The highest trip limit increase, option 2, would double the weekly and bi-monthly trip limits compared to status quo. LEN trip limits have not been higher than the status quo option trip limits since at least 2010. Under option 2, landings are projected at 76 to 87% of the LEN target, but the model has been over predicting landings in 2023 by 11 to 45%. Additionally, the primary sablefish season has recently extended to December 31st, so LEN activity in November and December is likely to be lower than past years as primary vessels continue to fish their primary tier limits. While the higher 2023 status quo trip limits compared to prior years have led to fewer LEN vessels fully attaining the bi-monthly trip limits, discussions with industry indicated that there are a few high volume vessels that could take advantage of higher trip limits under options 1 or 2. The GMT identified 5 vessels out of 25 total vessels that have attained more than 90% of the bi-monthly trip limit at least once in 2023, with 3 of those 5 vessels attaining more than 90% more than once. Therefore, the GMT recommends option 2 of 90,000 pounds. 9,000, not 90,000, 9,000 pounds per week, not to exceed 18,000 pounds per bi-monthly period. Table 1 shows the options for triple limit increases in the LEN sector based on actual landings through August 31st, plus projected landings after August 31st. Open access north of 36 degrees north latitude. Projected 2023 landings for the open access north sector are shown in table 2 below. The highest trip limit increase, option 2 for the OAN sector, is not as large of an increase as the LEN sector because of high OAN participation in 2023. Under option 2, landings are projected at 87 to 95% of the OAN target. The OAN model predicted landings in January and February by 266%, but prediction error has steadily declined since then, down to 1% in July and August. Similar to the LEN sector, trip limit attainments have generally been lower than prior years, but 18 of the 129 vessels in the OAN fleet have attained more than 90% of their bi-monthly limit at least once, with some of those vessels attaining more than 90% multiple times. Therefore, the GMT recommends option 2 of 4,000 pounds per week, not to exceed 8,000 pounds per bi-monthly period. And again, table 2 shows that. Moving on to lingcod, LE and OA north of 42. As part of the scoping of the limited entry follow-on package, the council removed the management measure that would allow multiple non-sablefish cumulative landing limits for vessels in the primary sablefish fishery and sought to instead look at ways of providing opportunity through the harvest specifications or in-season process. Following that, the GMT received a request to double the allowable lingcod take in the LEFG fishery north of 42 from 7,000 pounds to 14,000 pounds. Status quo is currently resulting in regulatory discard for certain participants in the fishery. In an effort to increase opportunity, we modeled 3 different action alternatives in table 3. Increases are modeled for both limited entry and open access and apply to both for equity reasons. Those projections, table 3 is the status quo and alternate trip limit options. And then these projections do not take into account new entrants to the OA fishery that might choose to target lingcod for the first time, nor do they account for any limited entry targeting of lingcod in market development. The projections in Table 3 do take into account those participants who are near or over the trip limits now, and therefore would be expected to increase the catch due to reducing regulatory induced discards. Given the potential council action to take, given the potential council action south of 42 to mitigate quillback rockfish impacts, effort may shift as both south of 42 move to fish north of 42 to take advantage of these limits. The projection model does not account for that effort shift / increase and the associated impacts on lingcod or yellow eye rockfish. However, to date, there is not a targeted lingcod fishery between 4010 and 42. So adding trips from that area into the north of 42 projection model did not result in a significant increase in yellow eye or lingcod impacts. Also of note, our understanding is that with the marine heat wave scenario, there may be a habitat compression of humpback whales similar to 2017 in shallower waters, potentially leading to increased interactions. Therefore, the council may want to weigh the risks in the possible scenarios of A, increasing lines in the water in the event of a potential effort shift, or B, the potential of status quo effort and increased opportunity with higher landing limits for those within the fishery. There are small differences in the projected lingcod landings across options, Table 4. However, the projected lingcod attainment remains low relative to the non-trawl allocation. Projected yellow eye rockfish impacts increase from status quo to option 3. But the difference between the status quo and option 3 is 0.13 metric tons for the remainder of 2023 from September. All options fall well within the non-trawl yellow eye rockfish projected impacts of 3.9, which assumes full attainment of the non-trawl allocations, and also well within the 6.9 metric ton non-trawl commercial annual catch target. To date, yellow eye rockfish in the non-trawl commercial sector is at 0% of their catch target. Therefore, the GMT recommends option 1 because the increase is expected to reduce regulatory discard and provide additional opportunity for industry members already in the fishery. Choosing option 1 would allow for a slow ratcheting up of the limits in light of the limitations of the projection model and uncertainty outlined above. Quillback rockfish off of California. Quillback rockfish off California is a nearshore stock with approximately 75% caught in recreational fisheries and 25% in commercial fisheries. The Council and the National Marine Fisheries Service manage the portion of quillback rockfish that occur in the exclusive economic zone, 3 to 200 nautical miles, as part of the minor nearshore rockfish complex north and south of 4010. Quillback rockfish off of California is a stock of concern due to the results of the 2021 stock assessments, which indicated that the stock is below its minimum stock size threshold of 25% unfished biomass. And in response to this new scientific information, the Council recommended that for the 2023-24 Groundfish Harvest Specifications and Management Measures Action, NIMS 1, set annual catch targets, ACTs, for quillback rockfish off of the coast of California, north and south of 4010. 2, set area-specific sub-trip limits for the non-trawl commercial fisheries. And 3, set a sub-bag limit of 1 quillback rockfish in California recreational fisheries. California state actions for 2023 and recommended consistent council action. On July 28, 2023, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife took state action to prohibit retention of quillback rockfish in both the recreational and commercial groundfish fishery statewide, effective August 7, 2023. The purpose of this in-season action was to reduce nearshore quillback rockfish mortality, as the combined recreational and commercial take of quillback rockfish was projected to exceed the ACTs for north and south of 4010, recommended by the Council and implemented by NIMS for the 2023 fishing year. On August 11th, 2023, CDFW took state action to close the nearshore recreational fishery for the northern GMA, Oregon to California border, Oregon-California border to 4010, effective August 21st, 2023. On August 21st, 2023, CDF took state action to close the nearshore recreational boat-based fishery in the Mendocino GMA, San Francisco GMA, and Central GMA, effective September 1st. The purpose of these in-season actions was to create an offshore-only recreational fishery to further reduce quillback rockfish mortality, as updated catch data and projections indicated that the ACTs for north and south of 4010 had been exceeded. See supplemental CDFW report 2. At this meeting, agenda item CDFW report 2, CDFW requested that the council take action in federal waters that align with management measures in California state waters, specifically to prohibit retention of quillback rockfish statewide in the recreational and commercial groundfish fisheries, as well as to close the nearshore recreational groundfish fishery, implementing an offshore-only fishery in the Northern GMA, Mendocino GMA, San Francisco GMA, and Central GMA. In these GMAs, recreational boat-based groundfish fishing will be offshore only and allowed only seaward of the 50-fathom recreational RCA boundary line, defined by straight lines connecting waypoints. Shelf rockfish, slope rockfish, and lingcod may be taken seaward of the 50-fathom boundary line, while it would be unlawful to take or possess nearshore rockfish, cabezon, or greenlings at any depth. Council action to make regulations of federal waters consistent with California state actions is warranted based on the analysis of quillback rockfish mortality occurring in state and federal waters shown in CDFW report 2 and report 3. Updated quillback rockfish mortality as of August 27th for California recreational fisheries and September 5th for California commercial landings in relation to its accountability measures is provided in table 5 below. So table 5 is the best estimate of 2023 California quillback rockfish, commercial non-trawl landings, and recreational mortality in metric tons. CRFS estimates are through June. ACVs are through August 27th. Commercial landings data was retrieved from PACFIN September 5th. End-season catch estimates are compared to the 2023 quillback rockfish ACT, ACL contributions north and south of 4010. To note, north of 4010, the attainment is 230% of the ACT, and south is 238% of the ACT. In addition, based on recent data from West Coast Groundfish Observer Program's GEM report, groundfish commercial sectors fishing in the EEZ are notably contributing to catch and discard mortality of quillback rockfish. See tables 1 and 2 of our report 2 of the GMT report 2. Given that, 1, the California quillback rockfish 2023 ACTs for both north and south of 4010 have been exceeded. 2, the most recent data from the GEM and CDFW reports shows notable mortality from both the commercial and recreational groundfish sectors. And 3, quillback rockfish off of California is anticipated to be designated as its own stock under the proposed amendment 31 in the near future, which would enable NIMS to declare it overfished. The GMT thinks that further restriction to California quillback rockfish mortality is necessary in federal waters. Therefore, the GMT recommends that the council take action to implement federal management measures in the EEZ that are consistent with the measures California has taken in state waters. Specifically, the GMT recommends prohibition of quillback groundfish retention in federal waters off of California in all recreational and commercial groundfish fisheries, and closure of the nearshore recreational groundfish fisheries for the remainder of 2023 in federal waters for the Northern GMA, Mendocino GMA, San Francisco GMA, and Central GMA. Recreational vessels would be required to fish seaward of the 50-fathom RCA boundary line. Projected impacts of zero quillback rockfish retention in the recreational fishery, as well as expanded use of the recreational RCA to require vessels to fish seaward of the 50 fathoms in federal waters, were analyzed in the EA for Amendment 30 in the Pacific Coast Groundfish Fishery Management Plan and the 2023-24 harvest specifications and management measures. The EA acknowledged that the effects of these management measures would be limited to a small portion of quillback rockfish found in the EEZ, as quillback rockfish inhabit nearshore waters with the majority of observed fishing mortality taken in state waters. However, the GMT sees a conservation concern and thinks additional efforts to reduce mortality are needed based on information summarized above that indicates non-negligible California quillback rockfish mortality from commercial and recreational fisheries in federal waters. Additionally, requiring recreational anglers to fish seaward of the 50-fathom RCA line, primarily in federal waters, will reduce the take of quillback rockfish while minimizing the impacts from these management measures to be within the scope of those discussed in the EA. Projected impacts of zero quillback rockfish retention in the commercial nearshore fisheries was analyzed in 2023-24 harvest specifications. Therefore, the GMT anticipates impacts of this management measure to be within the scope of those discussed in that analytical document. Additional commercial non-trawl fisheries quillback rockfish in-season actions. In agenda item CDFW report 2, CDFW also requests that the council consider further actions to reduce quillback fishing mortality via in-season action in the commercial non-trawl fisheries. In addition to restricting retention by zeroing out the 75-pound per 2-month trip limits, which is consistent with actions CDFW has already taken in state waters, given that the OFL contributions for quillback rockfish, both north and south, have been exceeded. The GMT thinks the additional measures to reduce quillback rockfish mortality in the commercial fishery may be warranted by the council. According to the GEM report, quillback rockfish are most commonly encountered landings and discard between 21 and 50 fathoms in the non-trawl commercial fisheries. Therefore, the GMT considered options to move the shoreward boundary of the non-trawl RCA to close these shallower depth bends to legal non-trawl gear types. The exception being the 2OA non-bottom contact hook and line gear types, interchangeably referred to as 12E gear. This action would not entirely eliminate quillback rockfish mortality, as the shallowest fathom line defined in federal regulations available for use as an RCA boundary off of California is 30 fathoms, which crosses into state waters in multiple areas as illustrated in Figure 1. This leaves multiple areas open to fishing. Therefore, if the council chooses to utilize any RCI management line to further restrict additional quillback mortality, these regulations would only apply to the RCA boundary line within federal waters. Similarly, there are areas in which the RCA boundary line does not meet the state boundary. These areas would allow status quo management unless other federal tool is used to manage catch, regardless of California state actions. So you see a figure here. Due to the limited effectiveness of the potential non-trawl RCA boundary changes in providing a catch control mechanism in all federal waters to the state line, the GMT considered changes to trip limits. One approach would be to reduce trip limits to zero, both for the minor nearshore rockfish complex north and south of 4010, which includes quillback rockfish, and for species that co-occur with quillback rockfish, including shelf rockfish species, yellowtail, canary, widow, chili pepper, cascio, cabezon, and lingcod. Reducing all of these trip limits to zero would very likely have highly negative socioeconomic impacts on California fishing communities. In order to maximize the conservation impacts to quillback rockfish and minimize the potential negative socioeconomic impacts to the industry and coastal communities, to the extent practicable, the GMT investigated the option to allow access to the shelf complex and midwater rockfish species with gear-specific trip limits. Authorized as the available in-season measure, specifically for OA non-bottom contact hook and line gear types specified as the 12E gear. Quillback rockfish are demersal bottom-dwelling species. It is logical that by restricting allowable gear to only gear types that fish above the bottom and in the water column, that impacts to demersal species should be reduced, though potentially not entirely eliminated. The gear types that comport with this concept include non-bottom contact stationary vertical jig gear and non-bottom contact groundfish troll gear, which include requirements for gear to be fished at least 50 feet off the bottom. Based on the design of these gear types and the way they are fished, the GMT concluded that continued use of these gear types are likely to pose minimal negative impacts to quillback rockfish. This conclusion was also based on the low quillback rockfish encounters as summarized from 2023 fish ticket data and relevant exempted fishing permit project catch discard data from 2009 to 2022. in our GMT report 2. Reduction of directed groundfish effort through such actions as anglers targeting different species, fishing in areas of lower quillback rockfish presence, or even not fishing at all could also reduce quillback rockfish impacts. Additionally, anecdotal information from commercial and recreational anglers suggests a strong desire to implement voluntary changes to fishing activities, such as increased utilization of descending advices, fishing in depths where quillback rockfish are not common, and choosing to fish with gear configurations with lower quillback rockfish bycatch, which may further reduce quillback rockfish mortality. While the GMT recognizes that the impact of these gear-specific trip limits are, at this point, largely unquantifiable, it is the GMT's conclusion that these gear types are likely to reduce impacts to quillback rockfish mortality. The GMT includes options below to allow 12E gear-specific trip limits for shelf rockfish and midwater rockfish species. These options are designed to reduce impacts on quillback rockfish, but also to allow some fishing opportunity. Note that these trip limits are only available for the open access sector. However, LEFG vessels can declare into the open access sector to fish these limits, subject to applicable crossover provisions. Further, it is also unlikely that 12E gear will reduce benthic dwelling groundfish catch and mortality. It is also likely that 12E gear will reduce benthic dwelling groundfish catch and mortality specific yellow eye rockfish. While the management measures are not specifically designed to reduce yellow eye rockfish catch, since quillback and yellow eye are both demersal rockfish species and can co-occur, many of the proposed alternatives to commercial trip limits and or utilization of a different RCA line could reduce mortality on yellow eye rockfish. Potential impacts to vermilion rockfish. Due to the potential changes in trip limit and gear rules that the council may recommend to NIMS as part of this in-season action to minimize impacts to quillback rockfish in the commercial sector, the GMT sees the potential for effort increases into the minor shelf rockfish species, especially high-value species such as vermilion rockfish. While the GMT intends to minimize potential impacts to quillback, whose OFL contributions have been exceeded, the GMT would like to avoid over-harvesting other species. To this end, alternatives to lower the minor shelf rockfish complex trip limits south of 42 are proposed to minimize the potential expected effort shift anticipated into the group complex. Due to the high value of vermilion rockfish, there are concerns with the non-compliance in utilizing 12E gear. Lowering the trip limit will disincentivize non-compliance. Within the minor shelf rockfish complex, vermilion rockfish south of 4010 ACL contribution is projected to be exceeded, table 6, and therefore additional trip limit reductions should be taken. The 2022 recreational take for vermilion rockfish from August to December was used as a projection for the recreational vermilion rockfish landings for the remainder of August to December 2023 presented in table 6. These projections are high, as they do not account for recreational season changes implemented in 2023, reduced season lengths deeper than 50 fathom fisheries, etc. However, they are the best projections available at the writing of this report. Commercial landings are higher than at this time last year, and we anticipate an additional increase in landings as effort may shift in if nearshore opportunity is limited. Therefore, the council should consider a reduction in trip limits for the minor shelf rockfish complex as a mechanism to reduce impacts to vermilion rockfish between 42 to 4010 and between 4010 and 3427. The GMT analyzed the potential reduction to open access and limited entry in minor shelf rockfish complexes between 42 and 4010 and between 4010 and 3427, including a vermilion rockfish subtrip limit between 4010 and 3427. Limited entry and open access fixed gear, 42 to 4010. Projected 2023 landings for the LE and OA sector from 42 to 4010 are shown in table 7 below. The trip limit reduction, option 1 for LE and OA, would half the monthly limits compared to status quo. Currently, the LE trip limit for minor shelf rockfish is 800 pounds per month and OA, that's correct, is 800 pounds per month. Option 1 would reduce LE to 400 pounds per month and OA to 400 pounds per month. The combined LE and OA reduction is not likely to change projected landings this year. However, this model is unable to predict the potential shift in effort that is expected from limited opportunity for other rockfish species. Limited entry and open access fisheries 4010 to 3427. Projected 2023 landings for the LE and OA sector from 4010 to 3427 are shown in table 7 below. The trip limit reduction, option 1, for LE and OA would halve the bimonthly trip limits compared to status quo. Currently, LE trip limit for minor shelf rockfish is 8,000 pounds per 2 months, of which no more than 500 pounds may be vermilion, and OA at 4,000 pounds per 2 months, of which no more than 400 pounds may be vermilion. Option 1 would reduce the LE trip limit from minor shelf rockfish to 4,000 pounds per 2 months, of which no more than 250 pounds may be vermilion, and open access to 2,000 pounds per 2 months, of which no more than 200 pounds may be vermilion. The combined LE and OA reduction is expected to reduce landings by 1.79 metric tons. Similarly, LE and OA fixed gear 42 to 4010. The model is unable to predict the potential effort shift, which is expected from limited opportunity in the other rockfish species. Table 6 has the projected commercial landings, the commercial landings to date, the recreational landings to date, and the projections for recreational, which show from 42 to 4010 that it is projected to be 102% of the ACL contribution with no alterations. And south of 4010 to 3427. No, just south of 4010 is projected to be 133% of the ACL contribution. So table 7 has options for trip limit and decreases for vermilion rockfish. Something to note is that the second part from 4010 to 3427 is just for the species specific part of the minor shelf rockfish complex for vermilion rockfish. Given the above considerations, the GMT offers the below list of specific options for 2023. We're getting there. All right, non-trawl RCA boundary changes. No action would be non-trawl boundaries do not change and remain as specified in regulation. Alternative 1, move the shoreward boundary of the non-trawl RCA off of California to 30 fathoms, except for between 3427 and the US-Mexican border. If the council chooses anything less restrictive than the GMT recommended alternatives in the trip limits listed below, then the GMT recommends alternative 1 under the non-trawl RCA boundary, since it would offer additional protections for quillback rockfish in the majority of federal waters. However, if the council does choose the alternatives for gear-specific trip limits below, then the GMT recommends status quo management of the non-trawl RCA boundary. Okay. Carrying on with our summary of recommendations, there are no proposed changes to trip limits or area closures between 3427 and the US-Mexican border as a result of conservation concerns with quillback rockfish. However, the GMT has identified a conservation concern with vermilion rockfish south of 3427 north latitude that may merit a trip limit change and provides some analysis. Okay. LEFG for the following stocks and areas: 0 pounds per bi-monthly period per month for lingcod. That's the minor shelf rockfish complex 42 to 3427, widow rockfish 42 to 34.27, yellowtail rockfish 42 to 40.10, canary rockfish 42 to 34.27, minor nearshore rockfish complex 42 to 34.27, and that applies to both the shallow and deep nearshore. Lingcod 42 to 34.27, chili pepper 40.10 to 34.27, Boccaccio rockfish 40.10 to 34.27, cabezon 42 to 34.27. Open access for the following stocks and areas is our recommendation is to go to 0 pounds per bimonthly period per month for lingcod. Minor nearshore rockfish 42 to 34.27. That's the shallow and deeper nearshore. Lingcod 42 to 34.27. Cabezon 42 to 34.27. Open access for the following stocks and areas. No action trip limits with the Sorry, one moment. Alternative 2, with the requirement that only legal non-bottom contact gear types listed at 50 CFR can be used. Those are the 12E gear types. Widow rockfish, 42 to 34.27. Yellowtail rockfish, 42 to 40.10. Canary rockfish, 42 to 34.27. Boccaccio rockfish, 40.10 to 34.27. Chili pepper rockfish, 40.10 to 34.27. Open access for minor shelf rockfish, 42 to 40.10 latitude. Alternative 3, 400 pounds per month with gear specific trip limit for non-bottom contact gear types listed at the 50 CFR 660 30.330. 40.10 to 40 I'm glitching. 34.27, alternative 3, 2,000 pounds per bimonthly period, of which no more than 200 pounds may be vermilion with the gear specific trip limit for non-bottom contact gear types listed. I'm going to stick the landing. Vermilion, limited entry and open access south of 34.27. In the course of the review of quillback rockfish impacts and minor shelf actions above, the GMT uncovered that the vermilion projections were higher south of 34.27 than in other areas of California. Table 6 shows projections of unaltered fishing and demonstrates that as the ACL contribution demonstrates that the ACL contribution will be exceeded by the end of the year. As there will be a conservation concern with vermilion rockfish. Therefore, the potential conservation benefit to taking action to reduce minor shelf rockfish trip limits south of 34.27, or at the very least, reducing the vermilion species specific trip limit may be worth council consideration. However, the team ran out of time to fully analyze the proposed reduction to the minor shelf rockfish complex trip limits to 1,500 pounds per 2 months, of which no more than 600 pounds may be vermilion for open access, and 2,500 pounds per 2 months, of which no more than 1,500 pounds may be vermilion for LAFG. Currently, OA is 3,000 pounds per 2 months, of which no more than 1,200 pounds may be vermilion, and LAFG is 5,000 pounds for 2 months, of which no more than 3,000 pounds may be vermilion. The team only had time to analyze the vermilion component, which is table 8. Option 1 projections would reduce the vermilion landing south of 34.27 by 7.68 metric tons. And then we have table 8. And then we have the informational items, and I'm not going to read them. They are all the scorecards that you are accustomed to seeing. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Katie. Are there any questions on the GMT report? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. Take a breath, some water. I had a question relative to this section about the non-trawl RC boundary change. I'd just like to hear a little bit more, I guess, relative to the trade-off between choosing a gear-specific trip limit versus what you might gain or lose over the boundary change.
Through the Vice Chair, Ms. McKnight, thank you very much for the question. We talked a lot about this. So I'll just refer you all to figure 1. So this is where there's areas where there's those areas that are the line does not meet. And so moving the RCA boundary would provide protections and conservation benefits up until that 30 fathom line. But from the 30 fathom line to the state boundary, there would be no way of restricting anything. So the team kind of thought that was maybe not what we were trying to go for, since this is an all-out risk to the ACL contribution. So then we went to thinking about zeroing out trip limits, which would apply to the whole area from state boundaries seaward. And then we noodled on the 12E gear restriction, which would essentially do what I think we would like to do, or what we would have liked to have the opportunity to present to you, where the RCA boundary would be at the state boundary line. So essentially what this is doing is kind of a workaround of that. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Yes, it does. I think what I'm hearing is that the use and the configuration of the gear essentially sort of renders the need for the RC boundary. Is that in a nutshell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Helpful.
Thank you. Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. First and foremost, a big thank you to the GMT for these reports, the late nights, and all of the substantive and extensive work that has gone into these. I wanted to extend our appreciation for that. And hopefully my question here is just a minor clarification. I note in this report, sometimes you call out 2023 and other times it's silent. So I just wanted to confirm that these recommended changes are for the remainder of 2023. We would obviously be looking at 2024 at a future meeting. Is that correct?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Wolf. Yes, that is correct. This is an in-season action report for 2023 only.
All right, thank you. Further questions on GMT Report 5? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate all the work and the dearth of information you all have provided us. I see at the top of Report 5, there's a summary of GMT recommendations, which is very helpful. Just want to make sure, usually GMT recommendations are bolded. So these are the same as what the bolded information is throughout the report. Just, I know it may seem like a minor thing, but I'm trying to look for an easy way to, if that's the same summary as all the bolded recommendations throughout the document, just as an easy place to find all the recommendations. And if so, that is awesome. Thank you for doing that for us.
Through the Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mattis. Yes. We thought at the end of the day, literally the end of the day, when we were bolding all of this, it seemed a little abrasive. So we decided not to bold it, but you are correct. There is one, however, that the only thing that is different than this list is in the open access for the following stocks and areas. Instead of no action trip limits, it should say alternative 2 trip limits.
Lynn Mattis. Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm not sure I'm following that. There's.
Okay, hold
OA.
please.
There's like 3 bullets that say OA. And there's a number of species under each of those 3 bullets.
Oh.
I'm just trying to understand that if we're trying to use the GMT report to make a motion, that we're all on the same page of what we're saying is the GMT recommendations and agreeing to.
Through the Vice Chair, my apologies. Yes, this is the recommendations list. I was incorrect. The no action trip limits is what we were saying. The no action trip limits with the requirement for only legal non-bottom contact figure types is alternative 2. So that is correct. My apologies.
Great. Thank you for the clarification. And I know it may seem minor, but like I said, I'm just trying to make sure if we're going to use the GMT recommendations as a motion that I fully understand what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions on GMT Report 5? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you. That clarification was very helpful. Lynn was reading my mind there as we were looking through the recommendations. I just want to extend my gratitude and commend everyone on the GMT for an outstanding report, for the late nights as well, but for also turning over every rock possible to assist in what is an otherwise very constraining and difficult position for folks. So I really appreciate that extra mile and then some. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for a very good series of reports. I know we've been at it a long time. We have one more advisory body report. We are going to get through that. And Mr. Gary Richter is here for the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Good afternoon, Gary.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the council. Be reading from Agenda Item G.8A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Harvest Specifications, Technical Corrections, and In-Season Adjustments for final action. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel works closely with the Groundfish Management Team to exchange information on the needs for in-season changes. The GAP would like to thank the GMT for the time they spent trying to create trip limits that will afford some fishing opportunity, particularly in California. Given the tight restrictions, the GMT's workload was challenging, and the GAP is grateful for their hard work. So starting off with harvest specifications, technical corrections, GAP received the corrections to the 2023-2024 groundfish harvest specifications for canary, dark blotch, square spot, yellow eye rockfish, and yellowtail rockfish north. The GAP understands that there will be no changes to 2023 management, but that these corrected values will have to be implemented in 2024 and will also be used to inform the 2025-2026 management specifications analysis. The GAP supports these corrected values, but suggests the Pacific Fishery Management Council may want to consider a more refined review process so as to minimize future technical errors that reverberate through the process. For the whiting cooperatives, members of the GAP received the in-season report submitted by the 3 whiting cooperatives, the Whiting Mothership Cooperative, the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative, and the Shore-Based Whiting Cooperative. GAP notes that all participants in the mothership sector are members of WMC. All participants in the catcher processor sector are members of PWCC. And most whiting participants in the shore-based individual fishing quota sector are members of the SWC. Therefore, these reports cover spring bycatch management and fall fishing plans for all participants in each commercial whiting sector, with the exception of the handful of shore-based catcher vessels that are not members of SWC. Under Chinook salmon bycatch, the GAP discussed Chinook salmon bycatch in the at-sea and shoreside whiting fisheries so far this year, and the GMT's in-season report found under supplemental GMT report 1, which projected that between 8,503 Chinook, which is 77% of the guideline for whiting fisheries, and 11,870 Chinook, which would be 108% of the guideline for whiting fisheries, may be caught in 2023. Based on these projections and other information provided in the GMT report, the GAP considered whether a sector-specific block area closure or other routine management measure that would take effect at a predetermined amount or rate may be appropriate for the fall as a deterrent. The GAP thinks the Chinook avoidance measures utilized by the whiting cooperatives will be more precise and effective tools than a blunt closure, and we do not support a BAC at this time. If the council were to consider a BAC at this meeting, the GAP requests it have very clear guidelines and be applied in a sector-specific manner. With respect to the salmon mitigation plans, the only commercial whiting participants who do not currently have an approved SMP are the handful of shore-based catcher vessels that are not members of SWC. Should the 11,000 Chinook guideline for whiting fisheries be exceeded, those non-co-op vessels would not be able to access 3,500 fish reserve. At this time, the GAP does not recommend any action to change that. The GAP greatly appreciates the preliminary in-season Chinook assessment of ESU specific impacts in the Pacific Cape trawl fisheries found under the supplemental revised NIMS report 1 provided by the National Marine Fisheries Service and the work that was expedited by the Northwest Fisheries Science Center and West Coast region to provide such detailed genetic information at this meeting. And then for at-sea set-asides, for set-asides shared by the at-sea whiting sectors, the GAP appreciated the council discussion on this item at the June 2023 meeting to reiterate the expectations under set-aside management and hopes that discussion will continue at this meeting. We noted that differential bycatch between the MS and CP sectors across several set-aside species in 2023, with the catch to date shown in Table A of the supplemental GMT report 4, and reviewed the fall projections in the GMT in-season report under GMT report 1. The GAP heard a request from an MS sector representative to ensure the continued fishing of the sector this fall. The GAP also received an update that the MS and CP sectors have met since the June council meeting and that some MS sector participants would like to pursue an inter-co-op agreement or policy with the CP sector. The at-sea sectors plan to meet to discuss this concept in advance of the 2024 season. Similar to Chinook, the GAP considered a sector-specific BAC or other routine management measure for dark blotched rockfish, but we do not recommend it at this time for the same reasons as above. And per the GMT analysis, there is not a projected risk of exceeding the ACL. And getting to routine in-season adjustments for lingcod north of 42 north latitude, the fixed gear industry has requested an increase in the lingcod trip limits north of 42 north latitude for the remainder of 2023. Fixed gear fishermen have noted that most of their entire allocation of lingcod has been taken during the first 2 weeks of the period. Thus has led to some regulatory discards of lingcod. The GMT analysis suggests bycatch of yellow eye would increase only slightly less than 0.04 metric tons with increased trip limits of lingcod in the north of 42 area. Effort increase is expected to be low due to the expected Dungeness crab season coming on. For open access, you can see we support option 1 along with the GMT of the 4,500 pounds per month as soon as is possible. And for limited entry, option 1, which would increase to 9,000 pounds per 2 months as soon as is possible. For sablefish north of 36 north latitude, fixed gear sablefish landings have been tracking quite low to date. Thus, there's an opportunity to increase the daily trip limits for both LE and OA in the north. For those fishermen that have a buyer willing to purchase their sablefish, a trip limit increase would be greatly beneficial. For LEDTL, you can see there from GMT report 5 that the GAP supports 9,000 weekly and 18,000 bi-monthly. And then for open access, the 4,000 pounds, not to exceed 8,000 pounds bi-monthly. California commercial trip limits, the GAP agrees with the GMT as specified in supplemental GMT report 5 on all the other LE and OA trip limits. understanding that no trip limit changes will be made south of 3427 north latitude. And additional California in-season adjustments, the GAP recommends the council adopt the 2 recommendations from agenda item G8A supplemental CDFW report 2, which were prohibit the take of quillback rockfish in the recreational and commercial fisheries off California, and close the nearshore recreational fishery in the northern groundfish management area, Mendocino GMA and San Francisco GMA, and the Central GMA. Transit. For California recreational fisheries, there are 2 issues at hand that the GAP is requesting clarification and action on. First is during the greater than 50 fathom season, the GAP is requesting clarity on an explicit exemption to stop or anchor in the nearshore with shelf and slope groundfish aboard, no hook and line deployed, gear stored. Second, within this scenario, we are asking to have an explicit exemption for the use of the following gear types. One of it, which is the hand dip net we talked about earlier in specs, and hoop netting for lobster fishing for all of California. And number 2, crab trap for rockfish and crab combos, which would be north of Conception. Currently, CDFW transit provision state, groundfish species or species groups that are closed to take and or possession in part of a groundfish management area, both under state and federal marine protected areas, or other closure areas, may be possessed aboard a vessel in transit through the closed area with no fishing gear deployed in the water. As the California regulations read now, the proposed GAP request would be prohibited. Because of this language, many of the Southern California multi-day groundfish fleet has had to cancel their overnight and multi-day trips for the remainder of 2023 because they would not be able to safely anchor with shelf and slope groundfish species on board. The alternative being only retaining 1 day of groundfish limits, reducing the value of the 2-day trip by half. As an example, combination crab and rockfish combo trips have traditionally been the lifeblood for the Northern California CPFV fleet, which is north of Conception proper, 3427, in November and December. Additionally, crab traps or hoop nets are deployed in shallower, soft bottom habitat away from rocky habitat where hook and line fishing for rockfish occurs. The GAP requests the council and NIMS consider these actions for the remainder of 2023 season and provide any clarity or action, if possible, for one or both of these items. Mr. Vice Chair, that completes our GAP statement. Be glad to answer any questions, and please be permitted to phone a friend for specific question I can't answer.
Thank you, Gary. Are there questions on the GAP report? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Gary, for the report, and thank you for all your work in combination with the GMT, working through these reports in this agenda item. Relative to the very last section on transit, am I understanding correctly that under this agenda item, you're looking for the council and NIMS to consider changing transit provisions in federal rule now?
I'm Merritt McRae. Through the chair, thank you for the question. We realize that some of these asks are actually state asks, but these asks also bridge the federal realm here. For example, the CPS Fishery Management Plan talks about squid, and the handheld dip net is a method for catching squid. And so we don't want to be hung up at either venue, either here or at the state, because of some failure to actually communicate.
Thank you for the response. I might ponder that for just a moment and consider what that might look like relative to a federal rule regarding transit in what is otherwise state waters.
Right, thank you. Further questions on the GAP report? And if I have looked correctly, there are none. So thank you very much, gentlemen. That's going to take us into public comment. Before we start that, we will take a 10-minute break. Remember, when we come back, we will first take up the whiting sector reports that the council requested and then proceed through the other signups we have. We have quite a number of them. So be back here in 10 minutes, please. All right, we've got 1 minute, 1 minute warning. All right, let's find our way back to our seats. Thank you all. This takes us to our public comment section on this item. Before we commence with that, I just want to note Ms. Rose Stanley had been in the general counsel's seat. She had to leave. Ms. Sheila Lynch is now sitting in the general counsel seat. So everyone's aware of that. And Chris, well, I had indicated we are going to start with the 3 whiting sector reports. At our last meeting, the council had requested they come forward with reports. There is one from the mothership sector. There is one from the catcher processor sector and one from the shoreside sector. So we will take them in that order. And we'll start with the mothership sector. Kristen McQuaw is online. So Kristen, your presentation is on the screen before this. You're ready to go. And we're not hearing you. Trying to find out.
Chris says she's not online.
All right. She had been here. She's not online now. Heather Mann, can you help us out? I see your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. She's just logging back on. She got booted off for some reason, and so she's logging back on now. She sent me a text.
All right. I just saw that text also that she's logging back on, and she's not the first one to lose the internet here. So we
and that was not my cell phone that just dinged. I know I'm in a lot of
So I don't think it should take too long for her to get back in, I hope. I think we can all respect the odds of those types of things happening are exactly at the worst time. There's been a request for Sarah Nyani to start the presentation for her. Sarah, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I think Kristen is on. She may have saved you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. Thank you for your time today. My name is Kristen McQuah. I manage the Whiting Mothership Cooperative, or WMC, and will be speaking on their behalf. We submitted a written report for the advanced briefing book as G8 Attachment 2. I put together this visual presentation for you today to summarize the contents of our longer report. Next slide, please. The Mothership Cooperative was formed in 2011. While there are now 34 catcher vessel permits endorsed to operate in the sector, only 15 to 20 catcher vessels actively participate in the fishery in a given year. These catcher vessels leave their home ports in Brookings, Newport, Westport, and Seattle to catch and deliver whiting at sea to one of 6 motherships licensed to operate in the fishery. To deliver at sea, catcher vessels will haul the majority of their gear up onto their boat, leaving just the cotton full of whiting in the water. Keep in mind here that the gear is no longer fishing at this point. They'll line up and transfer the cotton to the mothership, who will then haul the cotton up their stern ramp and process it at sea, as shown in the bottom left picture. The catcher vessels carry a human observer or use electronic monitoring 100% of the time. The motherships carry 2 observers at all times who monitor the offloads, sample, and account for the catch on each haul. The cooperative retains Sea State as its monitoring agent. All WMC members provide confidentiality waivers to allow Sea State to access NIMS observer data and location data from VMS providers in real time. Sea State provides daily catch reports to all co-op members. The cooperative also shares pertinent information with PWCC and the Shore-Based Whiting Cooperative. Next slide, please. The cooperative utilizes multiple mitigation tools to reduce our interactions with non-whiting species. The tools I'll describe next were all implemented for the spring 2023 mothership fishery. Next slide. Next point. This year, the board approved 20 preseason closed areas and 11 advisory areas, meaning that before the season begins, the co-op takes it upon themselves to close valuable fishing grounds for which historical data suggests have an increased risk of encountering a specific species, such as dark blotch. The 20 preseason closures this year totaled 1,220 square miles. This alone is an economic sacrifice for the mothership fleet. Next point. The WMC establishes base rates based off the mothership sector's portion of the at-sea set-asides. The mothership cooperative has established a series of movement rules requiring fleets to move once their bycatch rates exceed a specific threshold of the base rate. We consider a fleet to be one mothership and the catcher vessels delivering to it. Next slide. I might flip-flop these. Going back one step on my part, the cooperative also provides the manager and Sea State the authority to implement hotspot closures without first consulting the board. Next slide. Upon entering a new area, one catcher vessel in the fleet is required to conduct a test tow. The test tow must be evaluated against the base rates before the other catcher vessels can set. Next point. The cooperative restricts night fishing between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. in specific depths. Next point. The cooperative requires all catcher vessels to use salmon excluders or mesh panels on the sides of the net allow salmon, who are stronger swimmers than whiting, to escape before they reach the caught end. Next point. Internally, the WMC, some of my points might have got off the screen here. But that's all right, I'll keep speaking to them. Internally, the WMC has developed a series of seasonal pools into which whiting and bycatch is divided. This helps reduce the likelihood that our portion of the set-aside is exhausted in the spring before fall fishery participants would have an opportunity to fish. Associated with that pool structure, the cooperative enforces 24-hour stand-down penalties when a fleet catches more than their share of the bycatch. One more point there. Several catcher vessels have also begun running live camera feed systems. This allows the captain to see the fish entering his net in real time. While this doesn't replace the tools I just described, it is incredibly valuable for the fleet to be able to start making active adjustments on the grounds. And all of these tools were deployed for the spring fishery. Next slide. 4 out of the 6 motherships participated this spring. One mothership was on the grounds May 2nd, the next started May 10th, followed by the other 2 fleets around May 15th. The figure on the screen shows the percentage of the set-asides caught by the at-sea sectors. The vertical 100% line represents the total set-aside, or in the case of whiting, the combined mothership and CP whiting allocation. Mothership catch is shown here in blue, and CPs are in orange. Unfortunately, the mothership sector was only able to catch just over 14,000 tons of whiting this spring. And as shown in earlier reports, we collectively exceeded the 70-ton set-aside for dark wash this spring. We provided the raw data for this figure, sourced from PACFIN, as supplemental information at the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. Again here, the top bar shows the percentage of the whiting tack caught this spring for the 3 whiting sectors, where the bottom bar shows the percentage of Chinook caught relative to the 11,000 fish guideline. This spring, the mothership sector's catch of non-whiting species was well below its portion of the set-asides and Chinook guideline. This wasn't by accident. It's a product of our commitment to manage under the guidelines set by the council. It did not come without financial sacrifices. Next slide. Mothership fleets, the next point too. Mothership fleets moved 25 times this spring. We consider it one move when a mothership and the catcher vessels delivering to it move from one distinct area of fishing to another. Next one as well. 15 moves were for Chinook and 10 moves for rockfish. The figure on the right depicts one single move. Here you have the VMS tracks from a fleet of catcher vessels fishing in the south, all delivering to one mothership. There's about 6 tows shown here. The points in the line segments are VMS pings. The fleet caught 226 tons of whiting and 7 Chinook, triggering a movement. They moved north, conducted a clean test tow, and proceeded to continue fishing. Next point. Might have one more point. You can see the 2 distinct, oh, that's fine. Thanks. Each move is extremely costly for an entire mothership and their catcher vessels in terms of the time and fuel burned and the foregone whiting they leave behind. In addition to the movements, one mothership fleet was forced to stand down for 24 hours after catching 3.6 tons of dark watch, abiding by the cooperative rules. This was an incredibly costly penalty for the fleet to forfeit a day of fishing and processing. It's highly likely that the cooperative could have caught substantially more whiting this spring had the rules I just discussed, which we self-impose on ourselves, had not been in place. However, this likely would have been at the trade-off of increased incidental catch. Next slide. At the conclusion of the spring fishery, the WMC initiated an inter-co-op meeting with PWCC. We had a subsequent meeting in August to discuss our fall fishing plans and preliminarily discuss an inter-co-op agreement for co-management under the shared set-asides and Chinook guideline. We look forward to continuing these conversations. Next. Shifting our focus to the fall, one mothership began operations August 11th. They're currently on their 2nd trip. Whiting CPE has been great and fishing has been very clean so far. Another mothership is expected to be on the grounds in late September. Next slide. This should look familiar. The mothership cooperative remains committed to continuing using the same mitigation tools we had in place this spring for the fall, as we've observed their collective effectiveness. Next slide. I've also updated the two figures I presented earlier with data now through September 10th. We've had about a month of fishing now for our fall fishery. The Mothership Cooperative has now caught 19,000 tons of whiting with very little additional bycatch of the set-aside species. Next slide, please. Again, here's the same table for whiting and Chinook, updated with the fall numbers to date. Once again, showing that we've seen pretty clean fishing in the last month. The raw data for these figures is shown as supplemental information at the end of this presentation. We also noticed some of the data provided in the PWCC written report did not accurately reflect the mothership sector. We provided supplemental data for 2019 through 2023 from the PACFIN whiting report at the end of this presentation. Next slide, please. The Mothership Cooperative has demonstrated its ability to respond quickly and effectively to lightning strikes, most recently observed in our mitigation of sablefish last year. I do see I'm running close to our 10 minutes of time, so I'll start wrapping up here. But please do let me know if you'd like me to elaborate on sablefish at a later time. Next, or you can leave it here. But should an elevated bycatch event occur this fall, the cooperative's fleet-wide communication, near real-time data processing, and management structure will support its ability to promptly take action where needed, as we've demonstrated many times before. The Mothership Cooperative recognizes it is a privilege to operate under set-asides and an approved salmon mitigation plan. The cooperative remains committed to continue responsibly managing our sector under the guidelines provided by the Council and NIMS. Next slide. And thank you. That concludes my presentation today.
Thank you, Kristen. Are there any questions for Ms. McQuah on that presentation and the mothership report that was in our briefing book? And, oh, Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Kristen, for the report. And I did read your written report, and this may not be a specific enough question to respond to, but I'm just in looking at the rates and the amounts in the two sectors relative to bycatch thus far this year. I guess my question is, was it more difficult to manage the fishery this year through your co-op and keep your bycatch at as a small a level as possible in comparison to other years? If that makes sense. Just wondering if the challenge was even harder this year than it has been in recent years.
Through the Vice Chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Anderson. Yeah, the spring fishery was really tough. I think we caught maybe, just over 14,000 tons of whiting, in a month of fishing with 4 platforms out there, which is pretty low for what we would normally expect for our spring fishery. And unfortunately, a lot of the whiting was in areas that we had closed, due to rockfish species or other stocks. And so it was difficult. Whiting CP, whiting started off pretty strong at the beginning of May, but by the time, the rest of our fleet was out there towards, the end of May and into June, the whiting just really tapered off. And so it wasn't, economically feasible for our boats to stay on the ground, and then also risk, increasing interactions with non-whiting species, when scratching for fish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Kristen, for the report. It's very comprehensive. I know you were just touching on sablefish when you ran out of time, but I thought it interesting to maybe emphasize that the amount of moves you did last year for sablefish were a lot more. Could you elaborate on the measures that were taken to avoid sablefish last year in the fishery?
Yes, through the chair or vice chair. Thank you, Mr. Dooley. On May 24th last year, not 10 days into our fishery, the mothership sector encountered a sablefish lightning strike. When multiple motherships and their catcher vessels were fishing in one area, they ended up catching 119 tons of sablefish on a single day. It was a bycatch rate of almost 18 kilograms per ton. Pretty alarming for us. In response, as the co-op manager, I immediately closed the hotspot on the 24th, even before we had that final count of sablefish for the day. We called an emergency board meeting. The board adopted sablefish movement thresholds and upheld the closure that I had put in place. We notified PWCC, the Shoreside Whiting Co-op, and NIMS. The cooperative was able to finish out the year catching an additional 52,000 tons of whiting, along with 75 more tons of sablefish, a bycatch rate of 1.4 kilograms per ton, which just goes to show how, through the cooperative, we were able to continue fishing, but dramatically reduce our bycatch rate through the actions taken. All three whiting sectors encountered elevated levels of juvenile sablefish coastwide last year. This was likely a result of a strong incoming year class, as juvenile sablefish are generally more apt to be found, higher in the water column, where whiting is simultaneously caught before maturing and moving deeper. The mothership fleet really did everything they could to continue fishing while minimizing incidental sablefish catch, which included moving 75 times over the remainder of the year for sablefish alone. That's outside of our standard movements for Chinook or other rockfishes. That was just for sablefish, so a considerable financial sacrifice there.
Follow up, Bob. Yeah, thank you, Pete. Appreciate it. One more question, Kristen. You mentioned that you do a lot of data sharing with the other cooperatives and information sharing. Is there some established protocol, or what when you start exceeding your share of a set aside? Is there communication, or is there some steps or measures that are pre-planned, or not pre-planned, but at least in communication that might, or measures that you take that would keep you back in your part of the set aside and not jeopardize the other sectors?
Through the vice chair. Thank you, Mr. Dooley. At this point, we don't currently have a formal agreement or protocol that's followed, when you reach a certain threshold of your the set aside. Mothership Co-op does, do our best to communicate with PWCC and the Shoreside Whiting Co-op when a lightning strike occurs. And certainly, if we were approaching our portion of a set aside, I'm confident that we would reach out to our counterparts or our co-managers and let them know what we're doing and how we're trying to stay under our portion of that set aside. But currently there's no, protocol for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? And I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you very much, Kristen. I know you'll be coming up later, but our next report is from the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative. We have Mike Lucchino, Glenn Merrill, Trent Hardill here with us. Welcome, gentlemen. And as you approach the table, just a reminder, there's a button at the base of the microphone. Make sure you push that. The light is green, so the mic opens up. And please start whenever you're situated and comfortable there.
Thanks, excuse me. Get closer. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Present, as you as we get ready to talk, you'll have the full board of directors for the Pacific Whiting Co-op speaking with you today. For the record, my name is Mike Lucchino. I work for Trident Seafoods. And I would also like to note that Trident Seafoods is a board member, not only both on the Pacific Whiting Conservation Co-op, but also the Mothership Co-op as well.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Glenn Merrill, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Glacier Fish Company. We have been longtime participants in the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative. We fish only as a CP. We have one vessel that participates in this fishery.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Trent Hartill with American Seafoods. As Mike noted, American is also participating in the Mothership Cooperative as well. And I am also a board member of the Mothership Cooperative in addition to the PWCC board.
Before we get into our discussion, I would like to take a moment to speak to the recent departure of our executive director, Dan Waldeck. For 18 years, Dan has led our co-op with commitment, professionalism, and expertise. He's made countless contributions while sitting on the Groundfish Advisory Panel, the JMC, and was the lead in securing our MSC RFM certifications for the whiting industry. Dan's leadership, guidance, and relationships with the council process is well known and just a part of the robust career he's had with the West Coast Fisheries. I would like to share our many thanks and appreciation to Dan for the hard work he's demonstrated in his tenure with our co-op.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The next portion of this presentation is really just walking you through our report, which we've provided you as well. And I want to highlight a few things about our spring season, what happened and what we did during the spring season. And then I'll turn to Mr. Hartill, who will walk you through our fall fishing plan. First, I want to begin with a clear understanding that PWCC is acutely aware of the importance of Chinook salmon. We're acutely aware of the conservation status and the challenges that those stocks face. And we're acutely aware of how important it is throughout the entire coast. We take our responsibility to manage bycatch, to minimize bycatch very seriously. We have a tremendous obligation to do so. When it comes to bycatch management of other species, we also recognize, as has been stated previously, that set-asides are an important tool for the whiting fishery. Typically, our Chinook salmon bycatch in the spring fishery is low. It has been low historically. It has been consistently low and relatively the same rates as other participants in the whiting fishery. And that's shown in table 1 of our report. That was clearly not the case this year. Rates were roughly 11 times what the long-term average is that we've observed in this fleet. What we experienced throughout the fleet, throughout the grounds, at different depths, at different hours, was a Chinook salmon bycatch rates that were consistently higher than past spring seasons. Why is that? We looked at our fishing patterns. Did we fish in different regions that we had historically at different times? I think the analysis that we did, and we have a robust agreement with Sea State, indicated that we had effectively fished in very similar areas than we had in the past, generally speaking. The one thing, I guess two things really that stood out. One, whiting fishing was poor. I think you've already heard that from the previous report, but also whiting tended to be a little bit more shallow this year in terms of our encounters. Both of those conditions tend to lend themselves to higher bycatch rates. Poor fishing conditions and shallower Chinook salmon or shallower encounters tend to result in higher Chinook salmon bycatch. Our vessels are required to move when higher Chinook salmon rates are encountered, and we certainly did that this year. Our fleet moved extensively throughout the year. Just one example, and I think you've heard examples from the Mothership Cooperative as well, but for us, one of our vessels on one trip moved over 2,500 nautical miles in an effort to avoid Chinook salmon. Most of that movement was searching for fishing in Southern Oregon. The cost to the fleet for poor fishing and movement are substantial. I think you've heard that already. What we observed generally for the first few days of May, when we started the fishery, was generally Chinook salmon rates that were within the historic range. They weren't typically anomalous. As fishing in May progressed, I think it became increasingly clear to us in the fleet that this was not a typical pattern of the occasional lightning strike, but a chronic concern. We designed and implemented a range of measures. Most notably, we closed 3 large areas starting on May 25th to our fisheries. One of the things that I think many of our vessels participate in is another fisheries where there are dynamic hotspot closure management. One of the things that we found with that is it's also equally important to determine whether or not the areas you closed are still the most important areas to close, and whether or not you have seen a shifting in the bycatch from one area to another. So we established provisions that a vessel could re-enter one of these areas, conduct test tows, and if those test tows indicated low bycatch, continue to fish in those areas. We found that by reopening one of those areas, we were able to shift some effort from higher bycatch to lower bycatch area until that area suddenly didn't become productive anymore and we reclosed the fishery. Our entire spring fishery was roughly 30 days. Throughout the spring season as well, and I think you've seen that in the previous report, dark blotch rockfish was problematic. It was pervasive. We saw this again at all depths, all times, consistently throughout the areas in which we were fishing. Figure 2 in our analysis, I think, provides you with a clear indication of that fairly consistent, steady slope or increase of dark blotched rockfish throughout the season. Typically, rockfish is a lightning strike event. That's not what we observed this year with dark blotched, at least for our fleet. So as our fleet moved and sought lower Chinook salmon bycatch throughout the year, we also increased our encounter rates of dark blotched rockfish, and that became problematic as well. I think the lessons that we learned in trying to implement during the season, a number of these measures became important to instruct us for our fall fishing plan.
Through the vice chair, I'm going to walk through the fall fishing plan that we developed. That's on your agenda in our document. Through the chair, in preparing for our fall fishing plan, we started our efforts by analyzing our previous fall fishing efforts as well as the spring effort to better inform where we can improve, how we can enhance our bycatch avoidance. The following items that I'm going to walk through were in part guided by that analysis. So one of the first things that we looked at right off the bat was night fishing. We analyzed the spring fishery and what our performance in night fishing had been in previous fall fisheries. And one thing that stood out is that we tend to have slightly elevated Chinook encounters between 2100 and 0300. And that is also a function of depth. So what we implemented was a prohibition on fishing prior to September 1st in waters shallower than 180 fathoms during those timeframes. And then after September 1st in depths shallower than 100 fathoms. The next element that we implemented were a test tow requirement. This is a fairly straightforward provision. It requires a vessel to conduct a test tow when they're entering fishing grounds that are not currently occupied by any other vessel. Meaning, if there is other catcher processors or a mothership fleet or any a shoreside fleet that is operating in the area where we have catch information to inform what the conditions on the ground are, they can proceed fishing. If there's no vessels in that area, they'll need to conduct a test tow, which is defined by a maximum of 30 minutes of fishing time and not more than 20 metric tons of catch. Upon that test tow, if it's an elevated bycatch event, they're required to move. If it's not, they can proceed with fishing. The third element is move along provisions. And these are rate-based for both Chinook and rockfish set-asides, where the rate's defined as the rate at which the CP sector must fish at to harvest the remainder of their allocation while not exceeding the CP sector's share of the set-aside species. For both rockfish and Chinook species, for both Chinook and rockfish species, these move along rules kick in when a vessel's daily average exceeds 150% of the base rate. We felt like this daily average rate was the right cadence. The vessel will have enough information to make a decision while not being overly prescriptive with perhaps a short tow. The fourth element is hotspot management. This is an extension of the spring season where Sea State has the authority to implement rolling hotspot closures. These closures, if implemented in the fall season, would be in place for a 5-day period. After that, a vessel would be permitted to enter into that area, but would be required to do a test tow. We would evaluate what that test tow looked like to determine whether or not that area could be opened. This reevaluation period after the 5 days and with a test tow, it balances the need to avoid Chinook salmon while also recognizing that conditions can change. An area that had poor bycatch can be clean later. An area that had good whiting CPUE may no longer have that same good whiting fishing in that area. So that's what that test tow and that hotspot management would do. The fifth element is a mothership closure area requirement. We recognize that the mothership sector has put a lot of time and effort into developing closure and advisory areas. We've chosen to recognize these areas and require a test tow prior to entering into these areas. There's a couple of reasons why we've chosen to implement a test tow requirement for these areas rather than adopting them as closures. We think that given the nature of our sector, that we have 3 companies, you're looking at the board right here, and we have a maximum of 9 vessels that are fishing at any given time. Combined with this plan that we have in front of us here, that we have a robust management system in place where we can address bycatch inside and outside of areas. I think the other thing that we have done a lot of considering on in this provision is our experience with other fixed time and area closures and other fisheries. What we've learned is that with fixed time and area closures, they can often have clean fishing inside of those areas. And in addition, by strictly adhering to fixed time and area closures throughout an entire season, it can actually push vessels into higher bycatch areas. So having that flexibility, implementing these other protocols, we feel like we can address those bycatch challenges inside or outside of those areas. The final item is a dark blotched base rate. In order to provide guidance for our vessels and implement move along rules, we had to set a base rate for dark blotch. Given that we have already exceeded the set aside for this year, it puts us in an awkward position to pick a number. But by its nature, a base rate requires 2 numbers. It requires the amount of whiting to be caught and the amount of bycatch associated with it. So we looked at what our previous rates had been. We looked at the expected catch of dark blotch this fall season as a function of what we've caught in previous fall seasons, and took a greatly reduced rate and applied it to that. And based on that calculation, it would equate to about 40 metric tons of dark blotch. I'll conclude with my comments here, tying that last comment with what our performance has been to date in this fall fishery. The first catcher processor was on the grounds on August 23rd. Currently, we have about 5 catcher processors fishing right now. Collectively, they have caught about 12,000 metric tons of whiting. That's about 30% of our total spring whiting harvest. Along with that 12,000 metric tons, we've caught 6 Chinook and have taken just under 2 metric tons of dark blotch. So based on our performance thus far, we feel that we will not utilize that amount of dark blotch that was specified in our report. I think that concludes our comments, our report, and I think we're happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for the 3 gentlemen before us? Phil Anderson.
I just wanted to ask you guys the same question I asked Kristen, and I'm looking at table 3 in your report, where you look at 2019, 20, 21, 22, and 23, and looking at the bycatch rates for the 6 different rockfish species, and noting the 2023 had the highest rate for all 6. And so and obviously we're not done yet, but and the rates appear to be better when you've come back and reinitiated your fall fishery. But just that same question about, was it a lot tougher this spring than in previous springs to try to get to a point where you could have your boats fishing in an area that had bycatch rates that were comparable to previous years?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for that question. Absolutely. This was a very challenging year. I think I'll just speak for our company right now, but I think that this is probably shared for all the companies. We have, as I mentioned earlier, only one vessel that participates in the fishery. We fished for 20 days and were unable to complete our trip. We spent extensive time moving throughout the grounds in various areas to try and find clean fishing. I think that constant movement, searching, setting tows, finding poor bycatch, moving again, setting tows, seems like it's okay, setting another tow, guess it wasn't okay, was kind of a pattern that we observed throughout our fishing for the entire spring season. So very low CPUE for us, poor performance, and an incomplete trip, which for our vessel is a very significant cost.
Through the vice chair, I might just add one comment to that. We had an incident early in the season where the whiting CPUE was poor. We were searching for fish. We had a reasonable quantity of whiting that we were fishing on. We encountered some Chinook and had about 3 days where one of those days had an elevated rate. 2 other days were not elevated, but they still encountered some Chinook. The trend over those 3 days indicated that there was Chinook in that area and that we should probably move. So we did. We moved into an area that had far higher Chinook rates. And we actually encountered far more Chinook by taking that move. Hindsight being 2020, we probably should have stayed where we were, but that illustrates the challenge of trying to make a move in response to what you're seeing and moving into a far worse situation than what you were previously in.
Thank you. Further questions? Butch Smith?
Thank you for coming today. Thank you, Mr. Chair or Vice Chair. Thank you for coming today, gentlemen. A few years back, before Bob and Chairman Brad and myself had to put these suits on, we had a really good meeting with all the whiting industry and decided we were going to do things a little different with the salmon and the whiting, and I think it's worked marvelously. I appreciate what you said about Dan, because he's truly been a stellar person to work for. I do have, and I'm not pointing any fingers, and this has worked, and we knew one day we would have a hot spot, lightning strike, and it happens. And when that happened, Dan and others from the other sectors called me like we had all worked out and talked about way back. And I guess the not with me, but the frustration that I was hearing was maybe a little bit slower reaction time, or maybe when you reacted, you just went into a bigger pothole than you anticipated. But whatever the thing, we're under the guidelines, but recognizing salmon's a tough year down off the California coast and Southern Oregon, and I just hope whatever the outcome of this is, we've learned from this experience and can educate ourselves and not to say you didn't try to do better, but maybe we can do better collectively. And I hope that's one thing we take away from this. And like I said, I am what we set out to do has worked pretty darn good. And I hope that Danny's gone, we can still maintain our communications, and because the trust is a big thing between the fishing groups, and we want to keep that trust because we worked hard to get it. And so that's all, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you care to respond?
I would. Thank you. Through the vice chair. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for that comment. I know I'm new to this process, but have spent about 3 decades working in fisheries management and started in 1990 as an observer on one of his boats back in the day. So I certainly understand how important it is for there to be trust. I think it's important, we recognize that as well. We have spent a fair bit of time armchair quarterbacking what happened this spring. And I think all of us recognize that we probably took longer to recognize than we should have, perhaps some of the challenges that we were having with Chinook salmon. I think, one of the issues that was very difficult for us was just understanding how different this year was in previous years. And I think most systems, when they're faced with something that's unprecedented and they haven't seen before, take a while to figure out how to react to that. And I think that that's one of the things that hopefully informed our fall fishing plan, was to learn from that in the future and hopefully have a better understanding about how we can improve our management moving forward. So I appreciate those comments. And I think all of us, as I stated in my comments when I began, recognize the importance of Chinook salmon. It's important to us here in the whiting fishery. It's important to us in what we do in Alaska as well. So this is a kind of a global concern for us. I appreciate those comments.
Thank you. Bob Dooley. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you guys for coming forward. Good presentation. I ask you the same question I basically asked Kristen in the Mothership Co-op. The base premise, at least that I've always understood, is you got to set aside. And it's a cumulative set aside. It's one set aside for the sector, for the at-sea sector. But the overriding premise of that is you're pretty much entitled to your share of it, pro rata to whiting. But when you cross that boundary, it needs a protocol of some type, at least a conversation. Doesn't mean you can't, because that's obvious from your spreadsheets. It's happened before. So the question is when you saw going over those, your pro rata share, when you saw that part of it happening, and it was, I think there's communication. At least you both said there's been communication, and you have those agreements already to share data. You use the same shoreside monitor in sea state to provide information, and I'm very familiar with that, as you know. Were there some protocols, or were there some? Is there something in place, or was there ever contemplated to be anything in place, or is this part of the problem? And follow up to that, so I don't have to stop and ask another one. Do you think that's a good thing, and should we be doing it in the future, having some communication protocol in place?
Through the vice chair, Mr. Dooley, I mean, the short answer is that we did not have a protocol in place. The nature of the spring season is, as evidenced in the past 2 presentations, is markedly different than any of the previous spring seasons, or even the nature of the bycatch that we've seen in previous whiting years. So I think that what we had done in the past is, our executive director had reached out to the other sectors and communicated these types of things. We did that early part of the year, we were very, very focused on Chinook, and we did not do a good job of communicating the dark blotch to the other sectors. I think that's the hindsight being 2020. That's the lesson learned. That's something that we have recognized that we need to improve upon, and that's something that we're actively working on to ensure that we do have those lines of communication across the other sectors to ensure that people are aware of what's going on, and we're not in these silos.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Further questions? And I don't see any hands, so thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, there is a question. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, gentlemen, for being here. Appreciate this and appreciate your report. I have to confess I'm a little bit new to this. I was also an observer, but it's been a while. I'm still getting familiar with the limits that are available. that are set both legally by Magnuson as well as the ESA. And as you gentlemen probably know, salmon is closed in California, major impacts. Is there a number of Chinook that you hit that you will stop fishing?
Through the chair, we have looked at that exact question, and based on what we've seen thus far in the fall, we're hopeful that we're not going to get to a point where we have to have that conversation. But in the event that we are encountering higher Chinook as the fall season progresses, we have set in place our pro rata share of the Chinook hard cap that's in regulation. If we're approaching that limit, in advance of approaching that limit, we'll be opening lines of communication, ensuring that we're talking with the other sectors, ensuring that we have good understanding of what impacts would be of exceeding that. We would be communicating with the agency to understand what the conservation and management goals are. We would be looking at the timing of when this is happening. I think that through those conversations, that hopefully we would not have to have that it would be very clear what the answer would be as to the costs and benefits, to those trade-offs of continuing fishing or not.
All right, thank you. Now I'll look around again more carefully and see if there are any other hands. And I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much again, gentlemen. And there's one more whiting sector report, the Shoreside Whiting Cooperative, and Kristen McQuah is back online for that report. Kristen, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you again. My name is Kristen McQuah. I also manage the Shore-Based Whiting Cooperative, or SWC, and will be providing the following report on their behalf. The Shore-Based Whiting Cooperative was formed in 2012 following implementation of the IFQ program in the shore-based trawl fishery. IFQ whiting participants voluntarily formed the cooperative out of the need to minimize non-whiting species catch. The membership pooled their individual quota allocations for the most constraining non-whiting species and developed fishing rules to access the pooled quota as they recognized how lightning strikes were rare but detrimental when they occurred. SWC members willingly take on the cost to retain a cooperative manager and monitoring agent, in addition to the cost recovery fees they already pay for the IFQ program. The cooperative's sole purpose is to help its members minimize incidental catch while attaining their whiting quota. Currently, the SWC has 20 member catcher vessels who deliver whiting to processing plants in Newport, Astoria, Warrenton, and Westport. Mr. Robert Smith served as the cooperative's president. I myself am contracted as a manager, and CState is retained as the monitor. 100% of the vessels are monitored either under EM or by a human observer. Additionally, 100% of the shoreside offloads are observed by a dockside monitor, or an electronic fish ticket is promptly submitted. SWC members provide confidentiality waivers to CState to access their IFQ vessel accounts and location data from VMS providers in real time. CState uses the data to send out daily catch reports and VMS bycatch alerts to the membership. The SWC operates under an internal membership agreement by which the catcher vessels agree to follow all fishing rules implemented by the board of directors. The cooperative also functions under an approved salmon mitigation plan. Our commitment with NIMS and the council to minimize Chinook encounters to the extent practicable. To uphold the responsibilities under the SMP, the cooperative adopts several preseason tools and practices to reduce the likelihood of intercepting Chinook. All members are required to use salmon excluders. The SWC implements preseason area closures and provides the co-op manager and monitor hotspot closure authority to close high bycatch areas without first consulting the board. The cooperative also uses restrictions on night fishing to reduce the likelihood of fishing activity during periods when whiting and Chinook may be more likely to interact. The SWC prioritizes timely and effective communication among the fleet when Chinook are seen on the grounds to prevent other catcher vessels from towing in the same location. The manager in turn helps facilitate communication by sending out alerts to ensure all members coast-wide are notified of elevated or high bycatch events. We also share information with the WMC and PWCC. As of September 12th, cooperative members have caught 68,229 tons of whiting alongside 1,004 Chinook and 61 coho. This corresponds to a Chinook bycatch rate of 0.014 fish per metric ton of whiting. The fishery started out strong as 12 members were able to fish between May 1st and May 14th. During this early period, members intercepted 25 Chinook and 0 coho. Unfortunately, CPUE slowed dramatically in June and July, but it has increased back to normal levels in the month of August. On June 29th, the shore-based whiting cooperative experienced its largest Chinook lightning strike to date. One catcher vessel was looking for fish and towed along the US-Canadian border, where he caught 413 Chinook alongside roughly 65,000 pounds of pollock, not whiting, but pollock. The captain alerted the fleet there were no other vessels in the area. Upon offloading, the boat and fish plant called me with a total count and relayed all pertinent information. I utilized the hotspot closure authority provided under our membership agreement and closed 128 square nautical miles. This area has remained closed since June 29th. We also notified the other whiting sectors and nymphs of the lightning strike and actions taken by the cooperative. Since the lightning strike, which constitutes 40% of the co-op's Chinook bycatch to date, SWC members have caught 435 Chinook on 47,000 tons of whiting, a bycatch rate of 0.009 fish per ton, as they have remained on high alert. The cooperative expects fishing to continue through the fall, during which it will continue to utilize the mitigation tools described above to minimize interactions with Chinook and coho. The SWC will adopt additional tools, such as automatic closures, as needed to promptly respond to high bycatch events. The cooperative remains committed to upholding its salmon mitigation plan and responsibly managing its fishing activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Are there questions for Ms. McQuah on the Shoreside Whiting Cooperative report? And there are no hands here, so again, thank you very much, Kristen. That completes the 3 whiting cooperative reports that the council had asked for. So that will take us to our list, the remaining list of signups. We will start with Chris Howard. Chris will be followed by Aloha Sport Fishing. I'm not sure who that person is, but Chris Howard, are you there? We are not seeing Chris Howard. We'll watch to see if he comes online. Aloha Sport Fishing will be followed by John Yokomizo. Aloha Sport Fishing, no. All right. John Yokomizo, followed by James Klein. John, you're here. I see you pushing the button. Yep. Go ahead.
All right, I want to thank you for the council and chair. My name is John Yokomizo. I own and operate a charter boat out of San Francisco. Practically the only charter boat that fishes specifically rockfish and lingcod through the whole season. I don't fish halibut, salmon, striped bass. All my business is set on the rockfish and lingcod. At this time, with the change in season, we're at a little bit less than 38% of our average gross over the past 15 years, primarily due to weather. And that's not even including the fuel costs. If you add fuel costs into it, we're in the red. But I got to keep my crew working, so we continue running. On average, year with the salmon season, there's a period where I won't see another boat out the Barwon Islands for 2 to 3 months. This year with salmon closure, when the weather's good, I'll see 25 to almost 100 boats out there. So what I would like to see in the future is a season that's stable. Right now, I've got customers from Japan, Singapore, Italy, and across the US. Group just came out from Pennsylvania to fish with us. So a lot of that closure forced them to show up and wait for the weather to lay out and then go, or they just couldn't stay long enough. So they went without. We typically don't do the heavy type tackle. We use light gear. Even out in 50 fathoms, we're still using light gear. That's why I have a customer base that fishes with us all the time. If you guys decide on a season, either have it a full 50 fathom season, or what I would like to see is from April 1st until July 15th, inside 20 fathoms, and then from July 15th to the end of the year, 50 fathoms and out. So that's my vision for the future of the season. And that's it. I could answer any questions.
Thank you, John. Are there any questions? Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you, Vice Chair Husmer, and thanks for coming here, John. With the advent of the offshore fishery, you mentioned weather. Have you been able to run fewer trips this year than last year because of being forced to go offshore?
Yeah, pretty much the whole month of June, we canceled 95% of the trips due to weather.
This may not be a fair question, but I'll ask it anyway. What do you expect your revenue drop to be this year over last year?
Probably 75%. Come crab combo season, if we're not allowed to fish, drop our gear, fish, and then come back, pull our gear. I already told my crew that expect 2 a.m. departures, and we're going to sit on the crab grounds until we get them, but we still have to stack out and run out another 15, 20 miles, fish for the day. So instead of a 10 to 12 hour day, we're looking at a 16-hour day. And I am lucky that my whole crew is licensed. So, but there's other crews that you got one captain and 1 or 2 deckhands.
Follow up, Mark?
Yes, sure. And then, so with a 70% revenue reduction, have you considered seeking a disaster declaration for this?
Not myself.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions? And not seeing any. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Next, we have James Klein online. James will be followed by someone who has signed up under the name Gambit. And for those of you online, remember to raise your virtual hand to make it easy to find you to open your microphone. So James, can you hear us? We do not see James Klein online right now. We'll keep open. The Gambit, who claims that? Virgins Landing and Black Pearl Sport Fishing.
That would be me, sir. How you doing?
Good, good. Please identify yourself and go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Gambit. I thank you guys for opening us up to public comment. I am representing Virgins Landing and Black Pearl Sport Fishing out of Morro Bay, California. For those of us within the industry, sport fishing is a labor of love. Not only do we love fishing ourselves, but the charter boat industry is not a place we get rich. We are not, but a place to share our love of the sea and its bounty with people who would otherwise not be able to experience it in a comparable manner. As part of the central management area, Morro Bay is the access point for the entire Central Valley region from Bakersfield and Fresno throughout Tulare County, to just name a few places. And most of our passengers are hardworking blue-collar people who find our region to be someplace affordable so they can bring their families for a weekend and introduce their children to ocean fishing for the first time. Not everybody can afford a boat or to run up and down the coast at will for a hobby, and Morro Bay has been a place where blue-collar and BIPOC families have been able to enjoy and cultivate a love for the ocean and the experience of sport fishing that otherwise would be closed for them. It's one impact of making the sports fishing industry untenable as a business model that we believe is frequently overlooked. If the sport fishing industry cannot survive, and these regulations are threatening that on many levels, then sport fishing will truly become a gentrified pastime, and all the beauty and splendor of our natural resources that should be experienced and enjoyed by everyone will become accessible only to a select who can afford what will be forced to be an exorbitant price tag if the sport fishing industry continues to be hit with regulations that make operation of larger passenger vessels virtually impossible and untenable. Fishing outside of the 50 fathom line has disadvantaged us already. We cater to a lot of children, older people, new anglers who are already struggling to navigate offshore fishing conditions. And we're experiencing a decline in reservations already based on intimidation factors that don't even account for the actual challenges we face at those depths. For our region, structure-supported rock fishing outside of the 50 fathom line is minimal. It requires longer trips to offshore regions that are unsafe for small private boat fishermen to access due to local weather patterns. It encourages risky behavior from people who are inexperienced in this area. And for larger passenger vessels, we stand to lose a significant portion of our season from being forced to cancel trips due to weather, as there will no longer be any shallow water fishing to tuck into in offshore conditions. And a natural season slowdown. And yet fishing will require longer trips with less passengers in an industry with already extremely low margins. We all have a vested interest in the protection and management of the fishery for future generations, but regulation for the sake of regulation is not the answer. In our region, quillback rockfish are virtually never seen by anglers and have never utilized our management area in remarkable numbers. And the regulations we suffer under do not take into account to predict the impact of fishing on local populations, of which there is virtually none, is based on data collected outside of our region, collected in a manner guaranteed to yield low results, trawl versus hook and line over rocky structure, and minuscule sample sizes have required conjecture based on minimal information to be given credence that is unsupported by verifiable data. Quillback populations occur and over to be put into data collection and how it is applied to regions that do not even see actual quillback populations occurring as part of our notable natural ecosystem, and knee-jerk regulations do little but punitively affect coastal communities, those wishing to have access to a public resource, and the ancillary businesses that rely on the revenue generated by the sport fishing industry, which sits at the heart of our region's notable attractions. According to the National Standard 8, conservation requirements must take into account the importance of fishery resources to fishing communities by utilizing economic and social data in order to provide for the sustained participation of such communities and to minimize adverse economic impacts on the communities. Fishing is the lifeblood of my town, and nothing thus far has been mentioned that would mitigate the devastation our fishing village is going to face if the sport fishing fleet is no longer a part of our local economy. We believe there must be a more reasonable method of mitigating the minimal pressure we can possibly be putting on a species primarily outside of our fishing areas. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to Gambit on their testimony? And I don't see any hands, so again, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Next, we have Jack Gross. Let me give you a couple names because I know this is difficult. Jack Gross is next, followed by Frank Garcetti, and then Dan Platt. So Jack, are you out there? And we don't see Mr. Gross online. So we will go to Frank Garcetti, then Dan Platt, and then Brent Payne. So Frank, are you out there? I saw your hand raised on our line online.
I'm here. Does it, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to provide public comment on agenda item G8 as it pertains to the 50 fathom and shoreward closure. My name's Frank City, owner of H&M Landing in San Diego. H&M is home to the largest CPFV fleet on the coast, supporting over 30 resident vessels offering trips throughout the year. I'm speaking today on the impact this measure will have on CPFVs throughout the Southern California Bight. This council is aware of the challenges CPFVs will face when being forced outside of 50 fathoms mid-September through December. Weather and safe harbor are key points I would like to address. Having only deep water access is not sustainable any time of year and will force many trips to cancel, or even worse, will put vessel owners in a compromised position to take unnecessary risks and place their passengers at risk when keeping trips on in marginal weather, fishing in unprotected areas, all to just make ends meet. I've worked on, owned, and operated CPFVs in the Southern California Bight since the mid-70s. The aforementioned scenario will play out for many operators just to remain viable. I'd like to present a real scenario today that's unfolding as I provide comment. A vessel owner in our fleet purchased his business in the spring of 2020. His operation is diversified and splits its effort between groundfish access and pelagic fisheries. This vessel operation depends on spring and fall access to the Northern Channel Islands groundfish stocks for a multi-day schedule. With no access for safe refuge in waters shallower than 50 fathoms, he's canceled his fall multi-day schedule for the islands and opted to remain in San Diego with very limited opportunity this time of year. This critical component of his business model, exacerbated by loss of access in March, has placed him in a position where he'll have to make some difficult decisions to survive. These two actions alone in 2023 have cost this small business approximately $120,000 in gross revenue, along with negative impacts to his crew, the landing he operates from, as well as area businesses that support his company and customers. The rippling effect from this management measure is and will be felt throughout coastal communities that rely on this fleet. His story is not unlike many others in our industry. You have some difficult decisions to make when trying to strike a balance in managing a resource while simultaneously taking into account the economic impact management measures have on fleets and coastal communities. My ask today is for this council to consider reasonable alternatives that will yield results, yet at the same time, eliminate devastating impact to the CPFV fleet. I ask that you please consider zero retention of copper. Consider implementing a slot of no take between 30 to 50 fathoms. Remember, access to shallow water is critical for the success of many trips when the weather's up. Consider allowing vessels on multi-day trips access to shallow water with groundfish on board for safe refuge. Any, all, or a combination of these requested alternatives will allow vessel owners and their crews to remain viable. In closing, I ask this council act responsibly in considering in-season adjustments that will allow stakeholders to remain viable, promote better management practices, and preserve affordable marine access to the public in a safe operating environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. City on his testimony? Not seeing any hands here. Thank you, Frank.
Thanks.
Next, we'll go to Dan Platt. Dan will be followed by Brent Payne and then Sherry Ingalls. Good afternoon, Dan.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Dan Platt. I am the Open Access South representative on the Gap. I also have a North Central shallow nearshore permit. As you know, the recreational fishermen were closed before this meeting in the nearshore waters. And you have already received several comments from them on how devastating the nearshore closure is for them. I am here to tell you how devastating the nearshore closure will be for the commercial fishermen. In the last couple of days, the word has gotten out on what's coming down in season, the likely in-season closure for the commercial fishery. And I've gotten several phone calls from the people I represent up and down the coast that are concerned about the closure. It's also very hard to explain to them why the nearshore fishery, the shallow nearshore fishery is a live fish fishery. And because of that, we fish inside of 70 feet because we're keeping these fish alive. And we don't encounter quillback rockfish in that shallow. Even if we did, it's a live fish fishery and we could successfully release them. It's just, it's also a limited entry fishery, and where my permit is in North Central area, there's a total of 17 permits between 4010 and Half Moon Bay, basically. So you're talking about very few fishermen, and you know, I kind of understand because I've been in this process for a while, and you know, I know that pretty much the council's hands are tied, you know, for various reasons. But I just need to let you know that it's going to be very tough for me to go back and explain to a practical fisherman who's out on the water all the time, and you know, they're having a hard time believing the results of the quillback assessment because they are out there and they're seeing fish that wouldn't be there if the assessment was true. I don't know what the answer is to this, but this, you know, the weak stock management, what's going on here with poor data on the nearshore species is killing our fleets. Our buyer is a Oriental buyer. He's based in San Francisco and Chinatown, and he depends on his fishermen for his markets. And he, you know, I have no idea how to explain to him why he's not going to be able to get any rockfish for his markets. That's about all I have.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions for Mr. Platt on his testimony? No hands. Thanks again, Dan. Next, we'll move to Brent Payne. Brent will be followed by Sherry Ingalls, then Jamie Diamond. Brent was here. I don't see him. Let's go on to Sherry Ingalls. And we can come back to Brent later if we need to. Sherry Ingalls, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me on this side?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, Vice Chair and council members, for allowing me to submit this comment. I'm Sherry Ingalls. 43 years I've worked in and been an owner in the ocean fishery industry side by side with my husband and GAP alumni, Bob Ingalls. I agree with the GAP statements presented by Gary Richter that there are in-season adjustment discussions which may not allow a vessel to pull crab pots or hoop nets in a closed rock fishing area with rockfish legally obtained from an open area on board. A vessel should continue to be allowed to legally catch their rockfish boat limits in open waters, transit to a closed groundfish area with no fishing gear in the water to pull crab pots or crab hoop nets, or in the case of Southern California, lobster hoop nets. Likewise, transit has historically taken place in many other fisheries, both commercial and recreational, and should be allowed to continue. This is not just a state issue. The original transit provision was put into effect after much discussion and deliberation in the GAP and council process years ago. It has been a successful management tool and has allowed anglers to legally access a fishery they may not otherwise have in several areas and fisheries. I have been and continue to be extremely troubled by the change in the transit provisions, which mysteriously changed for the 2023 California groundfish season with no input that I've been able to find by the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, the council, or stakeholders, and no notice was given to the public that I'm aware of until just prior, like a day prior, to the opening of the 2023 groundfish season, at least in our area, even though there are now several explanations of the new transit provision on the CDFW website. The management area recreational groundfish regulation summaries states at the very top that in bold red letters, bold red text shows regulations that have changed for 2023. The 2023 transit provision is not in bold text. It's not slated as something new, but there is a 7-word change in the provision. And that, in quote, is in part of a groundfish management area, in quote. That was inserted this year, and that was not in the prior regulations. That is a major change. This small, mysterious 7-word change this year has kept law-abiding anglers and vessels from legally accessing various locations up and down the California coast that were previously open traditionally for fishing grounds for decades. And it appears this far-reaching 7-word change may continue to cause even more difficulties for California anglers. Regulations are made to protect the fishery, not to penalize law-abiding anglers and businesses. Changing the transit provision does nothing but harm these law-abiding individuals. Those who are breaking the law are going to do it regardless of what the regulations say. That's why there's the enforcement division. Those who abide by the law are going to follow the law, and with a change like this will be wrongly penalized for their compliance. To restrict the transit provision in this manner it has been this year is absolutely wrong. So in closing, I urge the council to include in their in-season adjustments for 2023-24, continue to allow historical transit to take place as long as no fishing gear is in the water, preserving access to vital resources. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there questions for Sherry on the testimony? And I don't see any hands. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Brent, are you prepared? All right. Brent Payne, then Jamie Dimon, then George Chu. Good afternoon, Brent.
Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the council, thanks. I had to use the restroom. I didn't realize my name got called. Brent Payne, United Catcher Boats. I'm the executive director of United Catcher Boats. UCB has 13 active vessels and 17 permits that are involved in the mothership and shoreside whiting fishery. I want to thank the council for taking the time to listen to Kristen McQua's presentation for the mothership and shoreside cooperatives efforts to present to you what we thought happened in May and June, the 5 weeks of the spring fishery, and then kind of what our plans are for the fall. As you can see, we didn't really suggest any changes for the mothership cooperative agreement because of the rules that we already have on the books. And we think that those current rules are effective to keep our bycatch rates such that we'll stay under our pro rata share of the rockfish set asides and our pro rata share of the Chinook 11,000. So with that, I'd like to just talk a little bit about set asides and how we manage them and what we look forward to as far as future changes here. The spring fishery was, I think one of the answers of the CP sector's representatives was it was a different ocean. In fact, I got a call from one of the Canadian counterparts, Brian Mose, who said that the Canadian fishermen had completely stopped fishing both their Fraser trawlers and their shoreside boats had completely stopped fishing this summer because they couldn't find any hake at all in their fishery all along the Canadian coastline. The CP or the catch vessels that were delivering to motherships Like I said, we have 90,000 tons of fish allocated to us this year. We caught a little over 14,000 in that first 5 weeks. And usually we like to catch a big chunk of that 90,000 in the first spring fishery, and the fish just weren't there. And I think we went through a lot of water and bumped into so with a lot of those rules that we employed, we moved away from a lot of fish. So a lot of incidental catch fish. So fortunately, I think talking about this fall fishery, we now have had about 5 weeks of fishing in a mothership mode. There's one mothership platform that's out there with 4 catcher vessels, and I think they caught maybe 10 Chinook, and we're catching 200-300 tons of fish a day. So we're back to kind of a normal operation. Hopefully, knock on wood, that stays the same here through as we get a couple more mothership platforms on the grounds here coming up after the pollock bee season finishes up. So in 2019, this council changed the hard cap rockfish amounts, the hard caps of canary, widow, dark blotch, and POP to set asides. You might have recalled that there was an emergency council meeting to propose some changes to the hard caps. We didn't want to have to ask that ever again. So I think the thing for the industry is with set asides, what happens if you reach your limits, and for the industry, the adage is with rights come responsibilities. And so we feel we are responsible to dealing with set asides. We also think that we have a lot better tools in our toolbox than what the agency possibly can have in terms of bycatch area reductions or block area closures. So we that on the regulations, if you look at it, the agency could trigger a block area closure, or they could implement a bycatch reduction area if they found that they needed to do that. And we're saying we think we can use our move along rules and our avoidance hotspot areas and our preseason closure areas to do a better job than these bigger areas, because we kind of get real-time information about where these incidental catch rates are higher than average, and we can move the fleet away. So be that as it may, we find ourselves with these constraining set aside rockfish species and salmon that they're not allocated to the individual sectors. They are pooled. So in the at-sea sector, for example, these 4 constraining rockfish species set-asides are established for both the CP sector and the catcher vessel sector delivering to the motherships. And same thing even with Chinook, the 11,000 is spread amongst all the groundfish fishery, trawl fisheries, not just whiting offshore set-aside type thing. So when the 2019 action happened by the council to convert the hard caps of these constraining rockfish species to set asides, and when the 11,000 Chinook salmon was established for a hard cap, we sort of stayed in our lane. I think we said we can deal with our mothership cooperative, we can put our rules in place. But I think this spring we realized our impacts could affect the CP sector, the CP's impacts could affect our sector. So now we got to, I think, come up with some additional new sorts of processes that help govern a pooled constraining species between the CP sector and the CV mothership sector. So where do we go today? What can we do? I think, like was mentioned in Kristen's presentation, we had 2 meetings between the mothership cooperative and the PWCC members to start talking about ways that we can start sharing information. We do share information. We have a data sharing agreement, but we don't really tell each other what we think the other sectors should do. And I don't think that's appropriate at all. But I do think that if we get into a certain situation where we've come up to a high amount of our set aside amount, we need to take a pause and meet together and talk about what additional measures we should take. And I think that is a better approach than the agency stepping in and putting these block area closures into place. So that's where we're at right now. I think UCB gives its commitment. Most of my members are board members of the mothership cooperative that are fishing in the whiting fishery. We're also members of the shoreside cooperative as well. So I'm just here with representing what UCB wants to do and help out here in this process. Really, it's up to the cooperative structures to do this, though, not the trade associations. So with that, I'll stop. Answer any questions.
Thank you, Brent. Any questions for Mr. Payne on his testimony? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Brent. You mentioned you do have a data sharing agreement. Did I hear that correct?
Through the chair, I believe C-State does provide us with the different sectors, harvest amounts and incidental catch amounts. It's not as formalized as we have with Pollock. So I would have to double check that, or that's maybe a question that you could ask our co-op manager. But I know that I receive for all the if you get on these C-States, a daily report, you get all the reports from all the sectors. So if I'm getting it, obviously C-State has been given the authorization by the vessel owners to distribute that information to the different sectors. So I'm not quite sure if there's a formal agreement, but C-State feels comfortable that they can release that bycatch information and harvest information amongst sectors.
Thanks, Brent.
Thank you. Further questions, Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Brent, for coming forward. Just a question. You talked about working on some type of protocol or something to figure this out. Do you feel like you have the tools in the toolbox from your past experience, and the other participants as well have the tools in the toolbox to make this a relatively easy process, or is this going to be reinventing the wheel, do you think?
Yeah, through the chair or vice chair, we have the tools. I mean, it's pretty amazing the data feed that now Steve Martell and Merrill Rudd with C-State, used to be Carl Haflinger. If any of you were able to see these daily reports that the fleet gets, the participants from C-State when a fishery is going on, I could tell you this. For example, I get an email from C-State this morning that tells me exactly what the harvest amounts are of every single bycatch species and whiting for the mothership that is operating right now out on the water. And I get that daily, and I'm a trade group guy, right? But every single co-op member and their manager gets that information. So we have, and that comes from the Observer program and also from the Fish Ticket database. So we have almost real-time information. It's just a matter of what we do with that information now. That's the hurdle that we need to address. So how do we work together with these two sectors and come up with the agreements? We're very used to meeting as a mothership cooperative. We can call emergency meetings. We're not used to reaching across the aisle and having meetings with our catcher processor counterparts and saying, we've got to work together on this. That's the new thing that needs to happen, I think.
Thanks, Brent.
Thank you. Butch Smith.
Hey, Brent, thank you for your testimony. And to go along with that, we'll probably ask Heather, providing she's not too grumpy when she testifies, this very question. Each one of your sectors have protocols, and I understand that. And I don't totally understand the dynamics and the competition and all the stuff that naturally goes on, in your fisheries between the sectors or not. But I would really hope that, each sector has its protocols, but there could be a time where all sectors come together and have an overarching protocol. I think that each person from each group, on a lightning strike or when things are getting bad, they have enough wherewithal to pick up the phone or whatever, Zoom, whatever it is, and see if it could be more reactionary. And you're right. I think it's better to come from the industry versus us telling you have to do something. And I don't want to suggest But it would be nice if that could happen. Let's put it that way. I really think, and I know it takes cooperation from everybody, and I'm not, but I know that you're one of the lightning rods that can bring people together, and maybe that could happen.
Yeah,
Thank you.
through the vice chair, Mr. Vice Chair. I think, well, after the June meeting, the mothership cooperative members and the catcher processor, co-op members met already twice. And I think from my perspective, there's a commitment to continue to meet and to figure out if we can figure out some sort of mechanisms that we work better together when we reach certain thresholds of these set-asides or Chinook salmon. And I think that's being discussed now. And I think that again, it's a little different for us because we're used to staying in our lanes. As a shoreside co-op member who has an IFQ, and they have a different kind of program than these at-sea co-ops. The co-op structure is set up as a co-op, so it's easier. You naturally lend itself to the structure to be talking to one another if you're in that sector's cooperative structure. But like I said to Mr. Dooley, the trick now is going to be to reach across the aisle and see if we can get agreements that are kind of an inter-co-ops type agreement. That's something that's new. I also think in talking to some of the fishermen, things are changing out there. I mean, nobody expected to see the fishing conditions. I mean, when the U.S.-Canadian treaty negotiations took place in spring, we looked at the stock assessment. Things looked good. We got a really high TAC number. I mean, for us to see a 91,000 TAC for the mothership sector, we're like, yeah, time to go, boys. Let's make some money. And that wasn't the case at all. We ended up looking at a whole different ocean that surprised everybody. So I think with the changes and conditions out there, we need now to step up to the plate more, work together.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Jamie Diamond. I just want to note after Jamie's testimony, we need to take a short break. My apologies to all those waiting to testify. Yet after we come back from that break, we will have George Jew and then Heather Mann. So Jamie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, council members and staff. I am Jamie Diamond. My husband and I own two charter boats operating from Santa Barbara, California. We begin our seaward of 50 fathom season in 4 days. You've heard from others on the huge impacts this has had on them and will have on our business. I'm asking for in-season relief to prevent the loss of jobs and businesses, including my own. South of Point Conception, we need to continue the current all depths fishery with zero retention of copper rockfish, and then mandate descending devices once it's analyzed through specs. It allows public access to fishing for all Californians, shore, kayak, and boat-based. It keeps efforts spread out, not overburdening any one complex, and the ability to freely switch between various species, further spreading out effort. It allows the charter fleet to fish safely along the coast when weather is up offshore, and will reduce burden on enforcement and prevent the fleet stacking up on just a handful of rocks and ridges. I'm fearful for the future of my family and our employees who depend on us. We've already lost crew, charters, and incurred significant economic losses due to the current season structure and uncertainty for the fall and winter season. It's even worse for the fleet north of Conception for a fish that contributes almost zero to a complex. I was hopeful, thinking that we would find a way through this without disastrous impacts to the fleet, but this meeting has confirmed we can't. It's worse now than 20 years ago. On paper, I'm having flashbacks to November 21, when I told you to start drawing up disaster relief paperwork. Last year, I mentioned that something in this process was broken. I've heard council members question the model used for our groundfish assessments, suggesting maybe they're too complicated or sensitive. As many have stated, some of the most brilliant scientists can't make sense of this. Something's wrong. This week, I heard comments from council members on the dais voicing skepticism and disbelief in the information presented to them. But again, here we are making management decisions with this information because you're legally bound to accept it and act on it no matter what. I just want to take people fishing.
It's supposed to be pure and simple and fun, and it's not any of that anymore. We're expected to be marine biologists, scientists, analysts, grant writers, legislators, lobbyists, lawyers, and mind readers. We're taking on work that was once the job of others. We must defend our livelihoods against NGOs who threaten lawsuits to get their agendas passed with bottomless checkbooks instead of offering resources to help fund much needed sampling and surveys. At every turn, we have stepped up to help create a solution. We've taken proactive actions to conserve resources beyond what is required. Sadly, it hasn't been enough. This is my oldest son, Matthew. I went out fishing 3 days before I had him. He's 17 now, and he works on the boats, and all he wants to do is fish, get his captain's license, and run a fishing boat. Imagine the guilt I have hoping his dreams don't come true because I don't want him to have to deal with this. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm not. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Diamond? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Jamie, for being here, for sharing your story, and for sharing this lovely photograph. You were talking a little bit fast. No
3
apologies
minutes from 5.
necessary. I just didn't quite catch your ask that you started with. Could you briefly repeat that for us? Thank you.
Sorry. Having to go to 3 minutes from 5, I had to move through it. Yes, right now we are currently in an all depths fishery south of Point Conception for 4 more days. I believe continuing that through the end of the year would give relief in so many ways. It would ensure that there is access to the fish, to all the various species for all Californians. They would have access from shore, from kayak, from small dinghies, and on our boats to the near shore as well as offshore. It spreads the fleet out. It gives us options to be able to fish for pelagic fish and bass as well as ground fish, and have to do it in a way where we can do it safely with the weather and not in spite of the weather. And like I said, it removes effort off of any one complex or area. It will spread out that effort across, as we've seen so far this season, and we'll be able to get more trips off the dock, keep our employees. It's really hard to keep qualified, licensed employees. We've heard what John Yokomizo is having to do, and others, and a lot of us have lost crew already, and because we just don't know how we're going to be able to make it work with weather coming in to the winter. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? And I don't see any hands. Thank you again, Jamie.
Thank you.
All right, we will take an 8-minute break, come back with George Chu and then Heather Mann. So please be prompt. I won't ask Chris to set a timer to keep you honest. 8 minutes. All right, let's start reassembling and rolling up our sleeves. All right, please, everybody. Let me just alert you to the plan for the rest of the day. We're running out of hours. We're going to get through public comment. We are going to take up the in-season actions, and then we are going to wait until tomorrow to finish the other items on this. So ask your patience as we work through this. That's our plan for today. We will resume our public comment. We have George Jew, followed by Heather Mann, and then Captain William Smith. George, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm a commercial fisherman out of Half Moon Bay. My permits include Dungeness crab, salmon, and the deep and near shore rock cod. If you look at historically, my income from those three sources is about 40% from Dungeness crab, 20% from salmon, and about 40% from deep and near shore rock cod. Dungeness season was once about 225 days. Now it's only open less than 100 days and only fishable less than 50 days due to weather. Salmon was closed all year through 2023, and we don't know what 2024 is going to look like. Now deep and near shore is a risk of being minimized. Our fishing expenses continue to, despite reduced or no fishing. Fishing expenses include berth fees, boat payments, insurance, boat maintenance, permits, and well, many others. Revenue from fishing, it places a significant financial impact if we have a further reduction of fishing in any of these three particular areas. The profit supports our living expenses. That's after all our revenue, after all of our fishing expenses. The profit supports our living expenses such as food, shelter, clothing, insurance, healthcare, and education who have children are going to college, as well as many others. For the council, I would like to provide a realistic example on the impact of reduced fishing. And this is a financial realistic example. Say a person, non-fishing, anticipates $100,000 per year income. Suddenly and unexpectedly, you are surprised by a 75% reduction in pay, or being paid only 3 months of the year. These decisions that are being made by the council have a significant and real financial impact for all fishermen, not just myself. If I look at the boats down in Half Moon Bay right now, I would say 85 to 95% are just sitting there right now. Some of them have salmon permits, some have Dungeness crab permits and rock cod permits, but we have now been hit by another possibility of a rock cod minimized closure or whatever the decision is going to be made. And eventually at one point, the fishermen cannot sustain this lifestyle. That's my comments, and I appreciate the time that the council has allowed me to speak.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Jew on his testimony? And I think I see no hands. Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Heather Mann is up. Heather is followed by Captain William Smith and then Sarah Nayani. Heather, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. I am technically challenged, so I guess I will be buying donuts the entire meeting in November. So I'm going to just get that out up front. My name's Heather Mann. I'm with the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. My catcher vessels are in the mothership and shoreside sectors of the whiting industry. I want to thank you guys for your action in June. A lot of us during the season were reaching out consistently to the CP sector during the spring, and we felt our calls were falling on deaf ears. It's my belief that the CP behavior in the spring undid more than, gosh, I was going to say 10 years, but even more probably, of hard work that many of you and I and others and Dan Waldeck did to bring disparate sectors together, salmon fishermen, trawlers to the table to work together to understand each other. I hope that the CPs realize now that they need to do better. It's my belief they could have done better minimizing bycatch in the spring, especially considering you heard that 2 of the CP companies also sit on the mothership sector board. They surely had access to the rules and the tools to do a better job. The reality is that the high bycatch that they experienced was because they fished at night and they set back when they had large catches of Chinook. We didn't. That's the difference in the sectors. It's not even an option for us. I believe all the dark blotch that was caught in closed mothership areas. Nevertheless, that's the spring, and we're looking forward to the fall. You've sent a message that they must do better, and my hope is that they do. I've got 18 catcher vessels counting on getting their fish out of the water. This is the one sector that struggled, the mothership sector, year after year. Most recently, you took action to try to improve the utilization in that sector. It's a hard sector because of our rules, but these boats deserve to have that opportunity. They have a demonstrated track record of doing the right thing. And I'm really hoping your intervention has made a strong impression on the CP sector. And finally, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and council members, I'm really struck this week by the fact that a lot of our fishing colleagues and friends and families are struggling. Some aren't able to leave the dock. And this is whether it's commercial, recreational, it's a terrible situation for many. The communities that they are in, their businesses, and it looks like things are going to get worse. Jamie Dimon, girlfriend, my heart is with you. You are an amazing advocate for your fleet. I feel all the things that you were saying. I remember going through all this in the early 2000s. It's really, really difficult. It's really, really hard. And I really appreciate you bearing your soul and being courageous and putting it out there, because we all have to rely on the decisions that are made at this council. These are our livelihoods. So MTC members will continue to strive to do their best to minimize incidental catch, to be responsible fishermen. We don't take these continuing commitments lightly. I don't, my captains don't, my boat owners don't. So I want to thank the council for your involvement. And with that, Mr. Vice Chairman, I'll just echo and support the comments that were made by Kristen in her presentations for both shoreside and mothership sector, for my colleague Brent, United Catcher Boats. And I don't know what Sarah's going to say, but I'm sure I'll be supportive of everything she says as well. And thanks for staying late and doing the hard work. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Are there questions for Ms. Mann on her testimony? Butch Smith.
Heather, thank you for your testimony. You have been truly a leader in this industry, and it's appreciative of working with you and the cooperation that you always have. I guess I'll ask the same question. I don't know if you heard what I asked Brett, but is there a hope? I know you have your sector rules of engagement when you have lightning strikes and moving and not fishing at night and all that. But do you think there is a chance that there'll be an overarching kind of a group that has, kind of one set of rules, or at least when these things happen, so we can move on from this, incident, knowing that we, explored everything to make it better, and it is fishing, I understand, and sometimes things happen, but I think that some reaction time and some different stuff could be done. But do you think the sectors could get together and and work something out, set of rules of engagement?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Smith, thanks for the question. I was listening, but I kind of stopped when you called me grouchy, I think, or grumpy.
I didn't call you grouchy. I did not call you grouchy. If you're grouchy.
And I'm not at all. Just thinking about how I'm going to pay for the donuts. No, I appreciate the question. And I guess the answer is there has to be, right? There has to be. We cannot exist as these three sectors if we're not working together. And for many, many years, we have been able to work together. It wasn't that long ago that I was up, advocating for an emergency rule that helped catcher processors. Like, we have always worked together. Something has changed in the last, several months. And I think we need to get back on track, because without communication, we can't be successful. And so in any way that you can help us ensure that people come together to the table, that would be great, because from where I'm sitting, that's been a bit of a struggle. I feel like we've been trying to get some concrete movement forward, but have had very little in the way of actual commitment to do so. And so, and when I say commitment, it's not that people won't sit down and talk. They'll always, for the most part, get together and talk, but it's actually committing to things that have teeth, so that when things happen, you are required to make that call, regardless of how difficult it is. And I can remember making a lot of these calls to National Marine Fisheries Service and others, saying, look, we just realized we've got 500 tons of short belly and nobody even knows what they are. So we've always, in the mothership sector, been very forward. We're always the first one on the phone. We're trying to do the right thing. And I think that if all sectors can do that, all the whiting sectors, then yes. But the short answer is, I don't see how to be successful without that. And anything that the council can do without being overly prescriptive, right? Because it's better for us to use our own tools, but requiring people to come to the table and have that kind of conversation, that communication, and, some teeth. I can't tell you how much I appreciated Corey's question, about the salmon, because when I asked that question in an inter-co-op meeting recently, the answer was, that's a hard answer, right? I don't know the answer. So that isn't comforting to me and the 18 vessels at MTC that are looking to prosecute a fishery in the fall that have strict rules. And so having that venue and having people be willing to collaborate authentically and engage authentically, I think is really important. And I hope we can get back to that place. So I appreciate the question. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. It does. And thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? I see no hands. Thank you, Heather. Okay, next we'll have Captain William Smith, then Sarah Nayani, then Tim Clausen. Captain Smith, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Chairman and members. I am Captain William Smith, owner-operator of the CPV vessel Riptide out of Pillar Point Harbor in Half Moon Bay. We should also be allowed to transit through the closed groundfish management areas with nearshore stocks that were caught in an open area through closed GMAs. We historically have been able to fish below Pigeon Point nearshore and could transit those fish through the San Francisco groundfish management area. The regulation to shut down the nearshore rock fishery has had a dramatic effect on our fleet. We cannot make a living outside of 50 fathoms. We do not have but one small spot south of Pigeon Point that we can fish. The recent rockfish closures inside of 50 fathoms is the single biggest regulatory blow of my 50-year charter career, working almost 40 years out of Half Moon Bay. Restricting fish from 20 to 40 fathoms, that is where the quillback and coppers live, and still might allow our charter businesses out of Half Moon Bay to stay in business. We need time on the water to survive.
For emergency closures that were just announced for the quillback rockfish, I request instead of a complete closure of all rockfish and lingcod in less than 300 feet of water, that you instead require the release of quillback rockfish, just as you do for the targeted species of yellow eye and cowcod. Closing the entire shallow water fishing, closing the shallow water fishery is unnecessary and punitive to us. These surveys are not done in a way that are giving an accurate reading to the numbers of bottom fish. There needs to be a new technology on how this data is collected. I would suggest that hook and line over rocky terrain, not drag nets over flat bottoms. It was hook and line, you would see the numbers groundfish abundant. Site-specific data is extremely limited for both catch data statistics and ROV efforts, both seasonal and by years. The debacle of the Canary rockfish is a prime example of this. I understand the primary concern of everyone is the safe population levels of fish, but I believe we have better options than just closing the rockfish seasons. Please require the use of mandatory descending devices to that end. Why close an entire fishery based on trawl numbers for species, quillback, that have never traditionally been caught by trawlers or south of Pedro Point? We need you to come up with better ideas and techniques for our rockfish via hook and line, not trawl surveys where they're not getting next to the rocky shore. We have beautiful and abundant rockfish of all sizes and classes, quillbacks, coppers, and no exception. The data or lack thereof is suggesting that our quillback stocks are low. Here are a few management options that could reduce the harvest of these species. Do nothing to depth restrictions, but limit the take to 0 fish. And I see I'm out of time, and I just got about halfway through what I wanted to testify. Most rockfish closures near Half Moon Bay are putting us out of business. It is greatly impacting the economy in our small town. We should also be allowed to transit, as I said, through the closed zones. For economic viability of Pillar Point Harbor itself is imperiled. The fishing industry is the cornerstone of the harbor's revenue. The industry sustains numerous businesses in our area. Please allow us to survive.
Thank you, Captain Smith. Are there questions for Captain Smith on his testimony? And I do not see any hands. Oh, again, thank you very much. Next, we'll have Sarah Nayani. Sarah will be followed by Tim Clausen and then Chris Howard. Sarah, good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. My name is Sarah Nayani, and I am providing comments on behalf of Arctic Storm. On this coast, my company participates in the whiting fishery with 2 mothership processors and 1 catcher vessel. Over the past 5 years, our motherships have purchased 49% of the total mothership sector catch from the 9 catcher vessels that deliver to us. And those are Cedon, Seeker, Miss Birdie, Leslie Lee, Predator, Marathon, Miss Sarah, Raven, and the Sea Storm. It's quite a group. Love them to death. Working with the catcher boats in the mothership fishery is one of my favorite parts of my job. I manage the fleet and put all the whiting numbers together and try to coordinate with all the operators on the water, as well as the pursers and the captains on our platforms. As you've heard this year, we've had a tough spring, and it was the Arctic Storm fleet actually, and our 4 catcher vessels that were delivering to us at the time that had to stand down for the 24 hours that you heard about. That was for dark blotched rockfish on the day after our best day of fishing that we had to stand down. So it was really frustrating for all of us. Our platforms are here operating on the West Coast in between our pollock seasons. So losing a full day in the very short window that we're here has a big impact, especially when we have 120 crew on board that we're paying to be there regardless of what we catch. And it's very costly to the catcher vessels that spend their time delivering to us. But we followed the Whiting Mothership Co-op rules. We did what we committed to do, and our catcher boats stood down to minimize our bycatch. With many others in the council process, I contributed to the transition to set aside management for the at-sea sectors. And when you were making that decision, I sat in front of you and acknowledged the benefits that set-asides would provide over hard caps. I promised that you'd hear from us a lot less, at least on bycatch. And I also promised to do what we could to try to stay within the set-asides. And I want to thank you for your decision to move to set-asides. I think overall they've been working really well as intended and have made a huge difference for the at-sea sectors. Even though the regulations state that the at-sea sectors will not be shut down unless there's a risk to the ACL, those of us who worked on set-asides together had the shared understanding that we should move and do our best to try to avoid bycatch and stay within those set-asides as closely as we can. But it's very expensive to do that, especially given what we experienced this spring. I know you started the conversation in June about expectations under set-asides, and I really appreciate that. I want to circle back and ask for further clarification on those expectations under set-asides, because if there's room to be more flexible, Arctic Storm, all the vessels that deliver to us, and I'm sure many others in the mothership sector would like to benefit equally from that and not constrain ourselves so closely. I have some more to say, but my time is up. So I just want to say I'm really thankful to be involved with this council again. And it's been a pleasure to be participating on the GAP this week. It's a pretty special place at this council, and I just want to thank you all for what you do here.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there questions for Ms. Nayani on her testimony? Chair Pettinger.
Yeah. Great to see you here also, Sarah. You mentioned your testimony that your best day of fishing was right before you guys shut down because of the dark watch. Is that in the high spot? Is that the time?
Well, we had a high dark blotched event at the very beginning of the season, and the way thank you, Mr. Pettinger. I'm sorry, I forgot my formalities. We had a high dark watch event, I believe. I'm not exactly sure where it was located, but it was at the very beginning of the season. And the way that our mothership co-op rules work, we have a platform pro rata share. And if you exceed the amount that your platform is allocated of bycatch, then every day after that, if you exceed the base rate, you have to stand down for 24 hours. So what happened is after that big day, we had some smaller accumulation at lower rates, but it added up enough that we hit the platform pro rata share. And then one day we exceeded the base rate was our highest day of fishing, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Further questions? No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Tim Clausen. After Tim, there are a couple of people who we passed over who we see now are online. Chris Howard is online. Jack Gross is online. So we will be coming back to them. So Tim, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Tim Clausen. I represent Northern California charter boats on the GAP. And I just have a brief statement here. Due to the statewide salmon closure and the fishing restrictions to protect quillback rockfish, the Northern California charter fleet has suffered severe economic hardships this year. Many of the boats are just hanging on. Little did they realize that when rockfish fishery was moved out to 50 fathoms, that they would not be able to operate crab gear in the areas that they have traditionally fished. Apparently, crab pots are considered fishing gear, which is prohibited inside of 50 fathoms when shelf or slope species are on board. Crab rockfish combo trips are a traditional fishery in November and December and have been for many years. Losing this fishery at the most critical time of year will be just one more nail in the coffins of many of these California fishing businesses. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Are there any questions for Mr. Clausen on his testimony? No questions. All right, thanks, Tim. So now we'll circle back to Chris Howard, who was first out of the chute, and I realized the difficulty in knowing when we would start this. So Chris, can you hear us?
I believe so. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for all your hard work and what you do. I'm sorry we have to meet this way, but as you've heard from many tonight, this is a very critical issue, not only for the state of California, but also for Oregon and Washington. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Del Norte County Board of Supervisors. We're the farthest north quarter of the state of California, and we have a very robust fishery here. I want to start by saying first, the information that was conveyed by Jamie Dimond. Jamie's comments reflect much of what I hear as a county supervisor from not only my constituents that utilize this valuable resource off our coastal waters, but also the hardship that comes along with a decision with emergency closures such as these. Our folks are having a tough enough time surviving as it is, and with the salmon season closures, and now with the largest fire in the nation burning in our backyard, it is a perfect storm that many of us won't survive. And I'm here to express some of the concerns tonight, but also look towards the future, because as I've heard from many of the comments stated tonight, we have the ability to really start gathering some data. As a wildlife and fisheries biologist myself, practicing for over 20 years, it's difficult to see decision-making based on pretty much outdated models and fed by limited data to no data. And for us, that's difficult to stomach because it impacts, as you've heard from many tonight, how decisions are made, which impacts lives. My hope tonight, as stated in a letter we submitted via the comment section, that's my understanding you do have that from our county board, is that we really need to look towards the future of a hook and line survey. And that's quite important to making this whole thing work, because that feeds a data set that robust decisions can be made on. I've also spoken to our Senator McGuire, who's very supportive of anything in the Senate's budget to help augment the California Department of Fish and Game to help get these pieces moved forward rapidly so we can make wise decisions next year. In addition, I've also heard recently from Congressman Huffman's office, John Driscoll, who spoke to NOAA Fisheries today, about some important steps that they're taking to help resolve a lot of this. This would help offset any issues that we would have funding hook and line surveys from a national level with that federal support. So I'm encouraged by what I'm hearing now. Unfortunately, it comes way too late for so many folks. I just really wish this was handled much differently than it was, with simple closures for single species. It's not unprecedented. It probably needs to take place in the future, because we cannot survive a perpetual cycle of other species that are quick on the heels of the quillback because we lack the data. And I know from experience being out on the ocean quite frequently that that species in particular, at least off the coast of Del Norte, is quite plentiful. So the data is not jiving with what we see every trip out. And I hear that from every fisherman I speak with. I'm going to cut my time short, and I wish you guys well in trying to fix an obvious problem in our data systems and also the models that allow us to continue doing what we do for a living and recreational purposes here in Del Norte. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Chris. Are there questions for Mr. Howard on his testimony? Chris, there are no hands raised here. So again, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, the only other person I see online who we had passed over is Jack Gross. Jack, can you hear us? We are not hearing you, and I know you were online. Yeah, Jack, the mute button on your computer might be pressed. See, he's having problems turning on his microphone. We'll wait about 20 seconds more, Jack, to see if you can get that unmuted before we need to move on here. All right, I see through the chat feature, Jat, I believe, has sent us a message that says, in the absence of him speaking, his written material submitted earlier today will convey his message. So please do take a look at that, everyone. And that, I believe, completes our public comment period. I thank everyone, the public and all of you for your patience, perseverance as we work through that. That is going to lead us into our council action. And as I indicated, we are going to take up one item today, which is number 3 on the list before you, adopt the 2023-2024 in-season adjustments as necessary. So I will look for any discussion on that item. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess I'll just start by saying, again, thank you to the GMT and the GAP for an outstanding amount of hard work and collaboration to reach the alternative recommendations in both of your reports. Specific to those quillback recommendations, I think there's a fair acknowledgement here that this is not a favorable situation for our fisheries to be in. It's very difficult to be faced with severely constraining harvest limits now and in our future. And I think we heard that very clearly through all the public testimony, and I did hear every word. There's no good measure of comfort I can provide in this situation. But unless there's additional discussion, I am prepared with a motion.
All right. With that offer, I will first look around for any other further hands. Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. And I just think that we can't let this moment go by. I appreciate Ms. McKnight's comments, recognizing the difficulties encountered in California sport fisheries, and also the non-trawl commercial fisheries that are also affected by the copper and quillback assessments we have. I just want to remind everyone of the presentation of the comments that Mayor McRae made a few days ago, showing that much of the change in abundance we're seeing is a consequence not of the data, but of the model changes. And I appreciate, and I know that the Science Center works diligently to give us the best stock assessments they can. But sometimes it doesn't work. As was noted in the CDFW report on this agenda item, according to removals from the fishery last year and the stock assessment we have on quillback, 28.6% of the entire quillback stock was removed in 1 year. And you're dealing with a stock that we probably don't access that much of its habitat in a given year. And especially, given weather and distances and whatnot, it's just not credible. I had asked Ms. McKnight if there was any corresponding data for other stocks. I kind of put her on the spot. She didn't have the answer. That's okay. I went back and looked at removals for copper rockfish north of Point Conception in California and compared that to the recent stock assessment and found that 4.5% of that stock was removed over that same period of time. Now, these are both nearshore stocks. They coexist. You send hooks down, you don't know what you're going to get. It's really hard for me to imagine that we can possibly remove that much quillback. I think The truth is probably much closer to 4.5%. And what that means is that our stock assessment is inaccurate. And I'm not suggesting that the Science Center didn't do its best, but sometimes the best isn't good enough. And as a consequence of that assessment, we're going to be putting people out of work. We're going to be ruining businesses. And it's not as if these businesses have a fallback, with other, with no salmon, for example. So I realize we here are constrained by the stock assessments we're given, and we have to manage according to them. But I just want everyone to recognize, and I want the Science Center to hear, that there are real world consequences to the data we're given. And if that data isn't good, people are going to suffer unnecessarily.
Thank you, Mark. Further discussion, Phil Anderson.
I wish I had my thoughts together as well as Mr. Grelnick did, but I share what his thoughts. I'm trying to, and we talked a little bit about this when we adopted our stock assessments here, whenever that was, yesterday, day before. When you have something that comes out in a model that's nonsensical, you have to have the ability to stop and pause before you say, well, we're going to use that because it's the only thing we have, or it's been judged to be the latest and greatest. But if it doesn't pass the red face test in terms of logic, somehow the policymakers have to have the ability to hit the pause button and send it back for another look before you use it. And I feel so damn helpless sitting here at this table with this situation, and the Quillback one just screams at me that we shouldn't be using the new assessment until it gets another look, because it doesn't make sense. And the part that people like me can, that when I look at that doesn't make sense, isn't because I'm some scientist, but to think that 28% of the resource was removed in 1 year, and it doesn't make any sense. So I'm just expressing, obviously, my frustration. It's late. I'd be doing this even if it was 8 o'clock in the morning. But when we walk away from this decision and we walk away from this vote, do we just say, well, that's what we got to do? Or do we start looking for ways that when we see something that just doesn't pass the logic test, that we have the ability to send it back? And maybe it comes back and they examine it and say that's what it is. But this one just reeks. I'm sorry. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I know that, me saying that is just filling the room with hot air, because unless we figure out a way to change this system, it'll happen again. And I just think that's a travesty for our system that's built on credibility and sound science.
Thank you, Phil. Mark Gorelnik.
I have a question. Perhaps it's for Executive Director Merrick Burden. we're using the stock assessment because it was approved by the SSC and that binds us. Is there a pathway for us to ask the SSC to take another look at this stock assessment?
Executive Director Burden.
I'm sure there's a way. I don't know what it is at the moment. I'd be happy to converse with my fellow staff here over the evening, and maybe we take this up again tomorrow. Yep.
All right, that sounds like a good plan because we will be on this agenda item tomorrow morning. Further discussion? Not seeing any hands. I had the offer of a motion, so I will turn to Carolyn McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I believe Sandra has a motion that's coming up here. Thank you. I move the council adopt the GMT recommendations for commercial trip limits and recreational quillback zero retention and season closures as described in Agenda Item G.8A, Supplemental GMT Report 5, September 2023.
Thank you. The language on the screen is accurate and complete?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Heather Hall. Thank you, Heather. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess I'll start these comments by thanking Phil for giving me a word that I couldn't find this evening, which was feeling a little bit helpless. Despite that, I concur with the GMT's assessment that these measures are warranted, both because the ACTs that are specified in federal rule for both north and south of 4010 have been exceeded, but also the OFL or the overfishing limits. In combination with the 2022 GEM report that is showing notably higher than previous year's mortality, intersecting with the proposed amendments under the proposed Amendment 31 action to define one stock off of California that is anticipated to be declared overfished. We find ourselves in a cross section here that is putting us in this very tough decision that no doubt has very real and serious impacts that we've heard very well articulated here tonight. That being said, the risk tolerance is low and not taking action could jeopardize future rebuilding efforts. Specific to the GEM report and those higher mortalities associated with the mortality of quillback associated in the OA sector, just want to note that the GMT has used every existing data source and with the gap input to innovate this 12E gear specific trip limit, which is designed to target midwater healthy rockfish species. And I just want to point to the GMT report 5 that they did note that these gear types are likely to pose minimal negative impacts to quillback rockfish while offering some fishing opportunity that could minimize the very real economic impacts to coastal communities north of Point Conception. They also noted that or concluded that it's also a low expected quillback impact due to looking at 2023 fish ticket data and combing over all the relevant EFP project catch and discard data from 2009 to 2022. It's a considerable data set to be looking through. To provide some clarity to this motion, the GMT report did have some mention of modifications to RC boundary lines. This motion is not recommending a change to non-trawl RC boundaries at this time, which is consistent with their recommendation based on the fact that the trip limits are being adjusted. Relative to the Vermilion, LEOA, and minor nearshore trip limit reduction, I concur that with the GMT that it is reasonable to expect that by zeroing out all nearshore opportunity, there is going to be some effort shift that could occur to the shelf. We know that this gear is successful at catching vermilion. Vermilion is a stock that CDF&W tracks in season and has been fully attained over the past several years. So looking through the end of the year, this measure is prudent in that we don't want to solve one potential harvest overage concern and then potentially create another. I do appreciate the GMT flagging the conservation concern relative to Vermilion south of Point Conception. I'm not putting any recommendations for that at this time, as I would just note that there's still the ability to take state regulations to address any potential expected overages if any are identified. And then for the recreational actions for the zero retention of quillback and the offshore only season structure changes are really just a concurrent action with what we've already done on the state action side. And then just to round it out, there is the trip limit recommendation for sablefish. I would just note that that is part of a standing in-season item for the GMT to evaluate in order to maximize fishing opportunities for this important economic species. And relative to the lingcod trip limit increase north of 42, saw a clear demonstration from the GMT that there's little conservation concern to both target and non-target species such as yelloweye with their recommendation. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Caroline, are there any questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? I see no questions for clarification. We'll open it up for discussion on the motion. Butch Smith.
Yeah, Caroline, you had to do this motion. I can hear it in your voice that you don't want to do this motion. I'm going to be voting no. I don't want to say yes to a tragedy. I don't want to say yes to an action that we know is wrong or feel is wrong without the second look, or an option without a second look. It's nothing against the state of California, believe me. But I don't want to add to this. I don't want to be one adding to this tragedy. And if my no vote helps us set up a process to look at these kind of glaring spotlights, we're modeling ourselves out of the business. We're improving the model out of the us out of the business. And we had this same thing a couple of years ago in salmon, and we knew it was wrong. And people lost fishing time because of it. Next year, we fixed it. Well, some of these people don't have next year. And I'm going to be voting no. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Bob Dooley.
Butch, I couldn't said it better. I can't condone this. I just can't go with it. I live in Half Moon Bay. I heard my people say this. I heard Jamie. There's got to be another answer. Our hands are tied. We're put in a place that we just can't make a decision. You can't turn fisheries on and off, and you just can't do that. National Standard 8 says we need to at least take into consideration our communities, and I think this doesn't take it in at all. I think this puts small boats in risk of safety violation, National Standard 10. This is beyond belief that we're doing this again. We did it a couple of years ago with copper, and I just can't support this. And I won't be part of it that says that I was a guy that raised my hand and said aye to something that puts our communities out of business. I've seen our communities in California that used to be strong trawl communities, and they're gone. That infrastructure leaves. There's no more. There's no infrastructure south of Bodega Bay, really. Very, very little. And they're struggling to try to get back. And there's got to be another way. If all we are here is rubber stamping what we're mandated to rubber stamp, count me out. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion.
Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. And I just wanted to comment and offer appreciation for the GMT. I know they worked so hard this week on this issue. They turned every stone. They stayed up late to look for alternatives. I know nothing feels good about taking the action here, and I really feel for my colleague in California and being in this position. I really appreciated the public testimony that we've heard about this, and thought a lot about trying to put my feet in the shoes of if this were happening in Washington, and how hard it would be, and how hard it would be to take these actions that affect our stakeholders. So just want to share that. Appreciate the conversation we're having right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Dooley.
Sorry, Mr. Vice Chair, for coming in again, but I do want to express my appreciation for all those that worked very hard to do what we're mandated to do. But that's not my complaint. My complaint is that we are mandated to do it when we know it's wrong. That's my complaint. But the work that was done to make it fit is well appreciated. I know there was a lot of people worked very, very hard, and it's, no, Caroline, I'm not against you and your motion. I know it's your best intention to work with the tools you have, but I can't support it. So thank you.
Further discussion on the motion. Chair Pettinger.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. Phil mentioned earlier about, basically need to do something different than what we're doing. And after hearing Butch's speech there, I think sometimes you got to blow things up to get the attention to get something done. I think that the Quillback situation probably illustrates perfectly, and to such a great extent that you can't overlook it. We can't overlook it. I was doing a little calculation as far as how much fish we're talking about. 63 ton. You know how much it is? The ceiling's about 13 feet tall. You do a square, 13 by 13 by 13. So you have a cube. That's all the Quillback off of 1,100 miles of coastline in California and the offshore reefs. I wouldn't be surprised if that much fish on St. George Reef. So I think maybe we need to send a message for me. At least I think I do. I'm with Butch. I think I'm going to vote no too. I think we need to. I think you need to show that you're serious, and the effects it's going to have on the coastal communities of California, especially, it's just too much. Stop there.
Phil Anderson.
Yeah, I'm sorry to do a second round two, but as much as I appreciate the thoughts of my colleagues who have expressed their view that they're going to vote no, I don't think that is going to help. Matter of fact, if this motion fails, it probably puts California in a worse place. Voting yes and then not doing anything to follow up with how to keep us with figuring out a way to respond to situations like this in the future without just feeling like you're a rubber stamp, to me, is where we need to put our effort. I will respect I will respect everyone's vote. But I don't think you're going to accomplish what you think you're going to do by voting no. where we can make a difference is to really start figuring out what we can do to respond to situations like this in the future. Putting CDF and W in a box by voting their motion down, if the no guys get the majority, is not going to do one thing to help them or their constituents. I understand how you feel, and I'd love to vote no too, but I don't think it solves the problem. I think it makes it worse.
Virgil Moore.
So, Phil, to build on your comments, certainly my impression is all of us are very frustrated that we don't have something to do to address this issue. We have a motion on the floor, and we have a choice here to vote it up or down, or to offer some alternative motion that could perhaps address what it is that we've been articulating. Why is it that this model is inconsistent in its outputs with the information that that most folks are articulating doesn't fit? Can we give some direction? Can we give a deflection here that allows us to move forward with examination of that model in light of that, such that we get a better understanding of what's going on before we have put into a position to make a decision that is very gut-wrenching based on that. I do understand California's in a very difficult situation because they've already taken action. And can the council do something that offers some way to deal with that? I don't know. This is outside of my arena. But what I do know is we have an obligation to address what Bob talked about. This doesn't seem right. Something doesn't fit. And it's the old adage, all models are wrong. Some are very, very useful. And what we've got here is one that isn't useful in this arena other than to point out that we've got this discrepancy between what people are seeing near shore and what the trawl model data that went into that model modification cranked out something that we go, whoa, wait a minute. And I had a job at one time as a research manager in Idaho where if that kind of stuff came up through the ranks in my staff, I stopped it. Simply because it didn't make sense when we went to work and tried to figure it out. Now, we usually came up with a solution, and that's what we need to figure out is what is the solution to this? What can we offer as an alternative to adopt to move us forward, but not get us into the pickle that Phil just talked about? I'm not sure I got the mental capacity to work on that right now. And I wonder if I wonder if we can deflect this motion until we have a chance to ponder it tonight before we put ourselves in a difficult situation of a vote that is going to be very hard. I'm not sure where I'm at yet. I certainly know, though, that there's got to be a different motion that can address this in some way. Thank you.
Thank you, Virgil. And I will note that that there could be additional motions. There could be guidance that's offered in addition to this. Mr. Gorelnik had his hand raised. I hate to be a stickler for rules, but our procedures are everybody gets two chances. You know, we're limiting it to two chances to speak before everybody has a chance. So I will come back to you, Mark, but I want to see if those who have not had a chance to speak want to say something. So Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think this is a very difficult topic. I think we've heard some incredible testimony, and I think that it is very late. And in our family, we say morning is wiser than evening. I think we've also tasked our executive director to potentially come with a way forward. And I don't know how the vote will end tonight. But I think we all know that I am fond of motions to reconsider in the event that we can find a path forward and we are unhappy with the way things are voted. And I think it's probably going to take us, if as many people are as uncomfortable with what is proposed here, or as uncomfortable as I think they are, whether they vote in favor of this motion or not. I think we have very clearly stated that many of us believe there is a problem with the model. I myself think that there is a problem with the model. At the moment, I'm in the mind of voting with Phil because I agree, as difficult as it is, and my heart breaks for you all, that putting the states in a position where it is more impossible for them to move forward is not necessarily a position that I want to create. But I will also say that I would have my hand up in a split second if there is a motion. If we do need to vote on this tonight, if we can table it or make some other choice, I'd be very amenable to that as well. If we're looking for a substitute motion that would be appropriate, I'm just not certain we're going to solve it at 7:32 this evening.
All right. Thank you, Krista. And refreshing my memory, who spoke before we had the motion and who spoke after it. Mr. Grelnick, you only had one chance. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Anderson's comments. And that's where I want to be. I very much regret that when we were presented with the assessment, we didn't take the stand then. I think that that would have been a time that was ripe to send it back to the SSC and say, take another look. My recollection is that the SSC had only the briefest amount of time to consider that assessment. I don't think it was thoughtfully reviewed, but we're not there now, we're here now. And I appreciate Mr. Anderson's comments. Nonetheless, I think that a no vote would be a satisfying protest at what we're facing here. Another option is, as Mr. Moore suggested, is to give this a little more thought before we're forced to an up or down vote.
Thank you. Butch has his hand up. Then we've had questions about tabling it. So after Butch, I'm going to ask our parliamentarian to weigh in on that process and what we might need to do. So Butch.
Yeah. Well, there's no doubt that, Phil speaks from great wisdom, and I understand that. And my comments still stand. And I understand, like I said in my statement, I understand what Carolyn has to do. And I wasn't trying to convince anybody to vote this motion down, but I think a unanimous vote sends the wrong message too, because I do think some no votes, or one no vote, I'm speaking for myself, sends a message of we're not pleased here, because we usually vote almost always in unanimous form. And I still just, like I said, I'm not trying to convince any of you to vote no, that but I just, in this case, and we've made some hard choices in the state of Washington. And if I believe it's for the conservation, I'll be the first one to step forward. And my record is clear on that. But in this case, I just can't. And I will still be voting no. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I would like to now turn to our parliamentarian. Ryan's trying to raise his hand. So sorry, Chris.
Ryan.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'd like to weigh in really quickly on this discussion, if possible, before you go to the parliamentarian. Appreciate frustrations around the table. Appreciate all the public comment that we've heard. Also like to reiterate all of the work that has gone in, the GMT, the GAP, and others here trying to find a proposed way forward here. And I want to remind folks, as the clarification question I asked the GMT, this motion only addresses what we are doing for the next couple months. So we are trying to minimize additional impacts to quillback for a number of reasons, and trying to take some additional action that is needed now. It also contains, I want to remind folks that in addition to that, this motion also contains some additional fishing opportunities for 12-week year-specific trips that was worked on extensively over the week. There's also a number of things contained in this motion that are not related to quillbacks, that are other species that are not just the GMT, but the GAP and others have supported in this. So they would lose those opportunities if this was voted down for the next coming months. So I want to make clear that that's also understood when you get to the vote. When it comes to these broader discussions and looking at some of the comments that were talking about next year or 2024, we will be revisiting that at the November in-season action, and we'll have some time between now and then to come up with that. So I just wanted to reiterate those points. Note that NIFS will be voting yes on this for all of those reasons. And hopefully that can help maybe get us focused on what the real content is of this motion that is focused on just the next couple months of fishing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. So now I will turn to our parliamentarian and ask, I believe, the questions before us. Since we have a motion on the floor, we've had some discussion. Can we table this motion until tomorrow, suspend our action for today? What are the pathways forward for us?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't think I need to phone a friend for this one. I think you have two pretty straightforward options. The maker of the motion, if you want to put this off, maker of the motion with concurrence of the second could simply withdraw the motion. Then you have a clean table and you can adjourn for the evening. Or someone can make a motion to table, and it's a non-debatable motion to table. That's just your two options. You go either way.
All right, thank you. So we have some guidance on what is available to us. I believe the third is to continue our deliberations and take a vote. So there are those options. I am looking for a hand. And if I don't see any, the logical step for me is to call the question on this. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call it Lynn Mattis.
So I don't have guidance on what you just asked, but I was waiting my turn to speak about this, so I'll try to be very brief. This is a horrible situation we've been put in. But like Heather, I've put myself in what would we be doing in Oregon. We're going to be in some similar situations because of black rockfish and canary rockfish, and there's no good alternative. I'm torn between what we may think is right to do and what we legally have to do, as well as what Mr. Wolf spoke about, that this is for just not just, but this is for the end of 2023. And we're going to be having this discussion again in November for 2024. Because the way I'm reading the GAP report that they are recommending, or they agree, they don't recommend, they agree with the GMT on the trip limits and things. And legally what we're required to do under Magnuson, I think we have to go forward. Therefore, when we get to the calling of the question, I think I'll have to support this. I'm not sure about, I don't know if I can be the one to table it. And I know Ms. McKnight is scheduled to leave, which is going to complicate matters. right now, I don't know. I could tell you if I could tell you my mom's name, let alone try to make a coherent vote any more than what I've just said. So I'm in that struggle bus with everybody else. Thank you for letting me have a couple of moments.
Thank you, Lynn. Other hands? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks everyone for this dialogue. It's, if this comes to a vote, I will be voting for this motion. I think that I personally and everyone needs to take accountability for the responsibility that we agree to, which is advising NIMS to uphold the MSA. Whether we like it or not, I'm in the not pile for the record. It is BSIA. This is a long process, and we had opportunities before to weigh in on this, to revisit this. And I think Mr. Grelnick pointed that out well. But we have to take responsibility for the fact we did not. I think a no vote would feel really good. And I would like to take it right now, but I'm afraid that it would be at the cost of the fishermen of California and the communities of California. And I don't want to do that. And I don't want to add to the confusion. And I don't want to delay the process to get things done right. Stop there. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Look carefully. Mr. Grelnick.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just want to point out the state has already taken action with regard to quillback. And so whether this passes or not, the restrictions will still be in place. So I appreciate Mr. Smith's feeling on this. I agree with him that we need to send a message here, but I do agree with the points that have been made, including by Mr. Wolf, that there's more to this motion than just the quillback. So I just wanted to set that landscape out there for everyone.
Chair Penninger.
I think if we have a vote, it's going to pass. But I think that the fact that people are voting no as a protest sends a message. And because it hasn't been done before, I don't think, on something like this. And so I'm still going to vote no and feel good about it. But understanding that's probably going to pass, that's understanding that California's already taken action. But I think just it's good to have on the record to start the discussion that we need to have when we're done here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Look for any other hands. Seeing none, I will now call the question. The motion is before you on the screen. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no.
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 Abstentions?
I abstain.
Abstentions from Phil Anderson, Virgil Moore. Executive Director Burden. I'm in a biased position being on the side here and trying to decipher ayes from noes, the number. Can we do a roll call vote?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just a minute here. Okay, I'll be reading from voting sheet number 2. The motion reference, just for the record, is G8 CDFW, moved by Ms. Caroline McKnight. Lynn Mattis.
Yes.
Virgil Moore,
Abstain.
Butch Smith,
No.
Corey Ridings,
Yes.
Caroline McKnight,
Yes.
Joe Oatman,
Yes.
Krista Svensson,
Yes.
Phil Anderson,
Abstain.
Heather Hall,
Yes.
Mark Gorelnik,
No.
Robert Dooley,
No.
Ryan Wolf,
Yes.
Brad Pettinger,
No.
seven yes, four no. The motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you all for that. As I said, we're going to complete our work on the in-season action, again, unless anyone desires to continue that tomorrow. So I think with that motion, we are going to suspend our meeting for the day and resume on agenda item G8 at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. I will ask before I adjourn if Executive Burden has any announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Well, I started the day thinking we might have a photo opportunity. I'm going to go ahead and pass on that one. Maybe we'll try again tomorrow. That's my only remark for the evening.
Thank you. We are adjourned for the day.